to see the beautiful faces in the crowd and to be in this beautiful space. My name is Zincle Asamoah. I'm a correspondent with NBC News as well as a fill-in anchor for MSNBC. But today, I have the pleasure of being your master of ceremonies for the first Women's Forum in the United States. So let's just give that a round of applause. So if you're not familiar, the Women's Forum was created in 2005. And since then, they're widely considered the leading international platform for transforming the power of women's voices into forward-thinking economic and policy initiatives. The Women's Forum meetings are a platform that actually spans all continents, so we're really pleased to have Vital Voices host them in the United States for the very first time. And of course, this event is in partnership with Vital Voices Global Partnership. If you didn't know, you're in their building, and it's pretty beautiful, right? For more than 25 years, Vital Voices has been investing in, connecting, and amplifying the work of women throughout the world. And many of these women have gone on to do some pretty impressive things. Maybe you've heard of the Nobel Peace Prize. Maybe you've heard of Amanda Gorman. Maybe you've heard of some award-winning innovators and pioneering human rights defenders. Many of them got their start right here at Vital Voices, so we're excited to have you be a part today. Today's theme, if you didn't see the sign when you were walking in, is Time to Connect. Let's say that together. Time to connect. Oh, that sounded a little weak for people who have to connect today. Time to connect. That is the mission of today. So I hope if you're not sitting next to someone, if you're sitting next to someone you do not know, I hope you'll connect with them today. But we're also going to go deeper, connecting themes of how women's equity transforms the worlds that we live in. This theme also follows the Women's Forum Germany Time to Commit theme and the Women's Forum Global Meeting Time to Act. So pretty impressive, and of course we're in DC, so what better time to connect than in the networking capital of the world. You are here in person, but we're also joined alongside 10,000 people online, so let's give them a little wave. Hello, thank you for joining. We hope you enjoy the programming. And we have some really powerhouse panelists today. I got to speak with a few of them last night, and I'll tell you, you're going to be very impressed. They're going to talk about the importance of connection to foster gender equality, and we're going to explore 3 pillars throughout the day: peace, health, and climate. Peace, health, and climate. As a reminder, though, in order to have a good conversation, we don't want to be interrupted by those dreaded phone rings. So if you don't mind just taking your phone out now and silencing it, we'd appreciate it. Of course, we welcome you, though, to tweet and do all that good stuff to tell people how good the conversation is today. On behalf of the Women's Forum, I am so happy to officially open and begin today's event, and I'm now pleased to welcome to the stage Elise Nelson. She's the president and CEO of Vital Voices Global Partnership, and Diane von Furstenberg. She's the founder and chairwoman of, you've probably heard of it, DVF. Yes, we love them. As well as Anne-Gabrielle Hale-Bronner. She's president of the Women's Forum for the Economy and Society, and they're all going to welcome us for the official opening of this event. Let's give them a round of applause.
I'm just going to say 2 words because I happen to be the godmother of this beautiful building. So I wanted to welcome the Women's Forum and the Women's Forum and Vital Voices. I am on the board of Vital Voices. I have been on the board for almost 20 years. It's an organization that I really love and respect and admire. And Women Forum is also an organization that I respect, admire, and love. So I just want to welcome, and that's it.
Well, thank you, Diane. And thank you for believing in creating the first ever global embassy for women leaders, which is where you are. And we're so thrilled to have you. And quite frankly, we are so thrilled to partner. We love the theme of connecting. It's what we at Vital Voices have been about for the last 25 years, connecting women leaders around the globe, because we know when we connect, we are stronger, we are louder, we are bolder, and we are more effective in making change. We know that women are bringing solutions to our world's greatest challenges, and that was precisely what we envisioned would happen in this space, in this building. It would be the place that women and our allies, we've got one ally coming today. We are thrilled with the former Attorney General, Eric Holder, being here today. Yes. But that's what we wanted to have happen in this space, that women would come together and connect across all the things that may divide us. And that's certainly what we're going to be doing today. I think all of us know that, whether it's COVID, climate, the economy right now, crises around the world, and our first panel is going to be around some of those crises, women are disproportionately impacted. We also know that women only get 2% of venture capital. We get about 2% of philanthropic investments go to women and girls. So I would argue what we need is not just to connect, but we need radical collaboration. We need to support each other in our ventures. We need to amplify each other's voices. And I hope as we go forth into this day, we think about who are the people who we hear, who we meet, who we can amplify, who we can support, who we can radically collaborate with. Because that is, in my opinion, our secret sauce as women. It's the thing that we, I think, want to do naturally. So let's do that today, and welcome again. And Gabrielle, I'm so thrilled to welcome you here to our global headquarters. Please join me. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you, Alice. Thank you, all of you, for being here today. I'm very, very glad to open this first ever Women's Forum in the USA today with a partnership of Vital Voices, and especially alongside the abiding support of Diane and Alice. Thank you so much. You know that the ties between the Women's Forum and Vital Voices date back years from now. It's actually 2008 when the play Seven was performed in Deauville, thanks to Diane, and 2009 when Alice was selected as the Women's Forum Rising Talent. We had a very good choice with her. And since then, we've learned to know each other. We've learned to respect one another. We've learned to support each other and to work together. And actually, these relationships illustrates exactly what we are trying to imagine and to promote on a bigger scale, a more collaborative and sustainable world, a community of women and men, and I'm glad to see some of them here today. Thank you, guys. Committed to build a better world. We were saying it a bit earlier, the Women's Forum was created in 2005. It was acquired by Publicis Group in 2009, and I want to welcome some of my Publicis colleagues in the room. I'm very glad to see you here today. Thank you. And since 2009, we have organized events in many countries in the world, in Dubai, in Canada, in France, in Italy, in Myanmar, in Mexico, and guess what? Never in the US. And 20% of our global community is coming from the US. So actually, it feels like being home here, and we feel extremely good about this event. You know that the Women's Forum is dedicated to making the voices of women heard, because we believe that this is the way we create change. We believe that women actually possess a great share of the knowledge, enthusiasm, skills, know-how, and passion that is needed to solve the urgent problems of this world. We cannot fix 100% of the issues the humanity is facing with only 50% of the population. Makes no sense. What we see is that gender equality has made some progress in some areas. We have never seen so many women political leaders, even head of state, business leaders, recognized scientists as in 2022. However, sadly, we have also never seen so many steps backwards in terms of women's rights. Millions of girls are being deprived of schooling because of war, climate disasters, or religious extremism. We've seen backpedaling in the US on reproductive rights. We see everywhere a pervasive and mounting level of stereotypes and prejudice. At the Women's Forum, we have a barometer, and when we ask G7 people the question, 46% respond that a woman cannot have it all, that she has to sacrifice her career if she wants to be a good mother. And in the US, the figure is 48%. We have lots of work to do. And all of this comes in addition to growing nationalism, civil tensions, the uncontrolled and unsustainable exploitation of our natural environment, and serious geopolitical divisions cropping up everywhere. So this is where we are. At the Women's Forum, we've spent the last year working on a time to call to action on climate, health, and peace. We believe that the realities of our post-COVID-19 world require new models, new approaches to address this economic and policy needs that we have. We need a fresh strategy. And I think there is a need for all of us individually to make a personal commitment if we expect genuine change. Some of us have already done so bravo. You could ask yourself, can I alone change the world? Can you change the world? I would answer, it is better to light a single candle in the dark than to blame the darkness. It is worth trying. It is worth daring. And if not now, when? And if not us, who? So here we are in the US with Vital Voices, with all of you in this room, because it is time to act and it is time to connect. We've decided, after what we did in 2022 on climate, peace, and health, to focus in 2023 on education. Education will be our candle in the dark for 2023. As we go through today's program and pose our key 2022 themes to usher in education as our new Women's Forum 2023 call to action, allow me to wish you a really, really great day. I hope you will leave tonight with new friends, renewed energy and inspiration from our amazing cast of experts. I hope we all discover the willingness and resolution to engage even more confidently and fearlessly to raise women's voices and create change. Thank you.
It's better to light a candle in the dark than blame the darkness. Thank you all for your smart and powerful words, Elise, Diane, and Anne-Gabrielle. Now, I'd like to welcome to the stage Shafika Kapalwak. She's the director of the Masarwar Foundation and Wesley College and poetess. She's going to open us for a special piece on peace and conflict. Welcome.
Good morning. I wrote this poem. I am from Afghanistan, just to give you a background. And I wrote this poem in 2019. It was translated by Khwaga Kakar and Irshad Ahmadi into English. Don't go to war. What is it in a war? Blinded eyes, collapsing innocent hearts, seeing black stones, sparrows falling down, killing tulips, scorched vessel, trembling green leaves, germinating thrones. Don't go to war. What is it in a war? Don't go to war. You will not bear it. A red book is burned in a war. A black pen is broken in a war. A white boy is charcoaled in a war. A virgin melody is mute in a war. People become mad in a war. ravaging themselves or the hearts of others. Graveyards are their courtyards. In the dancing wild wind, they hold candles. Don't go to war. War awakens a dragon. Poison spewing from his mouth, blood dripping from his evil eyes. So long are his paws, so sharp are his teeth, chewing the wings of a baby swallows, biting the birthmarks of elderly women, bleakening the foothills of the motherland, raining embers over the forest, showering the rivers with red blood. Don't go to war. What is it in a war but a dragon? Devastation floods his veins. Fairies are his prisoners. He's busy devouring human bones, his hungry mouth swallowing them one after another, black smoke pouring from his breath, polluting the fresh air. This shadowless dragon is incomplete, so he strives to set the tall trees of the motherland ablaze. This dragon hates the light, so he strives to burn the stars to ashes. This dragon, who descended from the king of darkness, burns the golden flakes of light, extinguishes the sun's rays in the full darkness of the night. He rips the shawl of the motherland, devours her wounded body, leaving only a few remains. If you go, you will find the dragon in the war. Once his bestial paws touch you, then you too will slaughter the motherland. Then you too will become unstable. Then you too will kill the tulips. Then you too will suck the wings of the sparrows. You too turn the clear waters into dark mirrors, force flowers of love to sleep on rocks. Then you too will stand in front of the sun, depriving hearts of light. Then you too will turn the flowing rivers into red blood, rob the fields of their harvest, crush revolting minds with slavery, steal new thoughts from the layers of our hearts. Don't go to war. What is it in a war? Blinded eyes, collapsing innocent hearts, seeing black stones, sparrows falling down, killing tulips, scorched vessel, trembling green leaves, germinating thrones. Don't go to war. What is it in a war? Thank you. Thank you. The white guy is not because of the skin, but in Islamic civilization, it is the symbol of light, so internal beauty, and also the red book refers to Quran. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shafika, for that powerful art and poem. I'd like to now introduce our next session, our first panel on peace and conflict resolution, women at the front line. It's no secret, and I'm sure everyone in this room knows, that war and conflicts often act as amplifiers for inequity, especially for women. If we just look at Russia's recent invasion of Ukraine, according to the UN Women and Care International, 90% of the 5.5 million refugees are women. 60% of the 7.7 million people internally displaced in Ukraine are women. Those are big numbers. However, women are not just survivors, they're also the people creating the solution. So this panel will look at war and peace and conflict and resolution to discuss all of this. So I want to welcome to the stage Melanne Verveer. She's Executive Director of the Georgetown Institute for Women, Peace and Security at Georgetown University, and all of the panelists who she will introduce. Let's give them a round of applause.
Well, good morning, everyone. You're a wonderful sight. It's always such a pleasure for me to be back at Vital Voices. I spent 8 years of my life here with Elise building this organization and with so many others, and it's just awesome to be in the building. And I also want to say that it's particularly special to be here at the Women's Forum USA, because back at the beginning of the Women's Forum, when they used to meet in Deauville in France in 2005, Elise and I were there, and I think we were there for many, many years after, and Diane von Furstenberg, who, it's lovely to see you, Diane, she was with us for an extraordinary evening there as well. So it is, pardon me? That's true in 7. So it's a reunion of sorts. But today we are going to talk about the role of women in peace building, in negotiations, in relief, recovery, in building democracies. In so many ways, as you heard, women do bear the brunt of war. But as a woman said to me one night in Kabul in Afghanistan, stop looking at us as victims and look at us as the leaders that we are. And we are here on this stage with 2 remarkable leaders. They have been on the front lines in their countries fighting against violence. Attacks on women have been a constant, mired in the challenges that conflict and opposition represents, and really being leaders in every way. And I just want to give a shout out to Shafika, because she's extraordinary in her way and what she does. You heard the beautiful poem, but we were talking earlier about the situation in Afghanistan today, and it is heartbreaking in every way what's happening there, and particularly to women who are being erased as we sit here. That is the goal of the Taliban. So I want to start this morning with Musakua. She has been with Vital Voices as long as I can remember, being one of those exemplary leaders that we have worked with and spotlighted over the years. She's a Cambodian politician. She was a member of parliament, a rights activist. She served as the Minister of Women, a leader in the opposition. She went up against the Cambodian strongman who is still there, Hun Sen. And just to give you a flavor of what he is like, he said this: I only weaken the opposition. I'm going to make them dead. And if anyone is strong enough to try to hold a demonstration, I will beat the dogs and put them in a cage. She was the opposition in many ways, and she went up against the strongman time and time again. And of course, she's in exile now, as too often happens. You have to get away from these people before they do worse to you. But Sakua, your story is just extraordinary, and we've been really privileged to be able to work with you over the years. Talk about what it's been like, the struggle for democracy in Cambodia, about the most significant moments and challenges, so that our wonderful audience can understand what it's like to take on this kind of cause.
Before I talk about it, I wish to say how inspired I am coming back to Vital Voices, to the Women's Forum, and Ambassador Vivier. We have been on this journey for a long time, and it is much, much longer ahead of us. And this forum is very, very meaningful to me at this moment, to my sister Kim Hun, my Cambodian sister Kim Hun, who is with us, who is now part of Vital Voices. Ambassador Vivier, you asked me, how do I survive, right? And the strong man, the Prime Minister of Cambodia, the illegitimate Prime Minister of Cambodia, just said, I will destroy the opposition, whatever it takes. I want them dead. And I want you all to come to the State Department this Friday at 10:30 because the Cambodian diaspora, especially the women, and the women from Myanmar, from Hong Kong, will come together to say to this illegitimate Prime Minister, we will never be dead because of you. We will die for our country, for our women, for democracy. And we want you behind bars. So please come to this rally with us at State Department on this Friday.
She never stops. As long as I've known her, she's
Democracy
been
never
in these
stops.
rallies.
Genocide was over. Genocide in Cambodia was over 40 years ago. My parents died. Over 2 million Cambodians died in less than 4 years. That was 40 years ago. Armed conflict, over. That was 40 years ago. No more landmines, few landmines left. Over 40 years ago. But does it mean that there is peace in Cambodia? No. No war doesn't mean there is peace. There's peace only when we can do the following. When women can go to school. And if there is no school for women, how do you raise a nation? How do you raise the whole world? When there is corruption, there is no peace. When there is corruption, who is the first one to be sold to human trafficking? Who's the first ones to be raped, to be tortured? Women, young girls. So to us, it is essential that we continue this fight. And I want to say that Cambodia is forgotten because of Ukraine and Myanmar and other wars around. But I don't think it should be forgotten because democracy, when it is attacked anywhere, democracy is attacked everywhere. And that's why it is important to bring democracy to the middle of the table when we talk about peace. Peace, that's when the big guys talk about peace. They talk about no more, if they can, no more weapons and all that. No. Peace starts at the grassroots level. And this is what we are doing at this moment. Going back to the grassroots and reconnecting, continue to connect with women at the grassroots. To talk about, who am I as a woman? What does it mean to be a woman? It starts by being nourished in the belly, to have the right to be born and to be free and to have the right to make your own choice. And to women, when we make a choice, it's not about us. When we make a choice, and we always have to make a choice. You wake up in the morning, you have to make a choice. If there is corruption and you are poor, that choice is between feeding your family 3 meals, 2 meals, 1 meal, or no meal at all. It has to stop. This war against women has to stop. And it goes down to corruption. It goes down to feeding the pockets of the autocrats, of these corrupt leaders who remain at the global stage. We cannot accept to have them travel the world when they kill their own people in their own countries.
So thank you, Sakua. We'll come back to you. And then we'll take audience questions for as long as we have time as well. So think about what you might want to ask. Mukaddesa Yurish was a former deputy minister for commerce and industry of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan. That was before the Taliban seized power and stormed into Kabul. And her life, like so many others at that moment, was thrown into turmoil. And like Shafika, she had to go into exile. She was evacuated and had to leave so much behind, except for what she could put on her back as she left in haste. Because as a woman who was a leader in Afghanistan, not only a leader, but an economist, someone skilled at business, someone who was in the ministry doing this work in a place that was not always easy for a woman to excel, particularly in this field. And today she is a professor at George Washington University and being able to exchange her skill set with the students there. I think this is the third day in a row I'm on a panel with Mukadesa. She has been sharing her experiences with audiences, and just an extraordinary person. So I hope, Mukadesa, you can not only tell us a little bit about the struggle in Afghanistan when you were there, because as you just heard from Sakua, it wasn't always easy in these situations, but what is happening today?
Thank you, Ambassador. I first want to say it's an honor always to be here. And at least I wanted to you and Diane, as I was coming here, I got off the metro, I looked at my watch and I realized I need to catch an Uber to get here. So I sat in this Uber and the guy told me, he asked me, what is this place you're going to? I told him it's a global embassy for women. And he, almost turned back and said, I have never heard of that. Men don't get to have an embassy. So, and it was very interesting. So I think just being here, at least I want to thank you, Diane, and all colleagues who have been involved for such a long time with Vital Voices. It indeed is a special place. And when we got here, he got off and took a picture of it. And he said, this is very, I've never heard. So I actually didn't ask him that, but he was quite surprised that just hearing that women have a global embassy. He said, men don't have one. Yeah, so the power of women. Ambassador Verveer, thank you so much for giving a little bit of a background. I was in Afghanistan. I've been born in Afghanistan. I was raised there, but I think post 9/11, when the international community arrived in Afghanistan and the Taliban regime back then was toppled, it certainly provided a lot of opportunities. It opened up spaces for women to be able to first go back to school, but also, to come forward and be part of the public life. So I certainly invested in those opportunities, not only myself, but my family. And then when the Taliban arrived back in Kabul 2021, by then I had a long career in the government. It was a tough job because we were trying to build institutions in the middle of a war. So Taliban was clearly an opposition at that point, but I think it wasn't just the Taliban. As a woman, we had to push so many social boundaries on a daily basis, and not because, Afghanistan is a country that doesn't necessarily accept, it's a patriarchal country, doesn't necessarily accept a woman leader. But I think it's also because we have been affected by war for such a long time that it does affect the fabric of the society in a way that it makes it difficult for women to exist. I think those 5 years of the first Taliban regime essentially erased women from the public life. And you don't really realize what sort of an impact it has once you put women back in the society, and then you start seeing that everybody sees them as an alien. I remember when I first joined the government, walking into meetings, and my colleagues just treated me like an alien from some other place who needs to be treated specially, because they just didn't know how to engage with me. So I think it wasn't just, as a woman, it wasn't just the opposition. The Taliban clearly, I don't fit their ideology, but I think it was also just the society in general and how war impacts the fabric of the society. So I think peace for me is it's a state of mind, actually. You know, peace can mean so much for so many different people. Right now, the level of armed conflict in Afghanistan has certainly reduced because the Taliban are not actively creating violence as they were in the past 20 years, but that does not mean peace for the people of Afghanistan. I think I very much agree with you when you say peace is when women can go back to school, you know. So I think we have to be very careful with how we define peace, how we perceive peace, and also that peace for one section of the society doesn't necessarily always mean peace for everybody. And I also just want to say one final thing, you know, that leaving home and having your advocacy platform being taken away from you is also a form of violence that people don't really it doesn't really get talked about, but I think the suffering that I go through on a daily basis here while knowing what's going on back home, you know, and the women of my country, what they are suffering, and that, you know, some of us who were in the, you know, what invested and who had been invested on to get to a place where we could have platforms and where we could be the voice. We are here in exile. So I think it just is difficult to exist in exile, and I believe it's a form of violence that women go through, a political violence. In terms of what's happening back home, Ambassador, I think as I'm sitting right now here, I'm worried that the Taliban are cooking another, you know, edict that will, I don't really know what is left for them to take away from women except their own being and existence. But I do understand that every day since the fall of Afghanistan has brought a steady flow of bad news, especially for women. Women right now cannot go to school. Women cannot attend university. Women cannot appear in public spaces, in parks, and, you know, workplaces. Women can't even travel by themselves beyond a certain parameter that is being put as a rule for them without having a male chaperone with them. So imagining myself back home sometimes feels like, and I was there the day Taliban came. I've navigated those very streets. I have walked those very streets. I have sat in those very tables that they sit today. I see them. I saw the picture of their current deputy minister who sits in my office, the office that I put together, because part of institution building is that you also make sure that you make these offices, you know, professional. And when I walked to my office in the Ministry of Commerce, you know, I looked at it and I said, I don't think I want to work here. You know, I want to change. There's a lot I want to change about this office. So I changed my desk, I changed the look of the office, I painted the walls, and now guess who gets to sit in that office? A Talib member who I'm not really sure is capable of understanding the ABC of governance, but who gets to sit there and, you know, enjoy that space that I created.
It's really a very, very terrible time in Afghanistan for women, and as Muqaddesa said, there is every effort being made to erase women, the face of women in Afghanistan, and every single aspect of their lives is being regulated in the most horrific ways. So I'm sure we want everybody here to continue to do the advocacy, keep the women of Afghanistan still on the front pages or in any other way we can make the situation there public, because we do a favor to the Taliban when we don't. This panel's not just about peace building and the role that is played in societies by women, but about women's leadership. And both of you are leaders in extraordinary ways. Could you say a little bit about how you see leadership, how it was manifested in your situation, what you were up against, how you exemplified that or tried to act on it?
I think it's all about daring to make change. I was the first woman to run the women ministry in 1998. And like you, the first 2 weeks at the ministry, I said, well, I'm going to change this proverb, Cambodian proverb that says, men are gold and women are just a white piece of cloth. Wow. A white piece of cloth, can you imagine? If it is stained forever. If the woman is beaten, she's a bad woman. If she's sold, she deserves it, etc., etc. With the women's movement, because I came from the NGO, civil society, I led the women's movement for peace, marching for free and fair elections. We changed it to, man, you can be gold, but we are precious gems. Neri Ratana. Anyway, so I think it's about daring to make change. And the hardest change to make, is against your own cultural, social values, which imposed on you what you can do and what you cannot do. You see me wearing my traditional outfit. I would rather be wearing pants. But my society says you can't. But I make that choice today to wear my traditional outfit in a global stage. This is a world stage. Just to make that point that Cambodia, the struggle of women in Cambodia, democracy in Cambodia cannot be forgotten. You cannot just think about Ukraine today and think about Myanmar tomorrow and think about Hong Kong again. No, you have to think about the whole thing. Democracy and human rights, and the fight for freedom, the fight for dignity, the fight for respect, especially for women. You have to think about it all together. So that is the first point I want to make, which is about change. The second point is about being transformative, change, but transformative type of change, meaning that what we know, the struggle that we have gone through, we have to share. We cannot cry in pain in silence. That the pain in silence is negative pain. You have to move it toward positive pain. It's like positive peace. Positive pain is to cry out loud together. Vital voices. This is what we are. And to also be like water, like what the Hong Kongers are saying. Be water. If the water hits a mountain or a rock, the flow of the water of the river doesn't stop at the rock. It can stop, but it eats away the rock. Or it finds another way to move, find another path. That's being creative and dare to be creative. Specifically, I think because this is the digital world, it is important, and we are doing it at this moment. Kim Hun and I and other women, we are the diaspora, Cambodian diasporas. We have the freedom to speak. I have a microphone here. In Cambodia, if you have a microphone, you say one word, you are in jail for up to 3 years. I have to go to jail. If I go to Cambodia, I'll be in jail for 42 years. I want to go to Cambodia, but they won't let me go to Cambodia. Anyway, but it doesn't stop there. We have to fight from outside. But fighting from outside has to be connected with the fight inside. So every Saturday on weekend, we Zoom. We use Zoom. We use Signal to train the female candidates inside Cambodia, because 4 months from now, there will be elections again. And we want free, fair, and just elections where women from opposition from anywhere can run and be safe to run. And doing Zoom with women who can hardly read and write, you can't imagine. But they can do Zoom. We spend hours telling them, you see that little picture that looks like a camera? Push it. Or you see that little picture that looks like a microphone? Push it. It takes hours, but finally, now we are training women inside Cambodia to learn, first of all, about themselves. Why is it important to be in politics? Why is it important to be local and then vital voices? And to make it, that change comes from women. Women as candidates and women in elections, in free and fair elections. That's what I am pushing. We are pushing for.
Mukadesa, do you want to follow up on leadership?
Yeah, I think leadership is making choices and also choosing your battles and being able to prioritize which battle do you want to fight. And I say this because the context from which Shafiqa and I come from, again, I emphasize a lot because I know we are, unfortunately, as Afghan women, we are too often, perceived as victims of war only, or there are certain cultural connotations that employs that, Afghan women, that's how it runs in their culture. So I always emphasize on that to make sure that everybody understands, that you need to look at it. It's very nuanced, and you need to look at it based on the context and the background that we come from. And you need to see them as an outcome of the socio-political, challenges that they had to go through and navigate on a daily basis. And just to maybe illustrate that a little further, I want to give you an example of how I was perceived by my male colleagues as a woman leader. So again, 5 years of Taliban regime, the war before that, women were vulnerable, women got affected by it more, women were removed, even for the sake of quote-unquote protection from the society. So by the time we decided to come in, it was difficult for people to accept that women could be leaders. For a very long time, they, first of all, thought that, okay, well, this is a foreign agenda because there's an international community presence here in Afghanistan, and there's a global war on terrorism. There's a justification of quote-unquote saving the Afghan woman. So this is part of a foreign agenda. They're putting women forward in cabinet, they're putting women forward in the government. So, we'll deal with them. Just let's treat them as aliens. And then they started realizing, no, these women actually have brains, they can say things, they challenge us. So, but this doesn't make sense because we were told, women do not have brains, women can't really get things done, women cannot exercise leadership. So, and this became evident to me when I had a group of men that I had trained with me who would move from one workplace to the next. And I climbed up the ladder pretty quickly because, I walked into ministries and I got the job done, right? That's what, and of course I made a lot of enemies and I moved quickly the ladder. And the first thing I realized was that I needed the protection of a group of men around me. It was a tough choice to make. In this context, it could also be patronizing to other women, right? But in my context, my driver, the 2-3 security guards who are always with me, I had to train them. And I had to make sure, I had to do double, triple the effort for them to know me more personally than my male colleagues would do. Because I used to sit in my car, they could be a threat to me, my security guards could share information on me, so I always had to go the extra mile in making sure that they are more personally connected with me. I don't think any of my male colleagues went that extra mile of making sure, because, they took it for granted that their driver and their security guards were loyal to them. But for me, it wasn't. So the last workplace that I moved on to, there was this one other aspect of having this group of men, quote unquote, protect you, because they were the ones who would define the narratives about you. Because narratives would start going around about somebody who would walk into a workplace from here, from the support staff going all the way up. So it was important for me what type of a reputation was, created for me. So the last workplace that I went to, my driver, first or second day I was going home and he was driving me, it was late at night, and he said, Deputy Minister, they were asking us today, how is she? How did you guys ended up working for her? Why are you moving with her constantly? Where does all this loyalty come from? And then I said, okay, so what did you say? And he said, I told them, now you have to take a note of this. She said, I told them, she is a manly woman. You don't mess with her. And I just didn't know how to react at that point, because his definition of me as a manly woman was patronizing and condescending to every woman, including myself. But in that context, it made sense for me. I said, okay, good. If this is what works, let it work. Right? That was not my battle. Again, going back to choosing your battles. In that moment, my battle was not to train my driver on the connotation and the patronizing and the condescending and this and that. Right? I needed that protection. And the fact that he said, don't mess with her, that's what I needed. And then it would transfer from here. Once the drivers and the security guards had that conversation, it will go around to all the ministry. Then people didn't dare to mess with me. People didn't even know where that came from, right? But I had plotted my drivers to say that because that's what I needed to go around. My woman card, I've used it because it was tough. It was so tough. I couldn't just walk in everywhere and say, oh, I am the woman leader. Please don't call me. My male deputy ministers and I, the three of us, there were 2 male deputy ministers and there was me. And we had to go into meetings. Their cars would just pass by the security checks. But when it came to me, they stopped my car because they wanted to harass me. They wanted to take a look. Oh, there's a woman inside the car. She's a deputy minister. Let's harass her. Let's just ask her questions. Nobody would ask my male colleagues for their IDs. They would just pass by. They were deputy ministers. But they would stop me. And just because they wanted to take a look inside the car, who is this woman? And all my male colleagues knew that. They knew that none of the male deputy ministers would get stopped, but I was. And then I would take out my woman card. And then, I would say, what's going on? And my male colleagues, I trained them to say this, and then they would take out their head and say, there's a woman inside the car. By woman, they meant, this was like in a very, protection sense. There's a woman inside the car, so you don't want to take a look inside. Let us pass through. They never said there's a deputy minister inside the car. It was tough for me to exist in those moments where I saw that these connotations were patronizing, right? But I had to choose my battles. And it was tough. I couldn't start arguing in all of those moments. If my security guards could say she's a woman and it would get me through easier than them saying she's a deputy minister, I'm a woman. Poor woman, let her go through. Right? The deputy minister and me would then deal with everybody once I was inside the meeting. So for me, I think leadership is very context-based. Leadership is about choosing your battles. Leadership is also about making choice and exercising agency. And agency, I always say this, agency doesn't always, in the short term or right away, translate to well-being. And it doesn't have to. Sometimes it's only about surviving, but as long as you're making that choice to survive, it might not right away mean well-being for you or for the women or men of the globe in general, but if it makes you survive, then that's what you should do.
So we can imagine ourselves in these circumstances. You know, Mukadesa, listening to you, I remember meeting a very young woman who decided that she would try to be mayor in a small town in Afghanistan, one with tremendous problems, huge challenges that no normal person probably would take on. And the men were extremely hostile to her. Except things began to change and get better, and life was improving. And the only thing they could call her was Mr. Mayor. And so somehow having a skill set that men don't want to recognize can't be accommodated completely. You have to have that Mr. in front of you. Anyway, I thought we could take audience questions, but I'm getting all kinds of signals. I have allergies, so bear with me. But I just maybe ask each of you in the minute or so we have left, one sentence. What would you advise our audience in terms of what they can do to make a difference? Just one sentence each. A guideline.
This is my favorite one, so thank you for asking.
I didn't even know.
Too often the women of my country has been viewed as intervenable objects and as victims of the war. If there's one thing I want each person in this room to do is to, first of all, challenge their narratives of how they perceive women elsewhere, and also to do not extend their conception of emancipation and freedom to women of the other countries. To take a more nuanced approach, to the type of work that they are doing, whether it's development, whether it's supporting women leaders elsewhere. I think always try to view other women as agents in their own rights.
Thank you. The stop sign is staring at me, so very quickly, Sakua.
Very quickly, please tweet. Now, what I am saying, because if I tweet, I have family back home. They'll be put in prison. And I'm not safe here if I tweet those words, but I still tweet a few. But you can tweet everything that we said here. Please do, to give us that voice, that women who are in that part of our world cannot say the words that they wish to say that makes a whole lot of difference in the way men run the world. Tweet.
And there you have it. So let's please thank Mukadesa Yurish and Musakua for their extraordinary leadership and all that they continue to do to make the world a better place. Thank you both.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for being such an attentive audience. If you didn't tweet already, make sure you do. Women are so powerful, and there's just not enough time. They're going to take their photo, and I'm going to segue us to our next panel. Our next session is on women's empowerment and leadership in decision making. The reality is women remain systemically absent from a lot of our political structures and political leadership. So how exactly do we ensure participation in the leadership of women, both in this country and around the world? Our next panel hopes to answer that question. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Michelle Bernard. She's the president and CEO of the Bernard Center for Women, Politics, and Public Policy, as well as all of the panelists. They can all come to the stage now. Let's give them a round of applause.
I think we're ready. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Let's wake up. We can do better than that. I'm Michelle Bernard. It is a pleasure to be here with you today. I'm going to very quickly introduce our panelists, and then we're going to get right into it. So first, Kat, if you could just wave to everybody. Katrina Fotivat is the acting ambassador at large for global women's issues and is currently the senior official to the Secretary of State in the Office of Global Women's Issues at the State Department. Thank you. Mandana Dayani is the creator and co-founder of I Am a Voter. Round of applause. And Eric Holder is senior counsel at Covington and Burling, the 82nd United States Attorney General. And since we are talking about women's empowerment, I would be remiss if I did not state that he is also the husband of the wonderful Dr. Sharon Malone. So we're going to get started. The first thing I want to do is just run through what has been said as the 5 components of women's empowerment. 1, a sense of self-worth. 2, the right to have and determine choices. 3, the right to have access to opportunities and resources. 4, the right to have power to control one's lives within and outside of the home. And 5, the ability to influence the direction of social change and to create a more just and equal society. So from that, we want to start with an international perspective, and I wanted to go to Kat first, because it has been said that the status of women is typically defined by the status of a democracy in a country, and I know that you've been doing some important work on democracy promotion recently, and I wanted to ask you a little bit about what you're doing, and also from your perspective, what do we mean when we say the status of women is determined by the status of a democracy?
Sure. Thanks for that question, Michelle. Hello, everyone. First, I want to thank the Women's Forum and, of course, Vital Voices for having this wonderful event and forum. So the Biden-Harris administration, this is our first anniversary of what we call the Summit for Democracy. And that is really looking at and making sure that we are being as inclusive as possible, partnering with other governments across the world to make sure that democracies are being promoted, that we are looking at rights, that we are making sure that as we are building out and supporting our democratic processes, we include women. So yesterday, we actually had an event basically called The Status of Democracy. The status of women is the status of democracy. That literally, I wanted to make a T-shirt out of it. I wanted to make sure that, and really that comes from the fact that we cannot have a full and functioning democracy if all members are not included and they're not able to access their rights, are not able to provide input into their communities and their countries. And certainly women, as 50% or more in many countries of the population, must be included to make sure that you are having the most inclusive and innovative approaches to the work that is being done in countries, to make sure that representation is clear, to address the challenges and barriers in families and communities. So we need to make sure that that ability to access democracy and principles principles in which women are able to participate meaningfully in their communities is something that is being prioritized. So that was something that, and when we're looking across the board at the different areas, we focus on 3 primary areas of inclusion. So we're looking at women, peace, and security issues, and I know that we just had a panel on women in conflict. We know that if women are not included in peace negotiations are 64% less likely to be successful. We know that if women are not included in businesses, we have seen through the pandemic, which has absolutely provided the data to show that when women are not included in economic empowerment and economic viability, countries don't do well. Companies don't do well. That economic case has been made time and time again. And then looking at gender-based violence, we always say nothing about them without them. You cannot talk about survivors and talk about solutions to conflict-related sexual violence or gender-based violence writ large without including the stories and impact on survivors. You must have their voices included in order to be effective. So this is effectiveness. If you want to make sure that all boats rise together, you must include all people in that discussion. And we mean women in all their diversity. We're looking at making sure that we're including indigenous women, women with disabilities, making sure that we're including racial and ethnic minorities. So having those discussions and being inclusive and looking at the challenges and barriers and meeting women where they are is really the focus of the work that we do. You cannot have or build something together if you're not using both your hands. Again, we're talking about 50% or plus of the population. Women in many countries are far outnumbering men in terms of education. We're not seeing that reflected in terms of management levels in many companies or in governments. So making sure that we're providing that capacity building in order for them to participate meaningfully. The United States government, we're very proud of this, is the first government to ever legislate and mandate UN Resolution 1325, which really promotes women's leadership, women's participation in peace negotiations. But again, we need to make sure that we're implementing, resourcing. I can't say that enough. President Biden often says, show me your budget and I'll show you your priorities. We're very proud to say that the Biden-Harris administration doubled the amount of gender funding. So we went from $1.3 billion to $2.6 billion in funding towards gender. So we are trying to lead, and we're trying to make sure that this is something that we are making sure to highlight and prioritize women in democratic processes, and we need to do that through resourcing, make sure that they have accessibility, capacity building, and make sure, and I hope all of you help me on this, that their voices are heard. So we're also looking at things like technology. Think about everything that you do right now includes technology, and that is something that women have to have safe spaces to be able to operate. They are constantly being attacked. There is disinformation, misinformation. Women in leadership positions are constantly being attacked. So we need to provide safety and access and training. So these are some of the areas that we look at when we talk about making sure that women are included in democracy.
So thank you so much for that. A follow-up question. Women's inclusion is how we reach women's empowerment. But I also want to talk about and ask you, what is it about when we add women to the equation when they have been excluded that changes the dynamic? Like, I have read stats on the State Department's website, for example. When you add women to the equation, we see things differently in terms of attention to human rights, attention to racial justice, gender justice, peace, voting. What is it about women what is it about the way women think and lead that leads to those differences?
I mean, that's a great question. We've seen, when women entrepreneurs are able to access finance, they are 50% more likely to hire other women. We know that when different perspectives, diversity is important. And this is really about building an equitable and equal society for all, including men and boys. And we need to, make sure that we bring in men and boys as allies as well. I have a son. My son will constantly tell you that he's happy to let women run whatever they want. So, my feminist son, which is my life goal, is very empowering in terms of making sure that the new generation is really looking at things from that equitable perspective. So it's important to bring in people that have different life experiences. It's important. Women across the board are more likely to think about areas that could affect their communities, their families. They're more likely to bring funding back if they make money back into their communities and their families. Looking at things like education. So we know that there's different perspectives. That's not to say male perspectives aren't absolutely important, and we have amazing, look, I'm sitting next to Eric Holder, who was an amazing male champion. So it's just so important to make sure that we bring in all these perspectives. I'm going to give one example, actually. So the Afghan girls robotics team, who I just absolutely adore, we recently saw them in Doha last year, and it was interesting. They were talking about their robotics that they were making. And my son also does robotics, and it's so funny because he just makes robots that just knock everything down, And so when we were talking to them, I was like, show me your robots. And one of them pulls out a robot that literally during COVID, it was actually disinfecting things. And what an amazing, I was like, this is what a girl does versus what my son does. Again, both important perspectives, but making sure to bring in that different perspective on how different men and women and gender diverse persons as well, LGBTQI. We want to make sure that we are being inclusive and pulling in all the innovative ideas, it's so important that diversity is included so we all do better.
I also just add that I think Dion said it best last night. Women get shit done, and that has always been real.
Absolutely. I'm going to turn to our male panelist. And speaking of men, though, I have to talk about my son also, who I'm raising to be a feminist. And he's a freshman at Howard University, and I was on campus with him one day, much to his chagrin. And he was wearing a T-shirt that says, "Protect Black Women." Which I love. And so many of the girls on campus were walking up to him just to say, thank you for being our partners. And we know as women, we can't do this alone. We have to have men in the battle with us. So Eric, number one, thank you for being here with us today. We have a little competition going on. My family's from Jamaica. Eric is from
Barbados,
from Barbados, which he accuses of being
the pearl of the Caribbean.
The second pearl of the Caribbean. But Eric, talk to us about it from your perspective, because we can't do this alone, and we are so happy to have you as a brother in arms with women as we fight for women's empowerment. And at your work, with regard to your work at the Justice Department and other things that you're doing, I wanted to ask you a little bit about the disenfranchisement that we see, or attempts that we saw going into the 2020 election to disenfranchise women voters. And I guess we call that gendered voter discrimination, and why that is harmful and what we can do to remedy it.
It's interesting to hear Kat talk about all the things that the Biden-Harris administration is doing, and that is, I think, something, a cause for optimism and, their attempts to do things on a worldwide basis. But I'll tell you, I'm very worried about the state of this nation.
Yes.
And where we are with regard to women's rights, women's empowerment. Our system has always been gerrymandered, something that we've been trying to fight. I'm the chairman of the National Democratic Redistricting Committee, and we've tried to, in this last cycle, make sure that the redistricting was done in a fair way, not to favor Democrats or favor Republicans, although I happen to feel as a Democrat that if it's fair, progressives, Democrats, we'll do just fine. We don't have to put our thumb on the scale.
Could you just quickly, just a one-liner explaining redistricting for our international audience?
Well, I'm sorry. The United States draws its legislative lines every 10 years, the year after we do our constitutionally mandated census. And on the basis of those lines, you can draw them in such a way so that you favor one party over the other. You can create what are called safe districts, which almost makes it impossible for another party to win, and that's called gerrymandering. And if you look at these gerrymandered districts, they look very strange. You'll pack certain people into one area, weakening their influence in other places, or you'll split people up so that you weaken their influence in that way. And so we've been fighting gerrymandering. I'm concerned about that and the overall impact that it has, but in particular, the impact that it has on women, and especially with regard to the most basic choices that women have. Reproductive rights. You see, after that abomination of a Supreme Court opinion that overturned Roe versus Wade, state legislatures, gerrymandered state legislatures, passing these anti-choice laws. No exceptions. There's one I'm going to be campaigning in Wisconsin now. There was a Wisconsin bill, the operative bill that controls the right to abortion in Wisconsin was passed in 1849. Roe versus Wade is overturned. That law, that old law, now becomes that which controls in Wisconsin, which is why I'm supporting a woman to be the next Supreme Court justice in Wisconsin, which would flip the court 4-3 and then come up with something more modern.
I think that deserves some applause.
But these gerrymandered legislatures are doing things inconsistent with the desires of the people in the various states. If all the polling that has been done shows that in every state, no one wanted Roe versus Wade overturned. Now, the margins are different in Texas, say, as opposed to, to New York. But in spite of that popular feeling that Roe kind of got it right, these gerrymandered state legislatures, again, people who can do things inconsistent with the desires of the people who they represent, but again, because they're in these safe districts, don't face any electoral consequence, have done a whole variety of things to take away from women that fundamental choice. I think there is and you look at our history, there is a fear of female power, of women power. When we started this great American experiment, I wrote a book. It's called Our Unfinished March, and it talks about how different groups obtained the right to vote. If you look at the Founding Fathers, the first people they wanted to give voting rights to, and the only people they wanted to give voting rights to, were white men who owned property. And then, so there was a big debate about that. And John Adams, our second president, actually says, well, if you decide to give voting rights to people, to men, and only men other than men who own property, other groups will demand the right to vote. Women will demand the right to vote. So, horrors. And so from the beginning of this republic, that has been something that we have been dealing with, trying to work through. And as I said, I think there is a concern that women empowered will challenge this male-dominated, male-created status quo, and that creates fear, fundamental fear in the hearts and minds of many people who are, in control of so many things. I'm just restricting myself now, to this nation, and that's why, in fighting for a fair system, I look at the NDRC. When we get around the table, there are more women than men at the table, and it's an interesting thing, in the hiring selections that I made. I was always looking for diversity, but also looking for advocacy, people who were good advocates, people who had, I thought, a good worldview, people who were good organizers. And it was just kind of, I don't know, it struck me. It also struck me when I was AG. I remember looking around the table and there were more women there again. And again, not with a conscious decision to say, I want to have women at the table. I do. If you just kind of let things naturally happen, and if you make decisions, hiring decisions on the basis of competence, commitment, organizational skills, women seem to float to the top. So it's a question of removing a lot of artificial barriers, political barriers, dealing with stereotypes in the same way that we are dealing with when you're dealing with people of color, there are barriers that have to be dealt with. But so I'm worried about where we are as a nation, about our democracy generally, but specifically with regard to how this democracy regression is going to have an impact on women. It's an interesting thing. My wife, I am in fact Mr. Sharon. That's my official title. She's an OBGYN, and my daughters have fewer reproductive rights at 29 and 27 than their mother did, at a similar age. And so what does that say about where we are as a nation?
I will mention there are 2 cases pending before the Supreme Court in the South, 2 Southern cases now that I think could have a great impact in putting up new barriers where we see Southern states attempting to redefine, for purposes of the census, what it is to be African American. Which, think about that, that's quite bizarre. But if these two states are winning or win before the Supreme Court, if you are Afro-Latina or Afro-Latino, you are no longer considered black for purposes of the census. And that is another act of structural racism that will make it more difficult, and I think ultimately have a negative impact on women, particularly in the South.
Yeah. I mean, I think the reality is that and I think it's consistent with what Kat was saying, that fair governmental practices, strong democracies rely on women and also empower women. And that is why I am as concerned about this, just on a very personal level. I mean, I'm the father of a son, and he would probably be building the destructive, automatic thing there, and two daughters. And I worry about what is the world that I will be leaving, to them. Yes. I'm worried about where we are as a nation, right now. This is a democracy challenging time within the United States, and this generation cannot fail in its defense of democracy.
So we have to talk about I Am a Voter. Let's talk about I Am a Voter. You and I were talking earlier about sort of different generational differences in the way that we look at voting and the importance of voting. I think that there is no one here who would say that that voting creates issues. I mean, not voting creates issues. I love the work that you're doing. Why don't you tell the audience a little bit more about I Am a Voter and just trends that you're seeing?
So I had a very untraditional background. I started as an attorney, worked as a talent agent, then worked in fashion for a long time, and tech. I came to America, technically, I guess, as a religious refugee from Iran, where I was born. And I was on parental leave when I saw the child separation happen at the border, and you see yourself reflected in other refugees. And I remember when I arrived in New York, despite the journey and how traumatic it was, coming to New York and seeing the bright lights and this how foreign everything felt, the only thing that got me through that was holding my mom's hand and knowing that I'm going to be okay. To see yourself in these families, to know that we took children away from their parents, that we lost children, we orphaned children, we honestly treat luggage better than we treated those children, was horrifying. And I got on a plane, I went to Tornillo, Texas, which is where the first camp was, and I just needed to see it. One of the weirdest things that happens in the media is this narrative that about immigrants, because I've always believed immigrants are the most patriotic people in America. I always was told that America saved my life. We had flags everywhere.
My mother says it all the time. She came here from Jamaica and always says, greatest nation on earth, and has given us the chance to do everything that we've accomplished. Yeah.
And so I'm standing there and I'm looking at this camp, obviously someone who's Jewish, that is traumatic for many reasons. And I just was like, something is broken. We've lost something, to your point earlier. And I didn't know what to do. I just knew that I had all these skills and I was advising all these companies and I had helped build so many brands. And so I started meeting with congressmen and senators and trying to figure out, can I help you with messaging? Something is lost in the messaging. I feel like we can do better. And everyone said we needed higher voter turnout. And I was like, that can't be hard. I mean, we sell 6 mascaras a year to people and make them think their lives are going to change. How many Marvel movies do we launch? How can it be so hard to get people excited about something? And I realized we hadn't put in that effort to bring people into the fold. I feel this way a lot of the times as I engage with DC, right? We don't do a great job of communicating to people in a way that they understand. We use these big acronyms. They don't make sense. We stand up and we share these 10-point policy plans without being like, hey, by the way, that means you pay less for this medication and call this phone number. Doing the work so people feel included in the process, so they understand what is happening for them, that government works for them. We see so much dysfunction. And I think women particularly just feel so discouraged when they feel that dysfunction over and over again. And so I think, just generally need to do a much better job of showing the wins, showing government functioning, bringing people into the conversation. And so I called 20 women that I had worked with in my career. I think some of the best talent agents and entrepreneurs and founders, and we all sat at a table and we really, as ridiculous as this sounds, started to think of ourselves as publicists for voting. You know, how can we change the way people think about civic engagement? Because it really is one of the most powerful acts of resistance, solidarity, patriotism that you can have. And we just hadn't really shown it, I guess, in that way to our generation. And so I always believe to, you know, if you want to inspire people, you need to go where they are. And so we went to hundreds of consumer brands and entertainment brands and sports teams and fashion brands and the CFDA and everyone. And, you know, I sent out this email, and so did NCAA, actually. The talent agency joined as our co-founders. And, you know, I remember sending this email, and I always have this thing where I think, like, no one's coming to my birthday party. So I was like, oh my God, I'm going to email everyone I know and tell them to do this thing, and everyone's going to think I'm crazy. And everyone said yes. They said, and they were like, thank you for asking. No one has ever asked. And everyone showed up. I mean, and you know, we really looked at I'm a Voter as this big community service project where, like, you know, I've done this pro bono for 5 years. You know, everyone was like, what do you have? You have free ad space, give it to me. You have windows, you have store merchandising. Can you give me the bottom of your menu at your restaurant? Bumble, can you push out an app notification? The NBA teams gave us Jumbotrons. I mean, everyone had something to give. And using these brands and these icons that people are inspired by to really elevate, like, what being a voter is, and kept it really nonpartisan. And so for us, it really became about creating these digital tools that we felt could be customizable for brands and talent, anyone on campuses, to participate in a way that felt really fun and exciting and engaging, really inclusive. It's the most rewarding work I've ever done in my life. But it was, I mean, obviously predominantly women that showed up, and continue to show up and offer everything that they have to make this work. And, you know, I think sometimes people feel intimidated by making that leap into this type of work. And I always say, like, we need you, right? Like, people showed up and they were, I'm a graphic designer. Can I help? Yes. I'm an accountant. Can I help? Yes. Everyone can help. And doing what you're good at is so incredibly valuable to the process.
Tell us a little bit more about the reactions of women, or just what women are telling you about reasons why they are not engaged in the process, for those who are not.
Well, you know, we focus a lot on, I would say primarily on young voters and women. And, you know, I think on the Democratic side, you hear, you told us to vote, we voted, we flipped, you know, the House, the Senate, the Oval Office, you know, 90% of us want background checks, you didn't get that done. And that's hard. And I think sometimes it's about explaining that change takes a long time, that, you know, you can't just go to one march and think you're going to get all your rights. Like, you got to keep showing up for your rights and your democracy, that responsibility is handed generation to generation. But I do hear a lot from women, you know, particularly in local elections, because I think that's the, you know, where we see the least participation. And, you know, there's so many women that I have had these very frank conversations with that are, you know, the PTA moms who coach the soccer team and monitor how much TV their kids have and plastic they use, but they don't vote in local elections. And it's so confusing, because I'm like, you're not choosing who the superintendent of your school district is, and the sheriff, and the parks and recreations in your city. I mean, all of these things that actually do impact your child, you're just not participating in. And I don't know that they know that. You know, I think this comes back to the inclusive education around, you know, I always talk to people, like, your politicians work for you. They don't have a job if they're not doing a good job. You're just, you know, this accountability component is, I think, really missing. And by the way, we don't do a really great job of teaching civics. So, I mean, I think that makes sense. But
I mean, that's a really good point, because the reality is, on a day-to-day basis, your life is more impacted by who serves at your local government and your state government than who actually is the president of the United States. Now, it doesn't mean that, you know, I'm not saying that Joe Biden's unimportant. I don't think that at all. I mean, he's obviously vitally important, but who your city council person is, who is your county representative, who serves on your school board, these are all people who are vitally important, as I said, on a day-to-day basis.
One of the things that we've seen in the last several election cycles is that Black women continue to come out in droves. They are the most reliable voters, particularly in the Democratic Party, but also in the Republican Party. Like, we are there, we vote in enormous numbers, but are still the most disenfranchised. So, Eric, from a legal perspective, how is that a barrier? Like, how do we tear that barrier down? How do we change that?
You know, it's interesting because as we have done, I've been the head of the NDRC now since, I guess, January of 2017. And so we do all this whole...
I'm going to interrupt you again. You're doing DC speak, as Mandana would say.
I'm sorry. Head of the national...
I see people smiling. They're saying, what is the NDRC?
Yeah, not to be confused with the NRDC, but no, which is the NDRC is the National Democratic Redistricting Committee, and it was formed, as I said, to deal with the problem of gerrymandering and making a fair redistricting process in 2021. But we've now, if you do that, you have to focus on a whole variety of things. And among the polling things that we've done, the people who are, it's interesting, most persuadable, who were most impacted by the messages that we sent were women. And the ones who were actually persuaded and then acted upon that persuasion were more likely women. And trying to get out young people. Young people in the United States now make up the largest voting bloc in the country. I mean, baby boomers, my generation, we've been superseded in sheer numbers. But we have, that is, baby boomers have more power because we vote in far higher proportions. The key to unlocking, all the polls tell us, our polls unlocking the youth vote is to get young women. Some come up with messages that will impact them because they will listen, they will then act upon the effective message. Guys, hear it, and you'll get some return on that investment, of the message that you have sent, but you get a far greater return impacting women. And so we have tailored a lot of the things that we have done for women, and that kind of brings guys along as well.
I was just going to add, I felt like when we started, we said we wanted to target young voters and women, and they were like, no, they're non-voters. They drew me the circle of non-voters. And I was like, that's not a real thing. You can't just not target people because you've classified them as non-voters. Well, help them vote. And there's this thing where they just say, like, oh, the youth just doesn't care, which, again, it could not be further from the reality. I mean, this is the generation that I actually think cares the most. The way that they understand their purchase power. I think the latest statistic was 87% of young Americans won't buy from a brand that doesn't advocate for their values or goes against something that they believe in. I mean, they understand the power of their dollars very well. And we've seen this in consumer purchases. You've seen this happen with so many massive brands and how young voters have taken away their money from, Adidas to Nike, and showed up for Nike. But we just haven't shown them how that applies in voting. And I think, again, this is more about us changing the narrative and showing the wins, showing the impact of voting, being able to show stories about how much people in politics, right? Like this administration is doing such an incredible job. And I just think we need to bring young voters in. And I think this whole narrative that they don't care is so damaging.
Can I just note also, just one of the biggest issues, again, is disinformation. And the misogyny has been commoditized. There are so many people making money off of misogyny right now. The amount of clickbait that goes in, the amount of, just disinformation across the board, which is really the threat. So yes, people want to be involved, but often the information they're getting is wrong. Often the information they're getting is scary and just, bringing them into, the wrong, perception on how to actually effectuate change. And that is something we all need to educate each other on. I think going back to your point about we don't do a good job on civic education, absolutely. It was one thing I always would tell my son was exactly about local politics. I mean, when we would go out and have a pothole, no offense, but he would say, thanks, Obama, like that. So,
at least he didn't say thanks, Eric Holder.
But making sure he understands.
It was Barack's problem. It was his fault. No.
So that they know, President Obama had nothing to do with the pothole in the ground. So, making sure people understand how those linkages are made, making sure we're talking to, teachers are just, undervalued, underappreciated, underpaid, and making sure that we are supporting them and being able to create citizens across the world, who are able to advocate for their countries, their communities, their families, and themselves.
Thank you. We're going to turn to Q&A. Right here, I'm going to go here, I'm coming around, but we'll start right here with you.
I have a comment and a question, but you may need to talk more directly on the young people's participation in voting. It seems to me that many states actually restrict the voting for students. It is almost impossible to vote on college campuses, right? Yeah. So I had heard, maybe I'm wrong, that you could use an ID from the NRA as voter ID in Texas, yes, but your student ID at one of the state universities was not valid. So could some of you comment on that? Because again, I think they do want to vote. It's just impossible.
It's certainly made, I'm not sure I'd say impossible, but certainly made more difficult. The point that you raise, in fact, is true. In Texas, after the Shelby County case, it's actually Shelby County versus Holder, but it's such a terrible case, we never call it the Holder case. It's the Shelby County case. A lot of the protections of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 were taken away, and photo ID, it was something that was introduced to combat this non-existent voter fraud. And in Texas, yeah, if you showed up with a state-issued photo ID that says you had the ability to carry a weapon, that was fine. That would show your identity. If you showed up with a state-issued photo ID from the University of Texas that said you were a student, that was not fine. And so there is that. And then there are polling places that did exist on college campuses that after the Shelby County case were closed. I talk about North Carolina A&T, largest African-American college, historically black college and university in the nation, was split in half, two different congressional districts. You know, if you were a sophomore and you lived in this dorm, you were in Congressional District 5. You were a junior in this dorm, you were in Congressional District 6. You had to register, re-register, and all those kinds of things. And the young people there, actually a young woman named Love Caesar, came to us at the NDRC, the National Democratic Redistricting Committee, and said, we have been gerrymandered. Our campus is split. And as a result of what she brought to us, we filed a lawsuit in North Carolina and won the case. And as a result, all the kids, and they all vote together. But they are making it more difficult for young people to vote.
Thank you. Right here? Yes.
I'm pretty loud. I'm Robin Muir. I actually live in Texas, so I do feel like I want to mention this because I'm a Democrat in Austin, so I know that doesn't really count. But,
we say that's not really Texas.
are surrounded by Texas and more governed by the state. Cities, authorities are being succumbed. We've seen this for a long time, overtaken by the state, and it was really disturbing that Roe. I actually thought maybe there was a secret agenda to have the Roe decision overturned at the time in which we had enough time to organize and people out to vote, and we just didn't see it. And I'm a voter in Austin, and I will tell you that. First off, we see more and more women at the city council and the mayoral positions, but yet these fundamental rights are being taken away. I've been interested in thoughts about that, but it cannot be overstated that waiting in line to vote is a reality today.
It is a poll tax that very few people can afford to pay.
People won't wait in that line.
Yeah.
They just won't. And so, especially young people, and I think that understanding that you're a voter means waiting in line and to get that vote in, and also, of course, everything else that we've got to stop these laws that are turning away, that are restricting our rights to vote, or the accessibility. But I don't know, Mandana, I'd be interested in your thoughts on how you approach that issue.
I mean,
quickly add in, I'm from the Netherlands, and Netherlands people always have to say, oh, I'm Dutch. Anyway, we know each other enough, but it's family ties. Anyway, so you always connect in the whole world. I want to say that first. Secondly, being here in the United States for about 3 years, I was really amazed that the people wanted to stay in line for hours to vote. My family, we're sitting in front of the television, what's happening here? And I was really surprised. I think that's one of the first things, you have to make it very accessible to vote. So I completely agree with what you're saying there. Vote.
we try as hard as we can to share information about staying in line and what your rights are and making sure people have access to that information, the hotlines to call. I mean, there are a lot of incredible organizations on the ground that are working to fight these voter ID laws that are, and it's going, the unfortunate part is it's just going to take time. Some of it is like, this is the consequence of elections, right? These are the people that were put in, and we had this great conversation with a congresswoman yesterday about, I think, Oregon, and just how much mail-in ballot they have, and how their Secretary of State, I think, is a Republican, but it's this bipartisan, and it's worked fantastic. They have no issues, and they've built this incredible system. I think it's just going to take time for us to put the right people in the positions to make sure that these voting rights are no longer restricted. And in the meantime, it's really up to everyone else to make sure. We volunteer and we show up and we hand waters out and snacks out to people that are staying in line. We send pizzas. We do everything that we can. I don't think that is going to solve the exact problem that you're saying, but I do think making sure that people understand their rights, that once they're in line, they can stay in line and they can vote. Just things like that are always going to be really important.
But it's interesting what you just said, to keep people in line, pizzas and things to drink, things like that. And that's why Georgia puts in place this law that says you can't, it's a felony to give somebody water. When that law was first passed, it's like, well, what is this all about? And then you realize, well, wait a minute. If you close 1,700 polling places, which has happened since the Shelby County case, and the lines get longer, well, you make it so that let's make it as difficult as possible for people to stay in line. And it doesn't mean everybody's going to get off the line, but if you reduce the number of people in line by 1 or 2% in these close elections, that can be election defining, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a hard stop. We are finished. Could I ask for a round of applause for our panelists?
Thank you so much. That was an incredibly informative panel. So thank you all, and thank you for your work. So before everyone begins moving, if you could stay tight, I would so appreciate it. But I promise I bring good news because we have a break. So we will be reconvening here at 11 a.m. and restarting the sessions at 11. So please don't be walking in. As you see, there's sort of only one way in and out. So please be mindful of time. And that session will be combating the global scourge of human trafficking. So please go be merry. We'll see you at 11. appreciate you all making it back in a timely manner. Hope you got hydrated and attended to all your immediate needs. Now it's time for some more discussion. This next block of sessions is going to focus on violence against women and girls. So we're going to start the conversation on combating the global scourge of human trafficking, followed by a panel on breaking the cycle of violence against women. We're going to start with that human trafficking panel. And for context, data actually show that 27.6 million people are currently victims of trafficking worldwide. And of that number, 65% of those victims are women and girls. So this session is going to discuss the challenges and solutions to combat global trafficking, both at a global and local level. So I welcome our panel up now. Saba Gori is Vice President at Vital Voices Global Partnership, and the panelists of that session can also come up right now. Thanks so much. Let's give them a round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you so much for that introduction. It is truly an honor to be here with you all to talk about this horrific problem around the world of trafficking in persons. We know it is one of the most horrific crimes that disproportionately affects women and girls, especially during times of conflict and chaos, such as natural disasters, war, and conflict. I am going to first introduce I'm going to introduce our speakers today, who I'm very honored to be here with. First, we have Helen Gwamfobe, who is the advisor of Nkume Fedfed from Cameroon. We also have with us Cindy Dyer, who is our newly appointed U.S. Ambassador to combat and monitor trafficking in persons. Where we're really going to talk about local-led solutions to address this issue. And we're going to kind of talk about the journey of what happened in Cameroon when Cindy and Helen worked together to push for the passage of an anti-trafficking in persons law in Cameroon. But first, let me provide a little bit more background on who they are. Cindy is the recently confirmed U.S. Ambassador at Large to monitor and combat trafficking in persons. She brings 3 decades of experience working at the local, national, and international levels to prevent and respond to human trafficking, sexual assault, and domestic violence. And she spent 12 of those years here at Vital Voices. So it's wonderful to welcome her back home. We also have with us Helen Gwamfobe, who is the advisor to a local NGO in Cameroon called Nkume Fedfed, although it has now spread to and has offices across Cameroon, the UK, and the US. She's been doing community service for over 25 years, and she was president of the organization from 1999 to 2009. She was instrumental in working with lawmakers and government officials to push for this passage of the child trafficking and slavery law in December of 2005. And the organization is involved in sensitization, in trauma counseling, providing skills training and economic empowerment to women and youth affected by conflict and crisis. But I first going to start off by just kind of asking you both to talk about how you met and how it all started. How did this journey begin?
Well, it's such a pleasure to be here. And when I was at Vital Voices was actually the beneficiary of a grant from the United States Trafficking in Persons Office, where I am now working. And so we have come full circle. And that grant allowed us on the human rights team to work with local women leaders in Cameroon. And so I got connected to Helen, and Vital Voices and Helen's organization in Nkume Fedfed did a training and helped to write a change in the law in Cameroon with Helen's leadership to make trafficking a crime, not just to traffic children, but also traffic adults. And so we met back in about 2010 and have been working, we are able to work together. And so she's such an example of a Vital Voices leader and the change that, that one of our leaders can make.
Thank you. I think my meeting Cindy was through the Vital Voices, my contact with the Vital Voices through the American Embassy in Cameroon. And we've worked closely with Vital Voices from 2007 till present date.
Wow. That's amazing. That's amazing. And can you both talk about some of the tactics that you used to help push for this passage of the law?
Actually, I will start with the child trafficking law. How did we get involved with this? Kumu Fed, as she has explained, is actually a world-spread gender-based organization that deals with empowering the women and young girls, those who are vulnerable and underprivileged cases in our rural communities back home. So during our goals, working on what we are passionate about, we got involved with the International Labour Organization, which made us to know through their baseline studies that the area where we come from, the community where we come from, the Northwest region, was the main source and transit zone for child trafficking and labor. And we took upon ourselves to fight against that because it was a phenomenon that was new to us. We knew that our children were, there's poverty. We come from a real rural community in the Northwest region where our headquarters is found. So we now decided to fight against this. And we started by doing some community awareness, creating awareness by going to those hinterlands, to the churches, to women's groups, where we started now sensitizing them about this bad phenomenon that was taking place because everybody in the country came to this region to get girls, boys, to do domestic servitude, to work as sex slaves, and then some of them now were used, exploited, and dumped back to their communities. And because of poverty, they had no choice because they were going out to look for green pastures. So with the help of the International Labour Organization, because we were supported with this initiative by the American Embassy in my country and the International Labour Organization. So we identified through this creating of awareness, public creation of awareness, we got to identify cases that had actually been exploited and they were back home doing nothing. Some of them came back home with unwanted pregnancies and because of poverty. So when we identified these cases, we saw a need to construct a shelter center in our headquarters, which we did with the help of the American Embassy. And it's through that help with the American Embassy that I got to Vital Voices. Because the first time Vital Voices came to Africa to inaugurate or to start up the African chapter of Vital Voices in Cape Town, that is where I was invited by the American Embassy to go for that training, for that event. And there, when we talked about the activities that we were doing, they got involved with the activities that they were doing. They knew we were the first NGO to start the fight against trafficking in my country. So they decided to partner with us, the Vital Voices. So we worked closely with the Vital Voices at that time, and I was invited many times. Then I was the leader, the president of the organization. I was invited to many of their programs in South Africa where we had training on how to handle trafficking cases. I remember very well it was with Melissa Speber. And the first time I went for that inauguration ceremony, that's where I met Alice Nelson. And from then, we have worked with them throughout. So in 2005 now, through our advocacy and lobbying in Parliament, with some of these children that we were rehabilitating in our shelter center, we had the means to be able to pass a law with our influence in Cameroon to fight against child trafficking, which was mainly to protect the children and then the labor ages, because it now identified the ages where children could do certain work and not be exploited. But unfortunately, we were fine at that time with that law, but unfortunately, it didn't really satisfy what we wanted because the traffickers went hitch-free. They were not prosecuted. So trafficking continued in the background. So through the help, again, of the Vital Voices, with the trainings that we had gone through, they now came up when they had these grants, as Cindy explained, to work on the judiciary cases, the prosecution phase. They now had to work with Kumu Fed to be able to expand that law of 2005 on child trafficking to include trafficking in persons, which now included the adults. So now they came up with the prosecution phase of it, expanded that same law to include now the adults, and now the crime, it was now seen as a crime to be prosecuted. And through that, that is how we have been working till date.
That's such an amazing story of how that happened. And I think the audience would really love to also hear about the Justice Institutes. I want to talk a little bit about that, because we know that in these situations of gender-based violence and trafficking in persons, it is often so difficult to talk about these issues. There's a lot of shame, there's a lot of stigma, and we know that the most marginalized people, often women and girls, are most affected. And what we need are different sectors working together: government, civil society, judiciary. So talk to us a little bit about the Justice Institutes, Cindy, and what that program was about.
Well, Vital Voices recognized that in Cameroon, the government was working with Helen and other women leaders for protecting victims and helping to prevent it, but they were not working with their women leaders to investigate and prosecute cases or really partnering them. And so Vital Voices developed a Justice Institute to bring these sectors together, government and the NGO women leaders, to come together. And it was really through that partnership that Nkumu Fed and Vital Voices were able to get Cameroon to improve their law by passing a new law, and also to work together to be sure that victims of trafficking received justice, hence the name Justice Institute. And so that was something that really, and I think that's part of the Vital Voices model. It's not just a one-time utilize your women leaders to make sure that children have services. No, we need to use them in every stage of the trafficking process: prevention, prosecution, protection, and partnership ongoing. And so I think that was our model with the Justice Institute, and Helen is such a perfect example of the benefit that you get when you really work closely with your women leaders.
Thank you, Cindy. And Helen, what are you seeing now as some of the current gaps in implementation of this law? And would you say that also the work has still continued, with the task forces and all of that you mentioned?
Yeah, the work is still continuing, because the task forces that Cindy and her team came to train, especially the one in the Northwest region where we come from, our headquarters is, it is the only vibrant task force that is there, and they are doing a lot because the stakeholders in the TIP, in trafficking in persons, they are all in the platform of that task forces. And they do a lot to follow up with the prosecution. And Kumu Fed, our PG now, our President General now, is the secretary of that task force. And they've been doing a lot to help in the prosecution of the law. But let me state one thing here. Talking about the gap in the law, the thing is, the tactics, as I said, was the voice of Vital Voices, because they amplified their voices to make the government decide now to work back on that law, to go back on that law and expand it. And now, working, they know that Kumu Fed were like a watchdog. Kumu Fed, yes, in the whole process, because they know we work with the Vital Voices and the American Embassy in my country. So the thing is that the gap in the law is, it talks about prosecution a lot about the crime, but doesn't give a lot of room for the prevention, the protection, that's the responses, and the partnership, as she says. So there is that gap, but that gap has strengthened the work of the civil society organizations to which we are part of, to strengthen also our prevention, protection, and partnership measures, because it has given us an opportunity to work with other partners, because usually we design projects that help us to take care of these cases. Because I would like you to know that currently in Cameroon, there is a civil crisis, a socio-political crisis that is taking place. And that region in the Northwest is hard hit, because that is where the conflict actually is. And we have now cases of gender-based violence and trafficking on the rise. So there's a lot of chaos as far as implementing the law is concerned.
Yeah.
But because of that task force that is there, and the fact that Komofefed is part of this task force, we are now the current and maybe only NGO that actually goes to the field with these identified cases of gender-based violence that we have. We now withdraw them and train them in vocational service skills and doing some coaching on entrepreneurial business, little small businesses, and at the end we give them support to the starters to be able to survive. That is, we give the victims, we transform them to survivors. And thanks to our training from the Vital Voices, because it has empowered us a lot in our activities as a civil society organization. And the one thing I want to say here is that we are still working on it, and we hope that this law again may be revised one day with the influence of what is happening now. We're hoping that one day, of course, the civil crisis may come to an end, but right now, we are really still struggling. But I'd like you to know that even with that, with the work that Komofefed is doing, Komofefed has a mandate every year of withdrawing identified cases of gender-based violence and trafficking and rehabilitating them and reinstating them back into their society. And just through the steps that I mentioned. And we are really doing a great job as far as that is concerned, because recently, you would like to know that Komofefed, myself, and our President General will be on a Vital Voices program, Voices Against Violence. And it really empowered us a lot, helped us to improve on our platform of strengthening our referral paths for reporting cases of gender-based violence and trafficking. And we are still hoping that at the end of it all, because we are still in the process of waiting for a sub-grant that will help us also to carry out some of the activities. And we have a project going right now with the European Union, which is helping us to recuperate some of these cases, to rehabilitate them in our center.
Wow. You know, Helen, just hearing you talk about all of these efforts, you've talked about prevention, you've talked about protection, you've talked about prosecution. You've also mentioned some of these programs like the Voices Against Violence Initiative, which is a public-private partnership between Vital Voices, the Department of State, and Avon. Again, a program that has 3 different sectors of society working together, because the only way this will work is if we all work together to combat this horrific, horrific problem. Cindy, now I would love for you to talk a little bit about, I know we have to wrap up, but last question, about your office's mission with the 4 Ps, protection, prevention, prosecution, and partnership, and how this was a great model of that, working together. How can that be replicated? What needs to take place for this model to be used elsewhere around the world?
Well, actually, you bring up such a good point, and building on what Helen had said, this is a perfect example of, Vital Voices partnered with Helen to engage in not only the prevention, protection, prevention and partnership, but also then Helen turns around, and you hear it in the way she talks, and reinvests that into empowering survivors. And that's the critical piece of the partnership that needs to be added. To your point, it's not just partnership with NGO and government and women leaders, but it's also with the survivors, those with lived experience. Their value, their expertise needs to be included. And this is such a perfect example, and exactly what Helen has done. Turn around, reinvest what Vital Voices invested in her. She is reinvesting in survivor advocates so that their voice comes to the table. That is really bringing it full circle. And then we become truly trauma-informed, victim-centered. And so it's that full circle. And so really building off of what Helen said, it's a perfect example.
Thank you so much, Cindy and Helen. Do we have time for... Okay. Well, I thought we might have... I'm getting no's. I thought we might have some time for questions and answers, but I hope that you all were able to kind of see this example of an ideal program that works when you have civil society, governments, survivors working together to make change. And at the center and core is women leaders and their voices. So thank you so much for being with us today.
Thanks so much to this panel. There's never enough time, but connect with them online so we can keep the conversation going. Our next panel is Breaking the Cycle of Violence Against Women. This is needed and necessary. Data shows us that 1/3 of women worldwide are victims or survivors of gender-based violence. And this figure doesn't even touch on the magnitude of the issue and problem. So this session, we're going to dive into the different facets of gender-based violence and discuss concrete solutions to fight it, because here we're not just about talking about how bad things are, but also what we can do to fix it. So I want to welcome on stage Stephanie Foster, author, entrepreneur, activist, as well as the panelists of her session. I will note, if we do Q&A, please make sure you have a mic so our online audience can hear and participate as well. Let's give our panel a round of applause.
Great. Good morning to all of you, and thank you for coming, all of you here in this very overflowing space, and all of you online. Really happy to be here today to moderate this panel about a very critical topic, which we just mentioned, about gender-based violence. The statistics are alarming, but we want to focus this panel's discussion on things that are working and what we see as needs going forward and how we can address them. But to recap, gender-based violence occurs everywhere, in the home, on the streets, at the workplace, and it obviously is something that is very prevalent. Just a few statistics: about 1 in 3 women worldwide report that they've been the subject of gender-based violence. It's obviously a human rights violation, something that is really instrumental in holding women back from full participation in all of the other sectors that we're talking about today. One other thing, it has a tremendous economic cost on communities, on businesses, huge loss in productivity globally. In the U.S., the statistics are that we probably lose $1.8 billion in productivity every year, based on work losses, people not being able to come to the office, not being able to focus. So I think we need to really think about this problem in its entirety. The good news, and I'm going to introduce our panelists first and then go into some questions, is that there are things that we can do, and we want to really help you be part of that conversation. And when you leave here, take action and connect with each other to really make sure we're moving forward to address this problem. So I will introduce our speakers and then start the questions. First, we have Marina Piskakova-Parker, who's here at Vital Voices. I've known her for many years. She's been an original Vital Voice. She is the senior director on gender-based violence and does a lot of work here on other issues as well. And Marina started the first domestic violence hotline in Russia in 1993, or even before that. So she's worked on this issue for a long time. Then we have District Attorney Mimi Rocha, who is the District Attorney in Westchester County, New York, which is, as many of you know, right outside the city. She was a federal prosecutor for 17 years before that, and was an MSNBC correspondent analyst for 3 years. She ran for her office to become district attorney, yay, and she was able to unseat or to take, to really move forward when people were telling her to wait her turn. So we want to give her kudos for all of her work running for office and stepping forward. And our third panelist is Olivelu Ramasetti. Dr. Ramasetti works at Oxfam US. She is the Chief Gender Justice and Inclusion Officer there and runs that portfolio. She's worked in this arena for many years and is really going to talk to us about what Oxfam and other NGOs are doing, and international NGOs, to address violence against women, gender-based violence more broadly, so that we understand, again, what works and what we can replicate in other places around the globe. So with that, I am going to start with my first question to Marina. We talk a lot about the issue of gender-based violence and domestic violence. And embedded in that conversation is a lot around cultural and gender norms. So I'm wondering if you can talk about that, how we address those cultural and gender norms, how we think about naming the problem, how we really break open the conversation so that this is something that people put on the policy agenda and also really to address issues for people.
Thank you, Stephanie. In my work with violence against women and gender-based violence, I've learned things as I was going, because when I started the helpline, I was only trained as a counselor how to help, but not on advocacy, not on really how to change cultural norms. But my motivation to start came from talking to abused women. And when one of them came to me after her husband beaten her, and it was just like a woman-to-woman help. It was not really anything institutional at that time. So I see the crime, I see the woman suffering in blood. I called police, I called social services, I called hospitals, and everywhere I've heard one phrase, it's a private matter, we do not intervene. And it's been 30 years ago. Now, what do we have now? We have a full cycle in many ways. And it is embedded in culture in sense of, for example, recently with Vital Voices, we were preparing a training for some countries in South America. And one woman said, well, we have this proverb, don't bring a garbage out of your house. And that's exactly the saying and proverb we have in Russia. So what's happening basically is that there is some kind of a so-called privacy or private matter that doesn't allow to speak about violence that is committed in intimate relationship behind the doors, but the same thing, the same stigma, the same shame and blame we see with sexualized violence. So it is an obstacle not only to effective implementation of existing legislation or passing legislation, it's also an obstacle for survivors seeking help, because it still directly or indirectly puts a blame on them. Now, I've been thinking a lot why. I've been working I gave 30 years of my life to this. Why we still have it? Why we still, go around and why women get raped, beaten. Why do we have it? And what else can we do? And I was thinking, for example, when we talk about domestic violence, in our advocacy campaign, we would say something like 14,000 women are suffering from domestic violence. And it sounds like they're suffering by themselves. We don't name who actually does it. We make it too vague when we talk about crimes against women and other genders. We need to be more direct. And I think, when we talk about violence, we need to say who does it instead of saying that women suffer by themselves. And I know it will be maybe not easy to hear, because, we had this campaign, I'm not afraid to say, in Russia and Ukraine, where women started talking about sexualized violence they experienced. And it was very hard because the level of hate from some men was really very high, blaming survivors and victims. And I think it takes two things. I think it takes a responsibility, open responsibility from men on the planet to recognize that a lot of them commit that, not all of them. And there are groups that work with us, like Men Engage Global, like Equimunda. These are partners that recognize it and work with us on prevention of violence. But I think admitting and accepting that it's happening, it's really important now. And the second thing is really speak more openly, more directly, and not only in each community, but also at the global level.
Thank you. We'll come back and have some more conversation about this very important topic about breaking open the sort of the private sphere or the privacy argument. So I hope we get to talk a little bit more about that. But I'm going to turn to Mimi and really shift our focus a little bit, or maybe it's a continuum, to talk about legal and policy frameworks. And I know, obviously, you have been involved as a prosecutor and now as district attorney, and you do a lot of work on gender-based violence issues and anti-trafficking issues. So I'm wondering if you can talk about what you've seen that's worked and what you see that's changed at all in terms of the way that the legal system and the policy framework addresses gender-based violence, domestic violence, to give a sense of kind of where we're going with that.
Sure. So I'm definitely going to pick up because it is a continuum, right? So Marina was talking about basically believing victims. I mean, that's really what we're talking about. And I will tell you that from a legal standpoint as a prosecutor, often in gender-based violence, gender-based crimes, the evidence is the victim statement, and that's it, right? There's not a video camera in the room necessarily. There's not another witness often, right? That's the definition often of sexual-based violence. So as prosecutors, we need to view the statement from the victim, from the survivor, as evidence. It's not just a statement. It's evidence that we could bring into court. And so that's something that I think us as prosecutors, law enforcement, training police officers to understand that is critically important, and judges who have to accept the evidence. So that's one sort of big legal issue. There are laws on the books in New York State, which is one of the most thought of as one of the most progressive, meaning innovative, forward-thinking, states in the country. This isn't criminalized at the federal level, so this is up to each individual state, right? Rape, domestic violence, sexual assault, those are not federal crimes. I was a federal prosecutor for many years. It's very, very rare for those to have federal jurisdiction. So it's left up to 50 different states. In New York, which people think of as this, bastion of progressive and innovative, there are laws on the books that are based in the 1800s common law, like the prompt outcry law, which says that if you don't promptly outcry about the sexual assault you just had, promptly, which is kind of vague, okay, which is based in common law from 1800, then it doesn't come into court. What? I mean, you don't have to be a lawyer to understand that that is just archaic, and there are people trying to change that, but there is resistance to it. There's a law called voluntary intoxication. So if someone drugs me and or puts something in my drink and I'm intoxicated and they sexually assault me, I can't consent. That the law has made advances there. But if I have my own drinks and get drunk voluntarily, then I am capable of consent, even if I'm really not. And so the law does not negate consent, even though I may be just as drunk as if someone else did it to me, but they're blaming the victim there, right? I got drunk, so it's my fault. And again, there are people out in New York trying to change that, and there are people resisting that, including people who have said to me, well, but what's going to stop a woman from having sex and then regretting it the next day? And, saying, getting drunk, having sex, and saying I was raped. That's what we're dealing with, right, in terms of the laws, in terms of the culture. But we have made improvement. And I'll go back to the domestic violence situation to wrap this up and give you some hope of some of the improvement. Again, in New York and in many states, domestic violence very much is and was thought of as a private problem. New York enacted a mandatory arrest law in, I believe it was 1997, around that time, where the police had to make an arrest, right? Because it's often a he said, she said, and very often the he said dominated that conversation, and the police would not arrest, especially if the woman in front of her abuser, and it's most, I'm generalizing, but it is more commonly women, if the woman said, oh, no, everything's fine, because of course that's what they're going to say in front of the male abuser. So New York enacted a mandatory arrest law. I don't know if you heard about the case of Gabby Petito. It was, a case that gained nationwide attention because police had an encounter with her and her boyfriend in Utah where there were allegations of domestic abuse. They did not make an arrest. In Utah, it is very, very limited, the must arrest. So the police did not have to arrest. They had lots of discretion there unless there were signs of serious physical injury, which there wasn't. She had something on her face, but not serious physical injuries. So they didn't have to arrest. As we all know, she later ended up being murdered by her boyfriend. Had she been in New York or Colorado, which was only a few miles away, they would have had to make an arrest of both of them. And therefore, because there were cross allegations, she might still be alive today. So that is the power of what a law like that and training of law enforcement can do.
Great, thank you. I'm going to come back in a minute after we talk about international NGOs to ask you a little bit about your interactions with civil society as part of your job, so just be warned. But I want to turn to Aluvelu and ask really to give us the third, I think, part of this conversation is around advocacy. And obviously Oxfam is a global organization and works on these issues everywhere. So if you could talk to us about what you've seen from the Oxfam perspective that has worked, advocacy perspectives, tactics, to really push forward so that we can address the issues that we're talking about today.
Thank you so much. First of all, congratulations for having this forum in United States, and thank you for the privilege of being with you. I go by the pronouns she and her, and Oxfam is an international NGO, humanitarian and development. As many of you know, it's like several other NGOs, sister INGOs, and we work on eliminating gender-based violence, women's leadership, transformative leadership for women's rights, and unpaid, underpaid care. And in all the programs and advocacy that Oxfam does, almost around 60% of our programs are around ending gender-based violence. And also we have a campaign in 34 countries around ending gender-based violence. And in US too, in Puerto Rico, Louisiana, and Mississippi, we have this. And our approach is mainly partner-led, partner-centric. So it's very critical to locate the issue within the context. So that's very crucial. Because as an INGO, the work is more effective if we connect, amplify, and advocate. So we are not here in the context. So that's what really worked. And whenever we say gender-based violence, as all of you know, it's different forms of violence: psychological, social, personal, economic, different forms of violence. And also, like my co-panelist is just saying, the culture is so critical. When we say norms, like how a woman is dressed up, this is the reason for violence. So that's stated. We did a lot of research with our partners in different countries. Romantic love is again considered as a big root cause for violence. So then what is it that we would like to address? Do we want to address harmful social norms, or would we like to address the structural issue of normalizing violence? There's a huge culture of silence around gender-based violence. So as INGOs, our critical role is being a facilitator and enabler. And as Oxfam, what we have seen is that long-term and partner-centric approaches with gender transformative strategies is very helpful. Like we build our work around 4 pillars. And the first one is strengthen the community base. That is awareness generation. Like we have our work in Bolivia with Atua. It's a campaign where we generated online awareness, and working with youth is also very critical. As well as in India, there is Bani Naye Soch. That's 3.5 million community or reached through online. And also sometimes it's trainings and coordination. The second critical pillar in this kind of work is working with the women's rights organizations, feminist networks, and coalitions. And that's very critical because they are the leaders of their own choice, their own context. They decide what suits, what are the issues. We are not there to tell them. So a lot of work that we did in Dominican Republic as well as Bolivia is around this. I'm just giving certain examples in the interest of the time, but you can always reach out to me if you need more information. And the third pillar is policies and practices. How can we create institutionalized systems that are survivor-centric justice systems, and also how can we help those who are implementing the laws to be successful? So, like in different countries, we are working with the ministry, interior ministries, Ministry of Health, Justice, educating them, generating awareness. Dominican Republic, Bolivia, and in Mexico, as well as in India and other countries. And at the same time, at the community level, how do we work? How do we work with the community leaders to be more successful in implementing this in Malawi, Sri Lanka, Nepal, different areas? What we see is working with the youth-led is very effective because there is a generational change that they're bringing, challenging, and also they're driving more and more change towards this. So those are certain approaches that I see, not only Oxfam, even others are engaging in addressing gender-based violence.
Great. Thank you. I think building on that, I want to turn to Mimi and then Marina and Alevelu as well, but I start with Mimi. The thing that about all the things we're talking about at this conference, but in general, is the importance of advocates, government, the corporate sector, the media, all working together to really drive change. And I think that's such an important thing. And I know the panel before there was with Ambassador Dyer, that was part of the conversation that we heard. And so I'm going to ask each of you to talk a little bit about how you see that, interactions with civil society or the corporate sector or, other sort of community-based groups or the media. What do you see as something that you think would be helpful to highlight in terms of how groups and important sectors and important institutions work together? So I'm going to start with you and then go to Marina and then Alevelu.
It's so important, and it's really interesting for me to sit here as a law enforcement government person to hear partners on the NGO side talking about it from their perspective. I have been part of a regional in my area, a human trafficking task force, for example, that brought together police officers, federal agents, prosecutors, victim service providers who work with people who are actually suffering from domestic violence, sorry, I phrased it the bad way, suffering from, who are being victimized. And it's so important because those people would not necessarily sit in a room together. So you would not necessarily have the local police chief sitting in a room with someone who that day met with someone who is trying to get, extricated from a domestic violence situation. Having them in the room together, having that connection is so critically important. First of all, because when they have a case of someone who needs help, they know who to call, right? They actually have a human being to call. And those human personal connections I have found in my over 20 years now of law enforcement to be indispensable. But it's also critical because it brings a perspective that the other one doesn't have. So the person working with the victim may not trust law enforcement. And a lot of victims don't trust law enforcement, especially people in the United States who are from immigrant communities, and they may not have legal status or they may not speak English. And so there are a lot of barriers to them coming forward and trusting law enforcement. But if the person they do trust now, the person who's getting them a shelter and, a place for their kid to go to school while they're escaping their situation, says, oh, I know the police chief. He's a great guy. I've talked to him or her, and I can reach out to them. And we should talk to them because you don't want to just get out of it. We want that person to be held accountable. That's important too. And all of a sudden, you have a connection that you didn't have before. Likewise, for law enforcement, to have the perspective of someone who is working with a victim to say, you know what, they didn't tell me this happened, right? Back to my example of the prompt outcry. They didn't tell me this the first 3 times we met. It took several meetings for her to come forward and tell me about the rape part of it. Why? Because she suppressed it. Why? Because it was traumatic. That's how trauma works. So, let me educate you, law enforcement, about how trauma affects people's ability to remember things, ability to come forward. So those connections are so, so important. And the last thing I'll say is, I actually became a prosecutor because my own mother was a victim of a violent rape in 1950, and it was not treated like a real crime then. It is now, but it's pretty much a modern development, even in the United States, that it is treated like a, quote, real crime. And the way to change that, the way to keep that moving forward, because it's still a problem now, is to have people who work with victims, first of all, talking to legislators, talking to law enforcement, and also running for office and being in these positions where we can do something about it.
Very inspiring to hear it. I've been thinking as I'm listening also to my colleagues here on the panel and thinking about all I know about gender-based violence. I think what we are doing, there is so much of it that we are focusing on responding. And we are focusing so much on trying to help now and here to whoever we can help. And there is a prevention element that we do try to implement in different advocacy campaigns. But I guess it's just not enough what's happening. And we are working a lot with women with so-called public opinion, changing societal. But again, we need to work more individually. And I think, for example, working with men and boys, there are some great programs that exist. Working with men and boys on transforming actually what is called masculinity norms would be very helpful. And it is already on the agenda in many places, like care work. We all know that care, domestic household work division, things like that, they are already on the agenda even at the United Nations. But I think it is important for every community to have this honest look why it's happening and start working on nonviolent communication. Not encouraging boys to fight, but encouraging boys to care the way girls are actually brought up. And it is transforming. It's not even about a culture. It's really about norms. And another thing is what I see around the globe, and I think it is a dangerous thread or trend that's happening. The conversation about traditional values. Because a lot of conversations around traditional values, they are substitution of actually tradition with normalizing violence or normalizing control over women in many, many parts of the world. And that's why we have a backlash on women's rights. That's why we have attacks on gender issues. So I think advocacy, and not just advocacy, but really communicating with one another, communicating in a different way. Yes, work with young people is critical, But it also, I believe that nobody is hopeless. And I saw, for example, men who come to involved fathers groups in Russia, how it would transform them, because they didn't have a chance to think about their role as a father before they came to a group. So transition and transformation is possible. We just need to do more of that, I think.
Well, thank you. And I'm going to give the last word. We're being told we have a minute left. So in a minute, give us a sense of how you see working across sectors with other people who are interested in the issue.
Okay, I'll make it very short. I think there are no single issue struggles here. We cannot just handle gender-based violence in itself. It is linked to the economy, economic status. It's linked to the leadership, voice, and agency, addressing issues at the structural level. That's number one. And second is a multisectoral approach. If we are only dealing with gender-based violence, let us also look at what are the other root causes that's causing this, because it's not just about women. It's about women, trans women. It's about gender non-binary, LGBTQI, and also all those who are powerless and marginalized. So how can we do the transformative change is important. And there are different forms of violence that is emerging now, like the digital, cyber. So how do we address? I think it's best addressed when we are supporting the women's rights organizations, coalitions, networks, civil society organizations who are in the context, as we support them, handhold them through advocacy, research, and fundraising. Thank you.
Well, I hope you'll join me. I found listening to the panelists so inspirational in terms of really helping me think about next steps and what I can do differently. Everything from how I talk about the issue to things that I can advocate for in my daily life. So please join me in giving them a round of applause, and thank you so much.
Thank you again for our panel. Now, as you'll remember, the theme for today is time to connect. Can we say that together? Time to connect. Oh, a little all over the place. Let's try one more time. Time to connect. That's right. I hope you've been connecting with people. If you haven't, I won't shame you yet, but you should make friends with some strangers. So in this next session, we're going to be exploring the intersection between two themes of today's event, peace and health, by discussing the health needs of women affected by conflict and displacement. Now, we know in conflict, women often lack access to resources like healthcare, including water, sanitation, and hygiene. In DC, we like our acronyms. Some call this WASH, as well as mental, maternity, and sexual and reproductive health care. So how exactly can the international community take on these challenges? Well, that's a question this panel hopes to start answering. So I'm going to welcome to stage Francesca Donner, founder of Front Page News, and the panelists of her session. Please join me in welcoming them.
Hello, everybody. I have a little bit of a confession, and I don't normally start my panels with a confession, but I know we're not supposed to feel it anymore, but I have tremendous imposter syndrome today. My panelists are amazing individuals, people who have fled their homes, have done extraordinary things despite everything working against them. And I really wish I wasn't on the stage. I wish that I could just put them in these chairs and have them discuss together everything that's gone on in their lives. But nevertheless, I do have to ask them some questions. So we are here to talk about displaced people. We're here to talk about refugees. Over the past 10 years, the global refugee crisis, as you know, has more than doubled. Last year, the UN announced we had surpassed 100 million displaced people, which amounts to about 1.2% of the world's population. Those are absolutely staggering numbers. But this problem is not going away. We've got climate. There's wars, economic endangerment, all sorts of issues that force people to leave their homes, not by choice, but because there's no other option. And of course, when people leave their homes, we want to get the basics right. There should be food, and clothing, and shelter. There needs to be safety as far as we can assure that. But those are just the basics. There are so many other issues layered in that tee up to mental well-being. How do you feel about yourself? Where is your pride gone? Who are you in this crisis that has forced you to make a decision that you never wanted to make? And I think at the end of the day, when we think about refugees, we can't look at it as a number. We look at it as individuals. Every single one is a person who made a choice that they didn't want to make. It wasn't even a choice in most instances. And so understanding that, we're going to talk to these three extraordinary women. And I'm going to ask them to tell some stories. This is a panel about stories. It's a panel about people. It is not a panel about numbers, even though we start with a number as a starting point. So I would like to welcome my first amazing woman, Ruba Maisan. She's behind me on the screen. She's calling in. Thank you so much for being here. She's an economist. She's an activist. She has worked with refugees for many, many years. And welcome to this panel. I hope you can see the room. I don't know if you can see the room, but it's filled with amazing women who are supporting the work that you do. So you are a Syrian Lebanese. You have been doing this work for many, many years, and I feel like you've seen it all. But I want to actually begin with last month's earthquake, because it's something that we can all remember in our very recent memory. And while the earthquake itself may have been unpreventable, perhaps an act of God, the fallout is really magnified by years of war and government incompetence and poor infrastructure and tyrannical leadership. And I was hoping we could just begin there with that brief question. Can you talk us through some of those issues?
Now, or are you going to present everyone else? Sorry. Okay.
No. You're up on your own. Forgive me. I should have explained. We're going to talk to Ruba for about 10 minutes, and then we're going to bring on the other panelists. So it's just you and me right now.
Arrangement. Okay. So thank you very much, and I'm sorry for not being able to be there. It's an issue of passports and visas and privilege. So it's, but I'm very, very honored to be able to join you online. Francesca, the earthquake. It was the cherry on top, I would say, for Syria and Syrians after so many years of war, displacement, terrible infrastructure of healthcare systems, of homes, of families. And it was really just the thing that this population didn't need, whether we're talking about Syrian refugees who are already displaced in Turkey, or those who were inside Syria who are initially internally displaced and now yet again displaced by the earthquake. I was a survivor of the earthquake myself. It was daunting, traumatizing. I'm one of the privileged ones whose building is still standing, who only distant friends or relatives were directly affected by death. But I could tell you that it was a very traumatic incident, and one that definitely will have long repercussions over a long number of years for the populations that were affected.
Sorry about that. I wonder if you can sort of paint the picture a little bit further, because I think a lot about kind of the human attention span. And at the beginning, of course, all the reporters, well, those who can get there, do their best to get there. The cameras are turned on. We see the days of crisis. Then we kind of hear the somewhat celebratory stories of, babies being born in the rubble and survivors being pulled out. Awful though it is, it's sort of a slightly better take on what's just happened, and then the cameras get turned off. And I wonder if you can fill in those gaps of what's happening now on the ground, because of course it's not all disappeared, it's not all wrapped up and solved.
So the issue is that, as you said, buildings fell off, and there was a huge outcry by everyone, and this got us a lot of support at the beginning, of emergency support like blankets, food baskets, and the initial needs. But actually, the loss that we experienced is going to be a loss that will manifest itself more and more over time, because we're not talking here about only a building that fell. We're talking here about a whole social fabric, a whole community, a local economy, neighborhood ties that were formed that took 10 or 12 years to form between the refugee and those who are in the neighborhood. We're talking about children who were profoundly impacted. We're talking about people who were already in survival mode, experiencing massive loss of lives. losing loved ones, losing homes, losing jobs, losing the sentiment of belonging, even in whether we're talking about inside Syria or about Turkey. Today we have a huge amount of kids who were heavily impacted by the earthquake. We have 850,000 displaced kids, and we have 3.7 million children in general, Syrian children, who were impacted by the earthquake, on top of everything else they have been experiencing over the past years. You have tens of thousands of kids who have lost at least one of their family members, and you have a huge number. If you go to hospitals, it's insane, because there's so many life-changing amputations for these kids who have lost limbs, plus became orphans or are sole survivors in their families. So, and I think, since we're talking about women, I think women will bear the brunt of all of this loss, because either they are the only survivors in their family, or they are the ones who will carry the burden of caring for the children, caring for the family, caring for the community. And this is on top of everything they have been already doing post-war for the past 12 years.
Totally. And I think, one of the things is just sort of recognizing, for those who have been so terribly injured and lost, hands or feet, I mean, children, that journey to healing is just beginning, and it's just traumatizing. We've also talked a little bit about trauma, of course, those who've experienced it right in the thick of it, but also those who were not expressly there, who are also experiencing trauma. And I thought that was quite an interesting point you had made with me the other day. You want to talk about that?
I just want to say sorry if you can hear my kid's screen time. It's because it's bedtime, and he's very happy I'm on a panel because he can enjoy a little bit of screen time. So.
We love children. We accept them with open. There's a no judgment zone. You know that.
So basically, yeah. I mean, there is trauma, and then there's survival guilt, and then there is communal trauma. Survival guilt is something that I, as a Syrian, have been grappling with for 12 years, and now even more, because you start asking yourself, why did I survive and others died? It's unjust that they died, and it's unjust that I survived. And you carry this feeling with you every day, and this becomes a part of your memory and a part of your life. And I know that for sure Syrians around the world have experienced trauma as if they have been in the earthquake, just by being on social media. Social media brought us so much closer together, because they were watching day and night people being pulled out of the rubble, remembering, because it also it also awakens some of their own trauma. It awakens some of their own feelings of being under the rubble because they were being shelled, or having to flee their homes once or twice or three times because of the war, and now they have to do it all over again. It's the little things that you start thinking, why do I have these blessings and others don't? Or even, if you are a diasporic Syrian, and even those who are living there, start saying, I don't have the right to be traumatized, because some people are even more traumatized than I am. And all of that takes a toll on your mental health, and all of that constitutes layers and layers of things that will take years and years of unpacking. Because here we're not, it's the little thing, Francesca, you said about stories. And one of my friends who went through the earthquake and lost her home and her whole family, she lost more than 37 members of her family. She wrote a status on Facebook, and I was, very touched to see it. She said one of the feminist organizations was distributing hair bands after the earthquake. And she said, I was so grateful for them because I hadn't tied my hair in 3 weeks. So imagine just the little things, even the most smallest things can have a toll on you. It's all of the things that we live and we take for granted. So I think we just need structural support on all levels, because mental health is not separate from, physical health, and mental health and physical health can be separated from food, or from the need for shelter, or from the need to education. All of these things are highly interconnected. And this is why in our work at SAWA and in my activism, I always push for a more holistic approach to dealing with refugees, with anyone who's a vulnerable community, because it's about striking that balance of having all of these things at the same time.
I'm so glad you mentioned the little things, because they're some of the biggest things when taken together. And I think so much about displaced people who have to leave behind all those everyday possessions, whether it's a hairband or a favorite book or a picture or a photograph, whatever it is, all those small things add up.
I'm just saying, imagine it's the third or fourth time you have to leave everything.
Exactly, and those small things add up to an entire lifetime. And I think in the sort of entire crisis as a whole, we sort of lose sight of some of those tiny things that make you who you are and give you that humanity of being a person, and those things matter. So I want to end on, I don't want to let you go, but I have to move on to the next section. But I do want to just ask you this question, because this is something we've all been talking about with my other panelists as well. And that's really this question of how do we humanize this humanitarian crisis, and recognizing that so many people may feel far away from it, but the reality, as you yourself have said, is that we're all part of this ecosystem. So what can we do to humanize a crisis like this?
It's a delicate balance, because I have been talking about this for 12 years, and I realized that people are kind of fed up to hear about refugees. Honestly, they're like, okay, first year, second year, third year, we've shown solidarity to refugees. It's been 12 years now. What now? Even an earthquake, and we have to think about these people again. So I think at one level we have to remind each other and remind everyone that we are humans ultimately. So we all have, some of us have kids, some of us want them to be safe. Some of us want our partners, our loved ones to be safe. We want to have professional advancement. We want to feel heard and seen. So once we remember that we all have the same needs, that would help us to become closer one another. But on the other hand, we also want to remember that it's a structural issue, and we need to push governments. It's great that we can donate $5 and $10 and do all of these things, but we need to, hold those those accountable. The politicians that are happy to pay, our taxpayer money to fund weapons that would destroy cities and make refugees should be held accountable to support these refugees, rather than only counting on the human to human, no matter how important. And last but not least, I always, try to remind everyone that, the world is made of interconnected circles. So if you feel like you're in Washington, D.C., and it's very hard for you to help someone in Turkey or in Syria, although you can donate, but you can even do more than that by just volunteering in your own local community, by just paying it forward wherever you are. Because I believe that if you do that, if each one of us does that in their own community, in their own setting, then the world would be a better place in general. And I always laugh and I tell people, if you want to help, because I remember receiving a call when there were genocides in Aleppo of someone in Iceland telling me, what can I do for the people of Syria? And I just told them, call your mother. If you want to help the people of Syria, just call your mom, say hello, just the little things, because otherwise it's going to all seem too much for us to handle, I think.
Thank you so much. Blessings to you, and thank you for being here with us today. All right, it is time to move on to part 2. I'd like to invite my next 2 panelists to the stage. We have Yusra Mardini, if you'd like to come up, and Olya Kudynenko. Yusra, come on. It's not scary. So Yusra is a refugee from Syria. She is an Olympic swimmer. She is amazing. And she is a UN Goodwill Ambassador and the founder of a foundation and about 100,000 other things. Here she is in the middle. And Olya is the founder of an amazing foundation out of Ukraine. I am going to try this because I'm working on my Ukrainian. It's called Tabletoki.
Almost.
It was not good. I did try. I really did, and I practiced. But okay. So she has started a foundation several years ago, actually working with pediatric cancer patients in Ukraine. Okay. So I said that I really wanted to make this panel about stories and the people that we know and work with. So we are going to begin with your story, Yusra. So I'm going to start actually with the film, The Swimmers, that was made about your life, about your escape from Syria along with your sister. If you haven't seen it, please all write down in your notebooks that you need to watch The Swimmers. It's very important. It tells, among many other things, how you and your sister leapt out of a boat of migrants that was way too heavy to stop the boat from sinking. And if the film is to be believed, it looks like you put a rope around yourself and you literally tied yourself to the boat and you swam for many hours to shore, which is really something that, well, I don't know anyone who could do that apart from you and your sister. It's incredible. It's absolutely,
there really aren't words to describe what you did. And I think about this film because there's a wonderful moment when you finally get to shore and it's not you, it's an actress, but you're touching the land and it feels like, this is the perfect moment for the Hollywood ending. She made it to shore, that's great, thank God she's alive, and now roll the credits. But that's not where the film stops. That is the middle of the film. And in a way, it's really where the journey begins, because being a refugee is not a one-day endeavor. And so I thought we could ask you to share a little bit in your words about your journey. Of course, there's sort of the dramatic Hollywood part of the boat, but there is so much more that happened afterwards. So please, in your own words.
I'm really excited to be here today. I've flown overnight for this, so I'm very excited to be here. The swimmers, we really loved making it. We loved telling the story, and we thought it is very important to share the stories of millions of refugees, not just my story and my sister's story, and that's why we agreed to make a film. And the making of the film, the person who directed the film was a female, and she is half Welsh, half Egyptian, and I think that was something that was very, very important for us. When we told the story, we told them the most important thing for us is to be as authentic as possible, because there is we're advocates, both me and my sister. We want to change something to the better in the world, and this film is out there. A very small part of it is entertainment, but as you can see, it's about a story, it's about the struggle and what we went through, and what refugees still until today go through. It's about portraying the Arabic world in a different way as well. You can see there were some scenes where we're dancing and we're having fun, even though there was a war. We were just teenagers. We didn't really exactly know what a war is until it happened in Syria. But in general, with the boat, I honestly think everyone would have done the same if they had the power to, if they were swimmers. I think when you're put in a moment in your life where it's a life or death matter, you give it your all, and that's exactly what I did. Me and my sister, we were swimmers, and we saw an opportunity where we can help people. We thought, why not? And most of the people on the boat did not know how to swim. So in general, it is a film about so many things you can relate to. You can be a mother, a coach, a sister, and so many other things. So we're really, really happy with the film, and we think that it did put the conversation back on the table of what a refugee is and what should you expect from a refugee, because it seems like everyone thinks a certain way about refugees. We've been talking in the room before about like how many people asked me, "Oh, you come from Syria, how do you speak English?" And we're just talking the same for her. "You come from Ukraine, you knew English in Ukraine?" And I was like, so that is a point where, we're working on changing, yeah.
I mean, I want to think a little bit about sort of, your journey, right? After you got to land, what happened? I want you to talk a little bit about that. But while we talk about that, I really want to sort of layer in this question of how you kept your own humanity and pride intact.
I think I was very young and naive when I did the trip, and that helped a lot, which is because I shut my emotions out. I was talking to you about it, and I told you that I couldn't cry. Like the whole trip, it was so hard for me. I was treated like a criminal at the age of 17. I didn't know why am I leaving my country. I knew obviously it's because of war and it's because of what happened, but I was like, what did I do to deserve doing this trip and leaving my country and leaving with my older sister only? My mom wasn't there, my dad wasn't there to protect us, so it was only me and her and our cousins. So in general, when we got on land, the first thing that we wanted was water, was food, because we stayed on an island in Turkey for 4 days. You have access to nothing. You're with smugglers and people you've never met in your life. So the first thing we wanted was water, was, new clothes. You get to shore, obviously, was just, I got with a t-shirt and jeans. I didn't even have shoes on. And I had this little selfie bag to put my stuff in because it was water resistant. We go to this restaurant and we ask to buy water, not to take water. To buy water, they say no, we don't sell water to refugees. We show them the 500 euros, not 50. We take as much as you want, just give us water. They say no. But then another girl comes from, I don't know, out of nowhere. She comes and she gives us a hoodie for the little kid that was with us. He was 6 years old, and she gave me shoes. And there's actually still a picture of the shoes and so on. We gave them to a museum later on. But the point is that we were treated as criminals, but on the other hand, we were also helped by people. Along all the journey, we looked at it in a positive light as refugees. We were with 30 people crossing, and we were sharing one biscuit sometimes with 30 people. We were sharing like one small bottle of water. So in general, it was a really, really rough journey, but still when I look back, I am glad about what I learned, and it made me who I am today, and it's a part of my story now. Because a lot of people ask, did you move on from it, or do you want to move on? And I'm like, it is a part of who I am, and I don't want to move on because it made me who I am today.
Okay. See, I told you. I did warn you. I'm going to just pause there because I want to make sure that we get to hear all your story as well. And it's a little bit of a different direction here, okay? But so you started out probably a decade ago, is that right? Learning about pediatric cancer. You're not a physician. You don't have medical training. You were in a corporate job. You were fairly young and naive at the time. We all start young and naive. But you could see that there was a problem with really uncomfortable and unpleasant sort of cancer treatment for children in Ukraine. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that, and then how you got started, and then we'll kind of go from there.
So first, when I was 19, I was so naive that I thought, okay, I'm ready to help anyone. And the only people who came up on my mind was children with cancer. And I came to the oncological department in Kiev. And I was pretty sure that my existence and coming to the department will support them already. But when I came there, it was so gray. Kids were like bald, no toys, basically no toys, or toys that we don't play anymore. Moms were almost desperate. And the whole atmosphere was so scary that I spent there an hour and I left. And I thought, okay, this is not my thing. In 4 years, I thought, okay, I cannot come back to the department like to cheer up with my existence, but I can do something with my professional skills. And I was a public relations manager, and I decided to use my voice for kids with cancer. In the first month, I fundraised $1,000. Exactly. My naive, again, helped me. And I thought, oh, everyone is going to survive. I'm going to help everyone. $1,000, how much? But very soon I found out that the problem is bigger, and it took me already 12 years, and the problem is still there in Ukraine. So I've been helping kids with cancer for 12 years. We're the largest foundation in the country that helps children, that supports children with cancer, in many identities. And when the war started, we started to evacuate kids and their families, because you cannot take only one child, even if it's 17 years old child. And you cannot take a child and a mom, sick child and a mom to the other country. You have to take the whole family, because if a woman has several kids, like 2 or 3, she cannot cut her heart or cut herself once stay in country, or leave the kids behind. So we evacuated more than 1,500 families to 16 countries. Yeah, I can continue. So, keep going. And talking about refugees, this is so complicated when we're talking not only about people who are healthy and young and no English. No offense, I'm not trying to make your achievements less, for sure, no. But every refugee literally has their own story. So even if we have 16 countries who accepted all those families, accepted for the treatment, these women who are organizing their new existence without almost all of them doesn't know any other languages. I mean, English is common in the world, but still many Ukrainians don't speak or don't know French, German, others. And also when you have a healthy children, you have to organize schools, help them to adapt. And this is a huge problem with these people, like survival guilt, as our first speaker told. It's also what we see in siblings, one of them who are sick and the second one is healthy. Healthy kid thinks that their mom loves them less because she all the time with the sick one who is trying to make it through the sickness, through the illness. So talking about the whole refugee situation, I don't like these roadmaps and milestones that we are measuring others' lives. So how successful are you? Have you found your job already? Do you speak other language already? Have you adapted? Like, no, I'm just like trying to figure out. I lost more than the basic security level. I lost I lost my society level. I lost my friends, all my relatives all over the world. All my things that I was doing for 12 years have fallen apart. I mean, not fallen apart. I'm here. I'm speaking, and like I'm just trying to describe what people are going through, and we are measuring them. Oh, you're already 1 year in a new country. What's your achievement? Have you received a Nobel Prize? I'm kidding. I'm a bit exaggerating. Of course, I'm a bit exaggerating, but the overall narrative is there. And when we're talking to the refugees, we need to be more patient and more kind and push them smoothly. Let's call it that.
It's a really interesting point, and being a little bit more gentle. I think that's a really interesting point, because I do feel like the first question is like, oh, how's your German? Oh, it's like, actually, German's a really hard language to learn. It's not that good. I want to just sort of reflect on a note that Ruba shared with me when we were doing a call in preparation for this panel, and she was talking. I was telling her a little bit about what you were doing with the pediatric patients, cancer patients, and I said, what happens with, what's happening with sick children where you are in the earthquake zone? And she said, oh, it's very simple. If you're a child who's getting treatment you live in Syria, you're going over to Turkey to get the treatment. And since the earthquake, you're not getting your treatment. It's an end of the story. And then we moved on to the next topic. So it's sort of. It kind of just sort of opens your eyes to the things that you have or don't have, or the luck that you're dealt or not dealt, and the children that you manage that you're working with have some extra dose of quote unquote luck in an absolutely untenable situation, which is already dealing with pediatric cancer alone is horrific. Then war on top, it's unthinkable.
I'm thinking that we don't understand that when we are healthy and successful and privileged, I'm sitting here right now, we're not thinking how we will react and act when crisis will happen in our life. So what I mean, of course, all people are different, but when I see mom in hospitals with their sick children, even if they were CEOs or they were super successful whenever they were, they cannot manage the situation. I mean, this is a whole new sphere, and you have to make lots of decisions quickly. And also, you want to be on a side with your by the side with your child and with your loved ones. So you cannot be a CEO of your of the process of the treatment for your child and also be a supportive woman at the same time. This is like unbearable. And people don't value or work that organizations do. So when I came to the US here as a refugee, I don't like to call myself refugee. I say that I'm temporary displaced person. I love this one. Because as we said, that refugees so stigmatized and they have this so strange image. Oh, you speak English, that we discussed, yeah.
Trying to change that, don't worry.
Yeah. So thank you for that. But I was here lonely. I didn't know anyone. I mean, of course I know people, but I called Vital Voices and said, oh, maybe you don't remember me, but 2 years ago I was in your program. Help me here. And I was like pushing for myself, standing up for myself. But most of the people are not that. And I'm super grateful to Vital Voices, but also we need to think about those organizations that
because they are in a good place right now, they can help others. Because I was independent, smart, whatever, I was able to help those who are struggling. And when we're talking about refugees, yes, they can show tremendous success and receive Nobel Prizes, you know, the stories and other prizes. But they need a person who are in comfort zone right now, who will give them a hand. That's what's happening for others.
That's right, and it's okay not to win a Nobel Prize. Most of us don't. It's okay to just be a good human being, working hard, you know, doing their best, surviving, right? So, Yusra, you and I have talked a lot about this word luck. You know, I have a big gripe with it because I feel like it's a word that's so often applied to refugees and displaced. Oh, you're so lucky. You're in America. You're so lucky. You survived. I mean, are you kidding? So, talk to me a little bit about the sort of chats and frustration we've had with this word luck, or feeling that you're lucky, or when people tell you how lucky you are to be here or whatever.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a problem with societies, and I often got asked the question, oh, where is Syria? Is it in Africa? And I got so many questions about me owning an iPhone in Syria. Did I have a racing suit in Syria? Did I do that? And I got asked by children, to be honest, not like by adult mostly. And this is the thing that we have to think about, that education matters too. I wasn't educated about what a refugee is in Syria, to be honest, neither. Like, my parents did not tell me anything about it until I became one, and I hated it in the beginning, as you said. Being called a refugee, oh my God, I'm not a refugee, I'm going home into, like, in the beginning, I also refused to learn German, because I was like, I'm going home after a year or two. Like, I will go back to Syria, the war will be over. So in general, it is the society and what they think a refugee is. And they're forgetting that, you know, oh, she's lucky she went to the Olympics in 2015. Oh yeah, I started swimming when I was 5 years old, but I'm lucky, right? You know. My dad used to take me on the weekend to do more exercising and, you know, extra work for swimming, but I'm lucky. She knows how to speak English. She's lucky. And I'm like, no, my mom used to, you know, also push the educational side. My mom used to also on the weekends bring private teachers to teach us English and French. I forgot all my French, but English I still can speak. So in general, when I was having the conversation with you, I said, I'm lucky because I have the community that I have right now. Because I was able to navigate, as you said, to navigate and call and say, hi, I need help. Not many people can say that. Not many people were taught how to do that. And in Syria, I never, ever asked for help. Mm-hmm. And when my coach helped me in Germany, my German coach, he helped me so much. I was like, what do you want from me? Why are you helping me? Because I wasn't used to like this act of kindness. And he was like, this is how I was raised by my family. I'm helping you because I want to help you. So when I say I'm lucky, this is what I mean with lucky, that I have an amazing community right now helping me help refugees worldwide, helping me being able to have a foundation. If you ask me like today, how did you create your foundation? Thank God I have so many great people around me that helped me, you know, with whether it's the paperwork, whether it's navigating how to help refugees worldwide. But the idea of a refugee being lucky because they're in a new country, because they're starting from zero, because they're losing their family, their home, all of their belongings. I don't even have pictures of me as a child. How is that lucky? It hurts me. It has been 7 years of my life, and I think about that so often. And I was a child when I left the country as well. I left with nothing. I had to start from zero again. So imagine how hard it was for me as a 17-year-old, and how hard it was for my parents. They were 45. My mom, it took her a while until she was okay with speaking bad German for her to get back to her job. And when you get to the new country, you cannot work with the permit you have. You have to start from zero again. So I don't know how I can call that lucky. Of course, we are lucky to be in a new country, to have the opportunity to be integrated in a new society, but I don't think there is luck with you fighting for your life, to be honest.
I think you're right. So I'm going to end on this final thing, okay? And it's really short because they're showing me the stop sign. Last night at dinner,
Diane von Furstenberg, who's a big supporter and Vital Voices and possibly even the part of the beating heart of it. She asked a question. She said, when did you first feel in charge? It's a bit of a difficult question to answer. Okay. So I'm not going to ask you that question. I'm going to ask you a variant of it. And the question is, what can we do for others, for displaced people or refugees, to make them feel in charge? But you have to be really quick. So quick, go.
I will say super quickly, when you meet a refugee, ask what legal help they need. I'm not talking about like lawyers, but also like give simple instructions how they can have healthcare system support or legal advice. Because when you're in a new country, you don't know the laws, you don't know how everything works. And for some people to call to the doctor, it might be a big problem. We have lots of stories, I won't tell anyone, any of them, when families call us back in Ukraine from Spain, France, where they're going through the treatment and ask how we can call the doctor, our child is something.
Okay, how do we make people feel in charge?
Very similar. Be their friend. Go and have a meal with them. Open your home for them. I'm not saying, I never said all of refugees 100% are angels and amazing people, but isn't that the whole world? There are people that want to achieve, that want to do, that want to create new lives. I know so many people that are so successful and deserve a chance. If you have an amazing business, open your business for refugees, give them jobs. Talk to them. There's one thing in Germany that they did that was amazing. They pair you up with a friend, like a Syrian refugee with a German volunteer. And that helped my mom so much. And I think that is an incredible move to do.
Thank you so much. You're amazing. Come find these women. Get them to tell you more stories. They are amazing.
Thank you so much to our panelists. The worst part of my job is having to end the panels. But the best part is getting to introduce the new ones. So I'd like to introduce the next moderator, myself. I'm Zincle Asamoah, if you missed the top. I am a correspondent and reporter with NBC News, as well as a fill-in anchor for NBC News Now and MSNBC. So this next discussion is near and dear to my heart, and it's actually a virtual one. I'm going to be speaking with Vanessa Nakate, a climate activist and founder of Rise Up, the climate movement. Part of why I'm so excited about this conversation, Vanessa, I think you can hear us now. Hello. She's Ugandan. My mother is also Ugandan, so I love every time I get to speak with her. If you haven't heard her name, she's 26 years old. She's a Ugandan climate activist and the UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador. She was actually inspired by Greta Thunberg, and she was Uganda's first youth climate striker, and she went on to found the Rise Up movement. You may remember in 2020, there were a lot of news stories, probably from us as well at NBC, about a climate activist who got cropped out of a photo. It was a photo at the World Economic Forum with other white climate activists. Vanessa was that person, but her impact has far outweighed the attempted effort to dwell her voice through that crop. And she's also now the author of A Bigger Picture. I'm actually going to stand, sorry to those who I misled. But Vanessa, I want to jump in. I know you're joining us from Uganda. Welcome. Let's give her a welcome.
Thank you.
So one thing we haven't quite touched upon here yet is climate migrants, people displaced by the impacts of climate change. Your work obviously focuses on communities of color and on the continent of Africa. So Vanessa, I also know that last September you actually spent a week in the Horn of Africa, otherwise known as Kenya, together with UNICEF. So can you talk to us a bit about your work, but also how the climate crisis is impacting climate migrants and women and girls specifically?
Well, thank you so much. First of all, it's important to know that 80% of people that are displaced by climate disasters are women and girls. When I made the visit to Turkana in the Horn of Africa, I got to meet different children, but also different mothers as well. Mothers that are trying to keep their young ones alive, trying to keep them alive for,
Vanessa, I think you cut out briefly, and we're going to try and work through this because I know we're continents away.
So let's see if she comes back. And in a way, this also speaks to the incredible nature of the work she does, because there's lots of different levels of inequity and challenges that so many activists face.
Because
Sorry, Vanessa, we're losing your video a bit, but I wonder also, team, if we try cutting off her video and just hearing her audio, that may help us. All right.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay,
I don't think
Vanessa.
I have the best
So
connection.
It's okay. We can hear you now. We can no longer see you, but I would love to hear your answer to that question. Again, you were talking about why it's so important to address the climate crisis as a form of equity for women and girls.
Yes, so some of the people I met in Turkana were mothers who are trying to keep their children alive. And I earlier talked about how they're trying to keep them alive for another day, for another week, for another hour, because the drought has left, so many people without access to food. It has left water sources dried up. And many challenges follow, with these disasters. That's why it's important to look at the climate crisis with an intersectional lens. That if we are to talk about, the impacts of the climate crisis, if you're talking about droughts or, floods, it also means talking about how many girls are dropping out of school, how many girls are being forced into early marriages because their families cannot take care of, of their school expenses anymore. It's talking about sexual exploitation, for menstrual hygiene products, to be able to get food to eat, to be able to access water. It's talking about mothers, adolescent girls and women that are pregnant and ending up, giving birth to children that are born into malnutrition. I remember one of the mothers that I met in Turkana, her name is Dorcas. She told me that I asked her when her child started to get sick, and she said that the child was born into malnutrition, meaning the mother was already failing, to access food, to access water, and by the time she gave birth, the child was already falling sick, and she was struggling to keep the child. It's really important to look at, the climate crisis in a much bigger lens, that it's more than weather, it's more than statistics. It's about, girls, it's about women, it's about children, it's about all these other health issues, that are impacting different communities across the world.
No, that's incredibly important. And I know a lot of your work focuses on those who are disproportionately impacted by the climate crisis. Most of them are not the ones causing the climate crisis. And I know you've partnered with the Malala Fund. And in that partnership, you all actually found and predicted that by 2025, climate change will be a contributing factor in preventing at least 12.5 million girls from completing their education. So let's sort of take a different lens. How does the climate crisis impact girls' access to education?
Well, I can speak about it in a number of ways. And one of them is, something that I've already talked about. I remember probably in 2019 reading an article that was talking about, how families, when they face climate disasters, they are forced to decide which children continue with school. And many times the priority is given to the boys and girls have to drop out of school and they're forced into early marriages. So I got to understand that, climate change is exacerbating the rate at which, many girls are dropping out of school. And also many girls and women have the responsibility in their societies to provide food, to collect water. So when the water sources are drying up, that means more girls have to walk long distances. The time that would have been used, to stay at school, to stay in class, this time is used to look for water. This time is used to help their mothers on the farms. And many of these things happen, in the rural communities. That's why it's really important. While we talk about the issue of the climate, crisis, we have to talk about girls' education. We have to talk about women empowerment. Project Drawdown lists 100 things that we can do to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And most often ranked among the top, 10 solutions is education. And there is girls' education, women empowerment, and it goes on to explain how, this as a climate solution that so many women and girls face in communities, but also empowers girls and women. Not only it empowers girls and women with resilience, to be able to address the climate issues in their community, because education not only helps us understand what the climate crisis is, it should also empower us with the skills, with the knowledge and understanding on how to address it. It is true women and girls are on the front lines of the climate crisis, but it's also true that women and girls are powerful agents, for climate justice, for climate action. And this means having more women in leadership places. But all this starts with education. All this starts with women empowerment to ensure that we have women and girls in the rooms where decisions about our planet are being made.
Such an important word. And Vanessa, I wonder, as someone, sometimes we refer to the continent as Africa as the global South. What do you think we get wrong when it comes to thinking about the continent of Africa and the global South and the countries within those regions that often get overlooked by Western nonprofits, advocacy groups, media?
Well, I think that many people look at Africa as, one country, and yet Africa is a continent with 54 countries. And it's not just 54 countries. These are cultures, these are communities, these are tribes, these are different people with different stories, with different experiences. And again, I know how so many young people across the African continent are really using their voices and their platforms to talk about the need for climate justice. But I also know the struggles in doing that, the struggles in being listened to, the struggles in getting, these platforms. And yet every activist has a story to tell, and every story has a solution to give, and every solution has a life to change. The people in Africa, from Africa, they need to be on the front lines, on the front pages when it comes to discussing, issues about climate justice, because they are on the front lines of a crisis that, first of all, they did not create. We know that Africa, as a continent, is responsible for less than 4% of the global emissions. So, solving a crisis while leaving out the people that are on the front lines of this crisis. So I want people to see Africa as a continent with countries, countries with communities, with peoples, with cultures, with tribes, with different voices, with different experiences, and different young people that are ready, to fight for a future that is not only necessary for all of us, but it's actually possible for all of us. And it's really important to support, the voices and the work of young people. They're not only speaking up, but they're also transforming their communities, through grassroots projects, bringing water, bringing solar, bringing menstrual hygiene products. These are all being, organized by different young people. But they need to be empowered. They need to be supported. Investments are needed to ensure that many of these projects, scale up and more lives are impacted. One action can transform the world, but millions of actions, when put together, they have enormous transformation that they can make. So let us empower, platform, and amplify the work of different young activists across the African continent, across the global South, and across the world.
I hope you heard that, but you just got a round of applause. And to your point of empowerment, Vanessa, I want to end. You're 26. You've already done so much climate activism. I heard some gasps when I said how old you are. You've authored a book and you're founder of the Rise Up movement. But not only that, you also launched the Green School Project in Uganda. And 2 years ago, you're talking about being empowered, getting that funding. I know you got the DVF Awards grant. Can you tell us just briefly here about the impact of the grant and how it supported your work?
Well, first of all, I'm very thankful for the grant that I received from DVF. That is one of the ways that young people should be empowered and should be, invested in and supported. So that is very much appreciated. of course, with grant processes, we are yet to actually receive the grant. And maybe the next time I'm on the Women's Forum, I can give the impact of that exact grant and what it has done, because we are still in the process of receiving it. However, I can talk about the impact that has already been done through the different support that has come in from different individual donations through the GoFund. This was a project that I started in 2019. And so far we've done installations in 39 schools. So meaning that once we have everything set in with the grant from DVF, those are more, just add more schools to the 39. So the 39, we've so far done installation in 39 schools. These have impacted over 13,000 children in these schools. And we've done, in those installations, 34 solar panels have been installed and 31 eco-friendly cook stoves have been constructed at these schools. And with every stove, $240 US dollars is saved per year per stove in every school. So these are more like the statistics of what has been done. But to really look at the social impact, many of the schools that we've worked on, they have been using kerosene lamps before for students to be able to have access to light. They have been using handheld torches. A specific school explained how teachers would stand, like 3 teachers in different corners of the class with torches so that the students can read. And the worst case scenarios are using kerosene lamps, which are dangerous as well for the students. But with the solar panels for the schools that have received them, that has been eliminated, and the students are able to study with light that does not harm, them, and also doesn't harm the teachers. And when it comes to the eco-friendly cook stoves, the schools have been using open fires to prepare food. And open fires mean indoor pollution for the people that prepare the food. Again, in most of the schools that we've worked on, it is women that are responsible for preparing this food. Many mothers that are exposed to pollution without even understanding, the full impact of what they're being exposed to and what it could do to their health. So they've been using open fires. Probably if someone searches, traditional open fires, you can understand what I mean. But with the stove, we are able to, reduce on pollution. We are able to save on the firewood that the schools use in a term by a great number. So this has really been an experience of bringing renewable solutions through solar, bringing clean cooking stoves to the schools, addressing the health issues as well that come along with preparing food and also using kerosene lamps. But also it has been an education experience for teachers and students. There is always excitement, and that joy that you see in students and the teachers is the joy that pushes you to see that there is another installation in another school. That is what makes that is what gives us hope in our work, and that is what makes every support and grant worth it, because it's not just addressing the climate or the planet, but it's also addressing climate justice. We want the planet to be happy, but we also want the people to be happy as well.
Oh, that's a good word. We want the planet to be happy, and we want the people to be happy. And I should note, some of the issues I know with the grant have not actually been from DVF, but some infrastructure issues there in Uganda. So we hope that funding comes soon to you. And we just thank you. I think we're all ready to vote for you for whatever elected office you run for. So let's give it up one more time for Vanessa. Stay safe, stay well, and get some sleep. I think the time zone's a little different over there, so hope you get some rest.
Yeah, always lovely talking to you. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. such a pleasure, and thank you all. I'm sure you've worked up an appetite. So before you get moving, let me tell you what's going on here. We've got a 1-hour lunch break in the Sarah Blakely Center. Where's that? On the 3rd floor. I will also remind you there are steps, so if you're able, feel free to get some steps in as well. When we restart the sessions at 1:40, and they do start at 1:40, they're going to happen in 3 different rooms. So listen closely. Of course, you also have the program if you don't retain this. We have a session on women's ladder to success in STEM. That is on the 3rd floor. There's a separate second session starting with the workplace. That is right here in the auditorium, And then our 3rd session, the future of food, can what we eat change the world? We don't want to eat the world. And that's on the 2nd floor. They all start at the same time, so make sure you figure out where you want to go during lunch. Enjoy and make a new friend. Thank you. workplace, and I think we can bring the music down as well. Some data for you to know about the workplace. In G7 countries, including here in the United States, there are 12.5% more men participating in the labor market than women. And when women are employed, they're less likely to be full-time, more likely to be part-time workers than their male counterparts. And then that's not even talking about access to childcare and unconscious bias. So I won't belabor the point because our panel is going to dive into all of this. So I want to welcome the moderator, Shelley Porges, co-founder and managing partner of Beyond the Billion, and her powerhouse panel. Let's give them a round of applause.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed the lunch as much as we all did. We had a little coffee clutch, lunch batch. Prepare for this. We had prepared before, of course. I am very excited to be here today to speak about and to get our amazing panelists to talk about a very important issue for all of us. Oh, excuse me. I'm so not used to this. Let me repeat. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. This is going to be the most fun panel, especially if we speak into the microphones. I'm very excited, actually, sincerely, to be here with these amazing leaders who have such great insights from each of their very different and interesting experiences in the workplace. But before I get started and introduce you to each of them, let me ask you a question. How many of you have had an experience at all, at any time in your career, with gender bias? Okay, guys, you're allowed to raise your hand too if you've had it, if you've experienced it, I mean. And how many of you, and I'm not speaking now about your current employer where you are working now, but how many of you have ever left a job because of gender bias? And then, again, not necessarily speaking about your current employer, so just to be clear, I'm not trying to out anybody here, but how many of you have actually left a job in, say, the last 2 to 3 years because of gender bias? Okay, a few of you, including a gentleman up there. Okay. Well, interestingly, in 2022, McKinsey did their annual, they've been doing it for 7 years now, their annual Women in the Workplace report. And what they talked about was many things, but one of the things they talked about that really struck me and very, I think, apropos of this panel is what they called the Great Breakup. Interestingly, women at the director level, I know many of you are above the director level, but women at the director level get promoted. For every one woman at the director level who gets promoted, 2 leave the company. So just imagine you're the head of that company, or the head of the department, or the head of the region, whatever, part of the organization you lead. And 2 people are leaving for every 1 person who you're promoting. What would that do to your organization? This is the world we live in right now, and for so many different reasons that we'll be discussing, I think, today. So with that in mind, let me introduce you to the great panel. First of all, Anne-Marie Slaughter. Some of you may know her because she wrote an article sometime in 2012, was it? Over a decade ago, that was one of the most read articles ever, certainly for the Atlantic magazine where it was published, about whether women can have it all. Can we have it all? Let's hear. We'll hear in a minute. Since then, though, I want to let you know, Anne-Marie, in addition to writing the article, of course, is the CEO of New America, and she's also a professor at Princeton University, the Berg G. Kerstetter 66 University Professor Emerita of Politics and International Affairs at Princeton University, where she lives. From 2009 to 2011, importantly, she served as the Director of Policy Planning for the United States State Department, and she was the first woman in that role. And that's actually, that's where we met. Next to Anne-Marie is Michelle. Michelle Meyer-Shipp is the CEO for Dress for Success Worldwide, the leading global nonprofit employment resource for women. Michelle leads the organization's 140 affiliates in 24 countries as it continues its mission to help women achieve economic independence. I thought it was interesting, too, that in Michelle's background, she joined Just for Success from Major League Baseball. How many of you are baseball fans here? There she served as the Chief People and Culture Officer. And while at MLB, Michelle led the Human Resources Diversity and Inclusion Initiative, among other things that she did. So welcome, Michelle. And last but certainly not least, someone I've enjoyed meeting, recently getting to know a little bit in the last week since we've all been introduced to each other, is Sue Lynn Watson from Standard Chartered Bank. Excuse the ruffling. Sue Lynn is the managing director at Standard Chartered. She is and a senior banker based in New York. Standard Chartered, you may or may not know, Standard Chartered Bank is a leading international bank with a 160-year history and a unique global footprint across 59 countries. 59 markets. So welcome. In her role as senior banker, I thought this was interesting. Sue Lynn acts as the global relationship manager for portfolio of the bank's largest U.S. headquartered multinational clients. So she's got I think we have women here with very different perspectives, very different experiences, and I'm really excited to jump into the conversation. So Anne-Marie, you wrote the article. It changed the world. I really think it did. Well, seriously, because we were all experiencing it, and nobody was talking about it, really. And you made us talk about it. And when you start talking about it, you can't do but, start addressing it. It's kind of the things that were unsaid. And with such success that you had already at that point in your career, for you to be saying that was huge. So please, would you tell us a little bit in short, what the article was about, why you wrote it, and as importantly, has anything changed?
So thank you. First of all, it's great to see all of you, and it's great to see the thousands of you that I'm going to assume are watching us online. I wrote that article thinking a relatively small number of Atlantic readers would read it, yes, I was a foreign policy expert. I'd never written on gender before, but that it really had been an epiphany for me to get to the State Department, to have a great job, to have a great boss, to have everything right. I had a supportive husband. I had all that you could need. And I ended up making a choice I never expected that I'd make, which was in favor of my family. I left after 2 years. And that led me then to say, I've been telling women forever, of course you can have it all. You just have to work hard enough. You just have to be organized enough. You just have to read the 25,000 books on time management and squeeze, an extra 2 minutes out of your day. And it was for me no, it doesn't matter what you do. Life happens. And we need to change the system. And of course, I was not the first person to write that article. Somebody wrote that article in 1982, 1992, 2002, but it did hit a generational moment where, there were women of my generation who were furious at me for writing it, but whose daughters liked it, and there were women of my generation who agreed and whose daughters didn't like it. So there were huge debates among couples. All these men kept coming up to me going, "Oh yeah, that article. My wife gave it to me." Pause. Which then meant, and we had a huge fight. I think a lot has changed. One, at the time, it was all Anne-Marie Slaughter versus Sheryl Sandberg, and I am still introduced as the woman who thinks women can't have it all, and that was not the point at all. The point was we have to make major structural change, and I now never use the phrase have it all. I've written about let's just get rid of this forever. It is a entitled, obnoxious phrase that was developed by Helen Gurley Brown for Cosmo, so it's not part of anybody's sort of feminist creed. But I think now people understand it's both and. Of course you have to lean in. Of course you sit at the table. Of course you raise your hand. We all mentor women to do those things. But when, the fact that only 1 in 3 women who, all those women who graduate from all those schools and they don't make it to the top, that's not because they didn't lean in. Maybe occasionally, but it's really because the system is not set up for women, but it's really not set up for caregivers. So that's one thing I think has changed. It's both. Second, I wrote that I didn't know. I'd never studied women's studies. I wrote that as a very privileged white feminist, right? My feminism was, to the extent I knew it, was Gloria Steinem and Betty Friedan, and I got on the speaking circuit and wandered around and talked about us. And I, of course, had many African-American or Latino women raising their hands and saying, that wasn't my family's story. And I think we are far more conscious now of feminisms and the ways in which the experience of many different women in the United States, but also around the world, we the people who shaped that narrative, who really were, Betty Friedan was a white suburban housewife who was bored and well-educated, and that was a very important movement, but it's a movement. So I think that's different. I think being aware of men needing, that we need a double revolution. You can't have a women's revolution without having a men's revolution. You can't expect women to do all the work that men traditionally did and not expect men to do the work that women traditionally did. We're not there yet, but at least there's a far greater awareness among younger men. And I include my own sons, both of whom are basically advertising to be lead parent husbands. So if you have daughters who have good incomes, do come see me. And I'm only half joking. The other thing, the biggest change through the pandemic, many of us have begged bosses for years to let us work more flexibly, to say, of course I can get it done at home, and it was presence over performance. Well, the pandemic blew that out of the water, right? We were all at home, and people, in fact, my organization, people were more productive, if by productive you mean they got the writing done. They were less productive in terms of building social capital and sort of workplace culture. But so that's really dramatically changed. Now we're fighting with what's the right blend of hybrid work, and we can talk about that. But the biggest change, and the last one, so I wrote that article in 2012. I wrote a book in 2015 called Unfinished Business, which far fewer people read, but I changed my thinking dramatically between those two things, because the book is about really what we have to do is to value care, right? If you'd asked me in 2012 about my mother, I'd have said she's a professional artist. She's fabulous. I would not have said she spent the first 20 years of my life nurturing her family. And without that family, nothing that I have achieved would exist. I mean, that family is my rock and my foundation. And I didn't value that work. And certainly, I think my generation of feminists were taught not to talk about children, not to talk about family. Going forward, we need an entire infrastructure of care. And when people work in care, paid, we need to pay them much more. Unpaid, we need to value them much more. It's not a blank space on your resume. That work is just as important as paid work. And so that now, Biden has a care infrastructure. We're talking about care. People like Ai-jen Poo have done a huge amount to raise the importance of care workers. But that's the next revolution, I think, is that a world that really says, the work of care is just as important as the work of competition. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. That's phenomenal. Thank you. Michelle.
Yes.
You advise, your organization advises women all over the world, as I understand it, on workplace issues. What are women saying around the world, and what are they facing? And importantly, what are some of the solutions that you've gotten excited about that you've seen, because you see such different workplaces?
Yeah, thank you for that. And like Anne-Marie said, I just want to say thank you for having me. I'm really honored to be here and happy to have this conversation. Let me just level set by telling you a little bit about who the women are that I'm dealing with and talking to every day. So the women that we serve, they are all around 24 countries. We have 144 chapters in 24 countries. And the women range in age between the 18-year-old, non-college bound high school young woman all the way to 60 plus and everywhere in between. She is unemployed, she is underemployed. In some instances, she is returning to work after taking time off to care for and raise her children, or she's returning to work after a layoff, or she's returning to work after having lost her job during the pandemic. And then we have the women, like some of the women, the courageous, amazing women we've heard from today, who are survivors of all sorts of tragedies and unfortunate situations. So these are the women that we're talking to. about 50% of them live below the poverty level, but the other 50% are professionals with experience in their careers. So it's a very interesting blend. But one of the common themes really is around what you just said, Anne-Marie. We're hearing consistent themes around the need for flexibility and the need for support with childcare. And it's actually fascinating because before I took this role, I never really appreciated the childcare plight, because I think anybody sitting in this room is probably comfortable enough to be able to afford childcare. And in my case, I have 3 young adult sons, so I lived an au pair life for a decade, okay? And so I never had to think about it. Now I'm talking to women who can barely make ends meet. They're not necessarily making a livable wage, and so the last thing they can do is pay for childcare. So
if it's even available.
If it's even available. And to that point, one of the stats I just saw spoke to the fact that as we've come around the corner on the pandemic, knock wood, hopefully, the number of childcare providers is significantly reduced from what it was pre-pandemic. So women are struggling. Domestically in the US, it's a big issue, but it's also an issue around the world. And several women in other countries have told us that it's not so much an issue of childcare per se, but it's an issue around the cultural expectations of their family members about what's supposed to happen once they have a child. You're supposed to be here, or you're supposed to take care of the children and your parents and in-laws. So they're really looking for ways to have our organization help them kind of get enough courage to speak up and kind of push back against the system. They're looking for help and resources to get out into the workplace, and we're trying to help them navigate all of that in a myriad of ways.
Wow. So can you give us a couple of examples of how you do that? I mean, it sounds overwhelming. It sounds almost impossible.
So I'll say this, first of all, we meet every woman where she's at, and every woman has a different story. I mean, I could sit here and tell you stories for hours, and they're just incredible stories of transformation. But we actually had one woman, and she told her story on a TV show we were on recently, and she lost her house. She had a daycare center. She lost her in-home daycare center with Hurricane Sandy. Single mom, lost everything, no income, out of work. She came to us, and we helped her find temporary childcare for her own children for free. We helped her literally with new clothing for herself and gave her resources to get her children clothing. We helped her find temporary housing, and then we actually helped her rebuild a resume because she hadn't had one in quite a long time. She'd been in childcare in her own home business for a decade. We helped her create a resume, prepare for interviews, and go out and seek employment. So now she is working. She is thriving, her kids have grown up, and she now is literally on the path of starting her own business anew, now that her kids have grown up and got on their feet. And she's just one of the many success stories. So I'm just honored to see the courage and the resilience of these women who are coming to us to tap into these resources.
Thank you. Thanks for that. It's amazing. And where do you get your resources from? Because that's not, I'm just listening to all the different things you did and knowing that care workers are leaving and you know, some of your
I'm glad you asked that, because these are the things, this is something that keeps me up at night. What keeps me up at night is all of our resources that we offer are free. They're no fee services. We are funded primarily 90% from corporate giving. Corporate partnerships. And what's really cool about it is, in addition to corporations funding us with financial support, they actually give us employee engagement volunteerism. So for example, we have one financial institution that does all of our financial literacy training, like everything from managing a checkbook to building your retirement planning. They actually come in and do this training for our women. They do it online, they do it in some of our career centers, and this has been going on for years.
And how do you deliver that globally? Because that's the other challenge here, right?
So we actually have an online platform, and we use the online platform as one of the ways, but one of the other things we do is, with these partners, we kind of toolkit things, and then we deploy them at the local level. And you train the trainer and things of that nature. And if the organization is also global, then we match the organization's local footprint to our local footprint, and they partner together.
Awesome. That sounds great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sue Lin. Yeah. That deserves
all good.
an
Thank you.
applause, for sure. Sue Lin, you at Standard Chartered has been a leader in many ways in the gender space, and we had a couple of chats about kind of some of the things you've been doing. I found them fascinating. Would you share with us a little bit about what you think has worked best at and with from Standard Chartered?
Sure. And I just wanted to say thank you so much for having me here today. It's a real honor to be on this panel and speaking to a topic that's very dear to my heart. We have great representation from Standard Chartered today as well, across the organization. But really, I think just the premise of this session, the workplace has a pivotal role to play with respect to economic empowerment. Organizations have a huge role. Standard Chartered, we believe that economic empowerment in the workplace is fundamental. When we think about our organization, Shelley, you spoke to it, we operate in 59 markets around the world. We have a huge presence in Africa, the Middle East, and in Asia. When we talk about our purpose, we talk about driving commerce and prosperity through our unique diversity. And diversity is very much from a gender lens as well. So when we speak to our clients, we talk about our diversity, we talk about what we're doing from a gender perspective. It's very embedded in our conversations with our clients. If I think about the steps that we've taken throughout our organization, I think one of the first that really resonated with me, and one of the reasons why I joined the bank, is that we have demonstrated female leadership at the top levels of our organization. So our board has 43% female representation, which is great and which is unique. Also, 14 of the CEOs in some of our largest markets, so that's China, Hong Kong, the UAE, have female CEOs. There's a commitment from our leadership team at the board level, the CEO level, the regional level to drive gender equity when we think about how we hire, when we think about how we promote talent. The process that we go through as we go through hiring is extremely rigorous. So making sure that when we look at candidates, we're looking at a balanced mix of male and female. When we think about promotions, individuals are encouraged to challenge if we see an anomaly with respect to male-female representation. So there's a very active involvement across the organization when we think about female leadership. I think the other points to call out is just within our organization, we have councils in place, we have extremely powerful employee resource groups. So those employee resource groups are led by individuals which are extremely passionate, and they have been able to drive and foster change. So if I think about what we've done in the Americas, we know that family planning is important. We're not just talking about maternity leave, we talk about parental leave, we talk about fertility benefits and fertility benefits for women, also same-sex couples. And I think one of the points that I also just wanted to make is when you think about an organization culture, and we were talking about this actually with the team earlier, culture is such a huge part of why one might decide to work for an organization. I think that's the role that we have to play. I'd also just like to comment on hybrid working, and I know that is something that's come about because of COVID. What we're finding is that some institutions are pulling that back a little bit. At Standard Chartered, we are very committed to a hybrid working model. We talk about this as a new way of working. We know that it's important. We've actually done training for our managers to be able to operate in a hybrid environment post-COVID and make it effective and make it a sustained change for the organization. So that's a lot there. But
amazing. Now, how many job application forms have you brought? She'll take it online over here. That sounds terrific. Well, when you think about organizations that do an excellent job internally, as Standard Chartered clearly seems to be doing, in terms of serving and opening and being equitable within the workforce, they're usually also organizations that serve markets well. Can you speak to just a little bit about how the impact of that all those internal, not just data points, but the culture that you've developed really has affected your actual business and in terms of addressing markets and particularly women's markets?
Yep. I mean, I think I was just looking at statistics, and if you look at female leadership representation versus, in Asia, for example, versus Europe and the Americas, there's a pretty big difference, and there's a meaningful gap. I know there's a pronounced gap in the US, but if you look at Asia, it's even more pronounced. And I think the point that I made just around 14 of our largest markets with female CEOs, you have the UAE there, you have China, you have Hong Kong. I mean, that's where when we are hosting industry events and you see someone from the top of our bank representing our bank and our footprint, it really does have an impact on our client base and also the perception of women within organizations and women in leadership positions, I think, without a doubt.
And I'm just curious, just to take it a step further, are there any specific either programs and or just, within things that you've ordinarily done, not necessarily specifically done to address women's needs in the marketplace, where you can see the reflection of having changed the organization so much over or cultivated this equity in the organization, where it's had an impact on your ability to do business and attract more women, say, as customers or women, female founders?
Yep. I think one of the points actually just I'd like to call out here is how we think about our vendors and our suppliers. And there was a remarkable statistic just around the number of women-owned businesses, and less than 1% of corporate spend is actually with women-owned businesses. So that's kind of astounding. So when we go through our vendor selection process, there's a very rigorous process there around, are we thinking about the leadership of the vendors that we're partnering with? Are we, not just taking referrals, but also looking much more broadly around who we work with? And so that is one of the areas where I've seen us just have impact in our communities.
So through procurements, you're saying, and things like that. Yeah, that can be hugely powerful. Yeah. We all know that big corporations, not just banks, but many others, are spending millions, if not billions of dollars in the marketplace. So if that can be generated and directed toward women-owned businesses, that could be huge. Yeah, I do have I have to, full disclosure, I'm on the board of an organization called Financial Alliance for Women, and it's all about, serving the financial institutions to help them better serve the women's market, because that we know that women are, will be more influenced with specific programs, and women have different needs, whether it's because they're caretakers, because they have different life paths, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, I'm curious about that. Anne-Marie, you were...
So I just wanted to speak to the issue of culture in the workplace as well as how you do your work. And I led an academic institution, led in government, and now I've been at New America for 10 years. And my mantra is family comes first. And I really mean that. In part, if I have somebody who's working for me and they, a parent is ill, a child is ill, and they say, no, I'd rather get the memo out, that's not the right values as far as I'm concerned. And I also don't think they can do a good job if they stay, trying to do that while somebody is really in trouble. Now, I expect them to be professional, and I've never been disappointed, right? They have to get somebody to cover for them, but I've never had somebody let me down with the idea. My line is always family comes first, and when family comes first, your work does not come second. Your life will come together, and I've never been disappointed. And that's true for men too, right? I mean, particularly if we are expecting parents to co-parent, we have, parental leave equally for any gender. And if a man, I have a number of men who work for me who are the lead caregivers or the lead parents. And so when, their children are when the school calls, they need to go as well. So I think we have this idea of work versus family. It is perfectly possible to put them together alongside standards of professionalism.
Yeah, Shelley, if I could jump into and just piggyback on that. It's funny, as I listened to you just now say that, Anne-Marie, I'm thinking about just the way I've seen the trends change over the years. When I started my career, I practiced law for a decade, and I remember being in the law firm, and nobody would talk about when they were going to like take care of a kid issue, and everybody would kind of keep it a secret. Over the last 10 years, as I've navigated different corporations, KPMG, Major League Baseball, et cetera, people have been really open about the fact that family first, I mean, I love that, and men and women both being really honest about, I need to take time off, I got to catch my kid's game, or it's parent-teacher meeting. So I feel like there is more of an openness around it, and people are leaning into family first. And I agree with you too. I mean, that is my mantra. It's like hashtag family first all the time. It really means a lot.
And just to circle back on this, McKinsey study and the statistic about women leaving, I will say for myself, when I was 34, I was chief marketing officer at Bank of America during a historic what became a historic turnaround. Bank was failing, the biggest bank in the country. And we went from last or first in deposit gathering, number 23, to number 1 in consumer lending in the country in the space of 18 months on the back of 7 new initiatives, and also obviously pulling back in our risk picture. I had a toddler at home. And a husband who sometimes was home, sometimes, worked sometimes, but not really out of the house. He had a business. And after we turned the bank around, and we did that, like I said, it was the largest turnaround in American corporate history at the time that was not government aided. So Chrysler in the 70s had been bigger government aided. My boss, Dick Rosenberg, who sadly passed away about 3 weeks ago, who became the CEO at that point, stepped up to CEO, and the gentleman who replaced him couldn't have been more the opposite. And one day, when I was home with my sick baby, I get a call from him, gruffly saying, "Porges, where are you?" I said, well, as I told the office, I don't report to him. I said, "I'm at home with my child." He said, "Well, you better get in here by this afternoon." That's what he said to me. And that is the moment that I thought, I'm leaving this bank as soon as I can. Because, the second that changed, my boss, Dick Rosenberg, he was amazing. The second that changed. So now we have a study that proves it, telling you that women are feeling empowered, and they know they're empowered, and we know that there are many opportunities out there. And hell, you better be good to my family. And if you don't get that I'm home with my sick child, yeah. Right. So it's very personal when you say all these things, and I know it's personal to many of us. That and I will add that going a step further, after I did start my first business, which was also thankfully successful, at about 7 years in, I was going through my first divorce, and asked my business partner, who had her own prior personal challenge a couple of years earlier, and when she discovered that she had stage 4 breast cancer, but she made it through, thankfully, took off 9 months. I said, I need you to step up now because I'm going through my crisis now and I need to be with kids. And when she said she didn't think she could do it, I said, okay, then we're selling the company because my kids come first. And we'd always had offers to buy the company. And I said, okay, here are 3 people who've asked us before. They want to buy the company. I said, we're calling them this afternoon because if you don't feel you can step up, then that's it for me. And we did. And, we did well, and both of us did well and all that, but we sold the company. And, I have to say the PS to the story is not a sad one that I had to sell the company or that I chose to sell the company. The PS is amazing. Not only that I got to be with my kids and give them the time they needed during that time, but also that, went on to start a few other companies that did way better than the first company. So just know that, it may seem like a crisis and something that's harmful at the time to yourself or to others, but find a way to do it constructively. And, that's what it takes. And that's what women have been doing, actually, for a long, long time. But to your point, there is a way you can be very successful and always prioritize your family.
And it's often parents, right? As you get older, right? Earlier it was kids. Many of the people in my workplace have, ailing parents, and they need to spend time with them. And that's just as important.
Right, 100%. So I think we have a few minutes for questions. So, gentleman up there. Oh, okay. We need to. So, yeah, right up. Yeah, good. Yeah, exactly. Good exercise here.
Fantastic discussion. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
we've made tremendous progress, right, since the pandemic in providing greater flexibility, in helping to perpetuate this understanding that work is something to be done, not necessarily a place to be, right? And that benefited folks, women, folks with disabilities who could join labor force and participate, et cetera, et cetera. We're starting to see some of that progress, some attempts rather, and efforts dial back a little bit, largely by male leaders who are saying, I want folks in the office, I want butts in seats, et cetera, et cetera. What would you say to some of those leaders who are getting ever more vocal and, dare I say, aggressive in their demands to have their folks back in the office?
I'll tell you what, they're going to lose. They're going to lose the war for talent. I mean, actually, there's been some recent research done on this, and we demand flexibility. Like, it's universal. And anyone who doesn't get that is going to lose the talent. People are going to go, and we were just talking about this earlier, the number of women who bailed from corporate America and started their own businesses during the pandemic is explosive. We were like, the hell with it, we're done, we're out. And I think that trend will continue on its own, but as leaders push back and start trying to do the force back, I think we will continue to walk away in droves.
Sue Lynn, you go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I think just, when we interview individuals at our company, the first thing that we get asked is, what is your bank's hybrid work policy? And that's at the forefront. If I think about our graduate hiring, that's very much part of the discussion, and not being able to keep pace with the times is we're going to lose the war on talent. It's really important, and we've shown that we can work productively, if anything, more productively than before. And it's just maintaining that, and as senior leaders, keeping that dialogue going and demonstrating that it works.
So I'm on both sides of this issue. So I believe in a deeply flexible workplace. You just heard me, family first. And when we were 5 days a week in the office, nobody was really 5 days a week in the office. We're a think tank. Fridays were very quiet, and Monday mornings were very quiet. But in theory, then we could be completely flexible because there was a baseline that said you're going to be in the office. So if you needed to work from home, you work from home. Then we went to, and nobody came in the office. So now I believe in deep flexibility, but I also believe in human connection. And I've written a lot about, human nature and the need to connect as much as the need to compete. I mean, and I know that we rode through the pandemic on the social capital we had built through human connections. So there are teams at New America that are almost entirely remote, and we have some manager discretion. But if managers say, I need people in the office, they can now, we also have a union, require people to be in the office 2 days a week, which seems to me a reasonable compromise. And if you have a medical leave, we've got exemptions from that if you're immunocompromised, et cetera. But I think this is the challenge for hybrid work. And I also want to say to many of my young people, I can be with you on Zoom, but bumping into me, I've spent my life trying to make sure the ladies' room is a place for power conversations. And, I need to be able to bump into you and have that spontaneous interaction that will help build a relationship. So I hope we can settle on a hybrid that also allows for real people, people in an office or in some common physical space. Let me put it that way.
And I think that's the hard work. Like, that's it. I totally agree with it. That's the hard work. Anybody who leads HR or talent, like, these are the battles you're trying to help your leaders navigate right now.
Totally.
Spot on.
Totally. We have only a couple more minutes, so let's do one more quick question, and then we'll do a rapid close here.
Hello. Thank you so much, ladies, for all that you have shared with us. My name is Laura Natera, working from the United Nations. And I wanted to ask you a little bit, as you talk on the workplace, reasons for why people leave, and also on flexibility, reflecting a little bit on the intersectionality of that, because we know that as there are women leaving, there's also a lot of women that don't even get the chance to enter. And when I say that, I reflect specifically, for instance, on women refugees or women that didn't have the precise right to work in one country, and they're as talented, fight so much to get the scholarships, everything. So I just wanted to know from your perspective, what is being done on that regard to kind of secure that it's equitable. And when we say equitable, it's equitable for so many, for instance, international students that when they finish, they really want to get into the private sector. They want to go to Standard Chartered, but or any other of these organizations, but they don't even attempt because they know they cannot get the sponsorship for their visas. So just your thoughts on that.
I'm happy to take a first stab at that. I can tell you that that's part of the work that, can you guys hear me? Yeah. That's part of the work that our organization is doing right now. We're trying to help break down barriers to access. I mean, to your point, that's a huge issue, especially for the women we see who are unemployed. They don't have access. They don't know where to go for the work. And, you know, big corporates, they use their recruiting firms, they post where they post. They're not looking for our women, right? So we're trying to help them find our women. We're trying to take our women to them and break down those barriers to access. But someone said it earlier, it's almost like all of our women-led think tanks and organizations and NGOs need to come together and really think about how we do this more strategically, right? So how do we work with you to do it, you know, at our level? How do we work together? We have to all come together to figure out how to continue to break down these barriers because it's so systemic and it's so deep-rooted, it will take hundreds of years to break it down one-on-one.
100%. Well, I think that we don't have time for any more questions. Unfortunately, I'm getting the high sign over here, and soon I'll get the hook. Right, exactly. But let's do a lightning round. If there's one thing you would want to ask this audience to do to advance equity in the workplace, what would it be?
Okay. Those of you who have a male partner, one of the most important things you can do if you have children or maybe it's just some family event, ask him to organize the birthday party from start to finish. Don't pay any, he can do it. Believe me, he can do it. It won't be like yours, but he can do it, and you just hands off. That's the kind of step we need to make if men are really going to be equal to women on the home front.
Love it.
I love that. I love that. I have something to talk to my husband about when I get home. So I would say, in addition to what Anne-Marie said, find someone in your network at work that you don't know, that you don't engage with, that you don't support, who looks different from you, and wrap your arms around that person and help bring them along.
Thank you. Sulin.
So to close, my advice would be to know your value and that you're there for a reason and ask for more.
Woo! All right. Let's give everybody a... Thank you. Thanks so much. Thanks for your attention. Hopefully you got something good out of today. Appreciate it.
Well, thanks so much to our panel. And as you may have heard, we do have some more people coming in. So if you can slide towards the wall, that would be much appreciated. Next up, I want to welcome up some names that you have definitely heard or worn. I'd like to welcome on stage Diane von Furstenberg, founder and chairwoman of DVF, Elise Nelson, president and CEO of Vital Voices Global Partnership, and two leaders from Vital Voices, Marina Pisklakova Parker, a women's rights activist and founder and chair of the board, Center for the Prevention of Violence, and Kakenya Natatia, founder and president of the Center for Excellence, and Bria Clark, former mayor of the city of Norman, Oklahoma, all for a conversation with DVF on the power of the global network. So if you can join me in giving them all a round of applause and your undivided attention.
Thank you so much, Zincle, and thank you for being here. Am I allowed to tell the story that when you were in high school, right? She was in high school, this was a number of years ago, came to the Vital Voices Global Leadership Awards, was sitting up in the balcony and inspired. And I remember the first time you did something with Vital Voices, you mentioned that story, and I thought, wow. We think about the full circle, but also the impact. So thank you. So I always like to say that I am a product of Vital Voices, and it's because I have been, for the last 25 years, almost 26, surrounded by an extraordinary network of women from all over the globe. Obviously, I get to spend quite a bit of time with the godmother of Vital Voices, Diane von Furstenberg, and I have learned so much from her. But I think that I know she would agree with me that the lessons, the inspiration, and the hope about our world we take from extraordinary women around the world who are truly on the front lines of change. And we're thrilled to be joined by 3 women leaders we've worked with over many years. What's really interesting is that what we do at Vital Voices is we provide a whole range of support to women leaders. We really believe in investing in them where they are and their bold ideas for change. And that's training, mentoring, a network of their peers, financial support, now crisis response support. What we have found, though, is the network of their peers is the most powerful thing. And we hear the word network a lot. What does that actually mean? But the power of a network, the power to know that you're not alone in this work is so critical. And that's what we're going to talk a little bit about today. And it's obviously the larger theme of the day. So Marina Pislikova-Parker, back to the stage, of course. You all know Marina as you heard from her this morning. Sessions were incredible this morning, I should say. But she really pioneered the work of combating violence against women before there was a name for domestic violence. Think about that. Working on an issue before there was even a name. And now her center and affiliations span all of Russia, and she has impacted on the global stage. Kekenya Ntaya, who is the founder and head of Kekenya's Center for Excellence. And she has been... This woman is astounding. She really created the first school in her community, but actually, as you'll hear, has created cultural transformation through that school. And by showing people what happens when you educate and support not just one girl, one woman, but an entire community. And finally, Bria Clark, who is the former mayor of Norman, Oklahoma. She's also part of our VV Engage, Vital Voices Engage Fellowship for Women Political Leaders. And it was actually one of our first programs that we opened up completely globally and brought American women in. And we're going to hear more from her about why it's so important for American women, even if you work just on U.S. issues, to be part of global networks. So, Marina, I want to start with you because, of course, you get to speak first because you've been involved in Vital Voices the longest. You came to the first Vital Voices conference in Vienna, Austria in 1997, 1 year before Google was founded, right? So if you wanted to understand about women's rights around the world or connect with women, you could not Google it. You could not find it on social media. That did not exist. You had to actually physically go to conferences and convenings. And this one just happened to be hosted by Madeleine Albright and Secretary, then First Lady Hillary Clinton. So can you talk a little bit about why it had such an impact on you to go to this gathering? Because obviously conferences happen all the time. Why was that so meaningful?
Well, when I started the first helpline for Battered Women, I started it alone, completely alone, because I just didn't know anybody who would be interested. I didn't have any money to hire somebody to work with me, and so I just, sat down in a small room the size of the closet, and the phone number was announced on the national radio. And I started working. And when you work with issues like domestic violence, gender-based violence, very tough one, it's very difficult to do alone. And in the first year, I spoke to about 700 women, and I was completely burned out. So I've learned in a hard way that you shouldn't be alone. But that conference was also inspiring because the slogan of that conference was, "A democracy without women is not a democracy." And it was, for us, it had a very special meaning. coming out of the Soviet Union, coming out of the place we didn't have any space for democracy, where women's rights were just announced to be equal. Women were announced to be equal. And the power, inspiration was incredible. I mean, it's very difficult to really explain how for the next year, because there were a lot of women from Russia, and not very many, but still, when we came back, we brought that slogan with us, and we repeated it everywhere. And it was so inspiring because women in different regions were picking it up. The other thing is that that's where the issue of trafficking just came to the surface for the first time. Nobody spoke about trafficking before, and that's when women from Ukraine, Moldova came up to Secretary Clinton and said, you know, women in our villages disappear. And we dealt with trafficking in Russia. So at that time, it was for us also like, you know, the union, when we understood that we are dealing with the same issues and they are very similar, and we have actually the same enemy traffickers. So in every sense, communicating and just, you know, learning and not being alone, but being like understanding that there are so many women who think like I am. So I'm not crazy. I'm doing something that actually others want to do too. And that was the first impulse and the first, it was the first impulse that I keep with me, in me, for 25 years.
Thank you. Kenya, you and I first met, I think, in 2006. And someone said, oh, you work on global women's issues? You need to meet this amazing young woman, Kenya. And I went up to meet you. You had this megawatt smile. You do, continued to. And you told me your story. And for me, it was one of those moments where I'm like, I want to move to Kenya and just work for this woman. She is amazing. I know she's going to do what she plans to do. Yes. So I want everyone to hear your story, your path, the journey you've been on, because I think it's astounding. But also, why is it important to have those allies in this country and around the world who not just financially support your work, but really believe in your work?
Thank you, Elise. Diane keeps saying I was very young. So I come from a very traditional community, the Maasais in Kenya, and I grew up in a place where women and girls not really considered their place was the kitchen and being wives and carrying children. I grew up in a place where everybody I knew went through female genital carrying as a rite of passage to being married. And I grew up in a place where I was already engaged when I was 5 years old. And so everything I did, I was socialized on a daily basis that your husband just went by, you're going to grow up, and as soon as you reach puberty, you're going to go through FGM, and you're going to move in and have children and take care of your family. And on top of that, I grew up in a family that my dad was very abusive towards my mom. And but something happened when I went to school, and school was more like a place where you go to socialize, but I met teachers female from other communities who are teachers, and they inspired me, and I could see myself being one of them. And despite all that was already laid out for me culturally, that was like my dream that I captured, and I wanted to be a teacher. I went through FGM, but through it all, I escaped early marriage by negotiating with the people in the community that I needed to go to school. I was fortunate that I got a scholarship and found myself in the US. And for the first time, I could Google and find that FGM was against the law in Kenya. I found that as a child, I had a right to go to school. I found that my mother, should not be abused because she's being treated like a property. And I felt that, I know about the UN and all these NGOs, but we were in a very rural community that was cut off. And that's when I said something had to happen in my community. And so after finishing college, of course, I kept talking about building a school, and I'm very grateful for Vital Voices for really, they honored me when I did not have much that I'd done, but really giving me the space and where I could amplify my voice and the voice of girls that we support. So, and they came to my community where not many people had come. You are the very first people who came and saw what we are doing. I went into school and education because I think that education itself is a human right, but it's also an equalizer, and it gives people and the girls the voice to be able to speak up for themselves and all that. And so we started the school with 30 students in 2009. Since then, we have educated over 1,000 girls. Each one of them is free from FGM. Each one of them is dreaming big, and most of them are now graduating from college. Some of them are actually teaching in the school that they went through. And the fact that we were able to change the mindset of the fathers and the mothers. And now when you go to our community talking about girls' education, it's like, oh yeah, everybody needs to go to school. Like there's a conversation that's happening. And we've enlarged, we've done trainings in 132 schools. We are empowering boys. This year alone, we're in 30 schools talking to 6,000 boys and girls, and really just bringing everybody on board to create the space. And when you talk about the network, what I find is that it's like the way that I go and relieve myself, because when you are in it, in the front, daily on, you're feeling that you're constantly on the battle on the ground. But when you find other women who are also overcoming, are also, you can call on them, they can inspire you, they can challenge you, and you feel like you're not alone, and you are part of the community, that we are all connected, and we are all bringing, empowering women, creating, amplifying the voices of girls, and we are all, when we are all together doing the same thing, it's such a very powerful way that I want to belong there, and I want to be part of that community. Yes.
I think what is so incredible about what you've done, Kukenya, is this cultural change piece. And I remember one time I said to you, I'm like, how did you do that? How did you actually, did you have to twist the parents' arms to sign something that they wouldn't have their daughters go through FGM, that they wouldn't marry them off early? And I loved what you said. You have to say what you said to me as to how you created that change.
I was fortunate, I've been fortunate to work in a community where I know the culture in and out. And I know which button to press to get some results. So I might, for example, the issue of FGM, it is against the law in Kenya. But within that, the people who are implementing are the village elders who themselves want their daughters to go through FGM. And it was really like talking to them in and out, daily in. But then one girl was close to me going through this because we were empowered, and she's reported to us. And I had to talk to the chief to go rescue, and then they didn't want, and I have to call the power up. But eventually, we used that as a story that girl was rescued, and the chief literally the next day came to school and said, all the parents, that we are going to sign an agreement that so long as your daughter goes to this school, we are not practicing FGM. And that set a whole level difference, and that goes into the FGM, but also child marriage, and it just became, now I sit in a place and I see men saying we should not cut our daughters. It's like, wow, and it's worth it, because it's like, eventually I was talking, but you kind of let them buy into the idea. Power is, men love power. And so if they want to sit on that chair and eat up what I told them, that's fine. But it's, for me, it's that I wanted them to be the leader, because when they change, then the whole system changes. They are the gatekeeper. If they change, we change everything. So that's how we've been able to do. And now seeing our very first girls actually getting married to Maasais, not cut. It's like, wow. Yes, and we have to show example. And that law is still there. No girl who comes to our school get cut.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I remember you told me that they see you as like a village elder, someone who they trust and who shapes culture, that they trust you because you said, that it's huge. And I think one of the things that I've learned from you, Kukenya, and a number of other women in our network is that you really only can change what you know and experience, your own culture, your own community. You can't change something somewhere else. And you've spent that time and made that investment. Bria, I want to come to you. I know, you took on running for mayor in your community. And I always feel like, just speaking about cultural change, sort of the last unfinished business, we can have laws on the books, but until we change culture and behavioral change, there isn't certainly a law that says women can't run for political office or be leaders in this country. But we know that the stakes, the treatment, it's very different. So talk a little bit about your experience.
Thank you for the opportunity to be involved with VV Engage, first of all, and then being here today. Is this not the best day or what? This is awesome. And thank you for including local government. Because as we touched on earlier, yes, Joe Biden's important, but the decisions that your locally elected officials make on a daily basis will impact your everyday life and quality of life significantly faster than anything at the federal level. So my challenge to you all, if you don't know who your council member is, who your mayor is, who your school board representative is, find out. And also find out when your elections are. They're often not held in November, because that's where you affect the most change, including culturally. Because what I got complaints about the city when I was at the grocery store, when I was at my kids' t-ball game. I mean, you are boots on the ground in the culture. And so that is truly where you affect change. And your story is like 100% why we need to elect more women. I mean, am I right? If we would have been in that position, it never would have happened in the first place. So in terms of being engrossed in the culture, since you're living in it, the harassment is so much more. I mean, it happens to women at all levels, unfortunately, but I've, seen pictures of my home online. There were local law enforcement officers that during COVID, when I had the audacity to actually lead, to be the first in the state of Oklahoma to take a stand to save lives, law enforcement officers decided that it would be fun to talk about pulling me out on the courthouse lawn and lynching me. And, it was multiple times. And so to this day, I love my town, and that's where I'm raising my children, but I'm nervous and a little scared to get pulled over by my police department. And I'm a white woman because I've been the target. And there is no shelter when you're that deep in everything. And so it changes your whole perspective. And again, that's where I think the network is so important, because it's such a unique experience that I hope no one ever has to experience. But if you do, know that you don't have to do it alone. And there's, my parents felt bad for me. It was horrible for my children to have to watch. They got bullied at school. But to be able to call a friend in my network and they know, oh yeah, I've been there and you will get through this. And, and then they help you find the lessons and the power in those moments, whereas it could easily be the victim mentality. But the network helps you rise above that. And so I tell everyone, from my students to my children to women who are thinking about running for office, find what I call my board of directors, people that advise me in all the different areas of my life. And the Vital Voices Network has been crucial for, I think, my survival and future success. I'm just getting started, by the way. So
yes, you are. Diane, obviously for the last 20 years, you've been involved in Vital Voices. You've been part of this network. I'm sure to most people here, it's very clear what you provide, so much guidance and mentorship and support. But I know that you feel you gain more. So can you talk about what you feel you've gained on this journey working with so many women leaders that you maybe sought out to support, but ended up being supported by?
Everyone who spoke this morning was extraordinary, and anytime I meet anyone from the network, Vital Voices network, I always feel like I haven't done anything. I mean, my God, they're so ballsy and so incredible. And the one thing that everyone has in common is that they're badass women. They refuse to be victim. They get shit done. And I mean, I'm since I'm the oldest person here, I can say whatever I want. But it's very. That's the one thing. So what is Vital Voices? So that what attracted me to Vital Voices at first was that there was no victimhood. My mother survived the concentration camp at age 21, and the one lesson she always taught me: fear is not an option, and no matter what, never be a victim, right? Never be a victim. Doesn't matter what happens. And you talk about the community and you go for support. But before you go to anyone for support, we all know that the real support comes from ourselves. And the more we are true, if we are individual or for our cause, if we remain true to ourselves, that is freedom. Even if you are in jail, if you're true to yourself, you're free. So it really starts there. And so I was attracted by Vital Voices because there was no victimhood, and everyone who survives, terrible things, but they're all winners. They're all survivors. It's not about complaining. It's not about blaming. It's not about shame. All of that is out. It's just about doing. And that's what I love. So anyway, I got more and more involved, and I was here at the very beginning, and together we did the logo, and together we did the tagline, and more involved I was. But recently, I realized when Afghanistan happened, on August 21, 2021, I was on vacation, and I was so revolted, and I was so upset, and I was so furious. And I went to bed thinking, we need a United Nations for women. And then I woke up and I said, what am I talking about? We have a United Nations for women, and it is Vital Voices. And because Vital Voices is this network of badass women in 184 countries. And the reason it is so spread in 184 countries is because it started when at the 1995 Beijing conference that was organized by the UN, where there were all these women leaders that came from everywhere. And they weren't prime ministers, they weren't very big CEOs. They were women who work on the ground, like, you, and who make things happen and make a difference. So the essence of it, that Hillary Clinton was First Lady. She came in and she made that famous speech, women's rights are human's right. And then she went back on the plane. Apparently it was so exciting. Alice was there. She smuggled in. She was a little girl. And she came there completely illegally, but she made that. And then they were on the plane going back, and they thought, this is too exciting. We cannot let the souffle go down. And that's when they created Vital Voices, which for the first 2 years was governmental, and then it became a nonprofit. Anyway, so I realized that day of Summer 21 that the real asset of Vital Voices is that it's this global network. But now I'm thinking it's more than just a global network. What it is a global population. It's a population because each one of these women who are on the network, they have their own network because they've helped and they've done things. So it really is a population. And therefore, we have an incredible asset with this, which we haven't even began to explore in the right way. Because the world right now is very difficult, and it feels corrupt, and it feels disgusting, and it's all money, and it's very masculine. I mean, are you looking at me, the camera? I mean, I'm not against men, but it's the bad side of men, and so we need to change that. But this population, each one of us have to help to make that population bigger, to make that population stronger, because that population is the tiny little bit of light that is showing in this wall of darkness. And if we focus on the light and we grow the light and we cherish the light will win, because it's always the light that pushes the darkness away. And therefore, each of us individually, I mean, I'm asking you to, each of us individually and collectively, first we have to go to our own strength. We cannot forget our own strength. We have to practice our own strength all the time, so that then we can share it. And we can never be the victim, and we have to practice what women know how to do. Women know how to do two things. Solutions, right? Even the most submissive woman, out of a sudden, the fire in the house, she gets up, she gets the children, the jewelry, the this off the door. Right? Women understand solutions. And women understand seduction. And seduction is not about showing your legs, even though if you have good ones, you could show them. But seduction is about focusing on the solutions and making sure that the solutions get bought, get excited, that some people think it's their idea, who cares, right? And I think that this is the task that women have today. We have to accept our own strengths. We have to own our own strengths. We cannot be shy of our own strength. We have to practice. We have to focus on solution and work and seduce so that the solution happen. Because the world needs women now more than ever. And I really do believe we can make a difference. And we really don't need to claim for that it's us. We just have to do it, in a very good way. And all of these women of Vital Voices show that. And every time I meet any of them, I just feel, I've not done anything. And that is what is very special about this network. That is actually more than a network, it's a population. And we have an amazing leader with Alice, who speaks so well and who is a wonderful orator. And this is why I helped Alice in making this building happen, because it was very audacious to do that, especially in the middle of COVID. But look at it, it exists now, and it's beautiful, and it's sunny, and we will bring in the advice, and we will make it happen. So I beg all of you to be in charge. And to be in charge is a commitment to ourselves, is owning who we are and make it happen. And that's it. I have written a little manifesto about being in charge, and when you leave the room, I don't know what it is, you will receive it. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you. So you talk about the power of the network and audaciousness. And we did a study a number of years ago where we surveyed the network, and one of the things that we found was that when women are part of non-hierarchical, non-competitive, and very diverse networks of other women, that they take bolder risks for leadership. And, you know, as Anne Gabrielle told us this morning, women's issues have slid backwards. We all know it. COVID, crisis, all of it, right? We've slid backwards. We know we need to leapfrog forward, right? We don't have 132 years. No, heck no. The only little bit of, I guess, hope I take from the World Economic Forum's prediction that it's going to take another 132 years for women to gain equality with men is that they say at current rates of progress. So if we can move progress faster, we can get there faster, right? So I believe we need to be doing audacious things, right? We need to be doing crazy things. And I believe that having a network, whether it's this network or other networks of other women, make us do audacious things. And so I would love, I know we got to wrap up, but I would love for each of you to talk about what is the most audacious thing you have done to inspire others in this room to be audacious. I'm sure they've done audacious things too. Or what do you plan to do? Like, what is that wildest dream thing that you want to do, but you haven't maybe told anyone? But you could tell this room. You want to start?
Sure. So being a young female Democrat in the state of Oklahoma basically makes me a unicorn. So that was pretty audacious. But my big audacious dream and why I was drawn to Vital Voices is I want to take the potential that the United States of America has and take it out into the world, learn from the world while improving our country. I want to redefine foreign service. That's what I want to do. I don't want to go in and fix the world. The world's fine. Thank you. I want to fix us, frankly. And thank you.
Kenya?
What keeps me and what inspires me is the young women that we work with. And for me, the audacious thing that I'm working on, and I'm really being intentional, is growing each one of them to be a leader. Because I could be a leader, but if I have all of them as leaders, the change is already taken. So I call them seeds that we're going to plant around the world, and they're going to do mighty and great things. And that's like my real work to do.
Well, for me, starting the helpline was, at that time, it was actually crazy because I have no resources. I had no knowledge. I didn't even know that actually there could be funding for that because I started it with no funding, no support by myself. Yeah, it was crazy to do. But I was inspired by women survivors. Because I saw their strength and I saw how if you give a little bit of support, how much they do take control of their lives and how much stronger they become. And from being invisible, they become leaders in their own lives and sometimes beyond. That was very inspiring for me. But also when you were talking about the network, I think one more thing that I value in Vital Voices Network and what I've learned from the very, very beginning is pay it forward. It's when Secretary Clinton, Madeleine Albright, Melinda Verveer, they put their names behind us who were just, activists working on the ground. and gave us a world stage to start speaking about issues nobody spoke about. That was actually a very powerful moment. And now, whenever I can do anything for any activist on the ground, I remember that. And that's part of our leadership model, which is very important.
Diane? I thought they wanted us to wrap. Anyway, so you asked me, we were on a panel 2 weeks ago, International Women's Day, and that's when Alice asked to everyone, what is the most audacious thing they did? And I was just before me was Nadia Murat, who, escaped, whose entire family was killed and who was in a slave camp of ISIS and all of that. And I'm thinking to myself, and she says, the most audacious thing I did was to escape, because when you escape those camps, you can't even go back to your village because they think you're dirty. And so I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, what am I going to say? And then I came up with something that I never said before, but since I've said many times, that the most audacious thing I did actually was being born. Because 18 months before I was born, my mother was in Auschwitz in a concentration camp, weighing 49 pounds. She wasn't supposed to survive. She did survive. She wasn't supposed to have a child. I was born. So my triumph over misery was really my birth. And I think that what I get from that now that I'm an older woman is the fact that to practice gratitude every moment of my life and to preach people to practice gratitude and not to be a victim and be good. I do believe that the good will win, and it's not a sign of weakness. And I think that somehow I will make that the rest of my life go.
Well, thank you all. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Panel. Thank you so much to our panelists. I do encourage you, if there's some space in your row, do move toward the wall so more people can sit. I am now thrilled to introduce Angelina Spicer. She's a comedian and activist, and she's going to give us a special opening of our next session, Inclusive Health, Adapting to a World of Change. Please join me in welcoming Angelina. Thank you so much.
Hi, everybody. Yes, how are you? Welcome to the Women's Forum here at Vital Voices. I am Angelina Spicer. I'm a stand-up comedian. I'm also what I like to call an accidental activist. I know that many of us come to this work for women's rights and fighting for injustices all over the globe, but by accident. But I came to this work truly. I planned everything in my life. I planned my marriage. I planned to move to Los Angeles, where I currently live. I'm from New York City, but I did not plan to get postpartum depression. That was not in the plan. Neither was getting postpartum anxiety at the same time. Many times in our lives, we think we're doing the right thing at the right time that works for us. We plan things out, but there are some things that kind of take us by surprise, even as much as we plan and as much as we think that things will go according to how we want and hope and wish that they will. They don't. And in my case, it didn't happen that way. I actually did not know any person in my life experience who had postpartum depression or postpartum anxiety. And some might say that, okay, well, Black women, we're always told to just pray it away. or just be strong, the strong black woman, as they say. And in my case, I did try to pray it away. I tried to go to family members and those that loved me or said they did. And I tried to ask for advice, but no one seemed to accept that I was spiraling and what I felt like I was drowning. But luckily, I had access to a therapist. My husband is white, and I say that the therapist comes with a white husband. You know, you walk down the aisle with a white man, and you get a jar of mayonnaise and a therapist. It's good to talk about at white parties when you have a therapist. You can just say, "Oh yeah, my therapist." Everyone's like, "Oh my gosh, yeah, your therapist." But anyhow, I had a therapist, thankfully, and it was her who actually diagnosed me 8 months postpartum. So for 8 long months, I had been trying to dig myself out of this hole of depression and anxiety that I didn't know had a name. I didn't know that I knew that people had experienced it, but I didn't know anyone personally. And nor did I have anyone to tell me, oh, this is what you're experiencing, Angelina. Everyone just sort of pretended like, oh, everything's fine, or oh, it's just fine. It's just the baby blues. But in fact, it was my therapist at 8 months postpartum that diagnosed me with postpartum depression and anxiety and suggested that I check myself into a psychiatric facility. And I did. And it was the best all-inclusive vacation to the Bahamas. Okay. I looked at the sheets. I was like, wow, 100 thread count. How long can I stay before I got to move in? How long can I stay before I got to start paying rent? I was so excited to be there. It was like such a great breath of fresh air and a break from the demands of motherhood. And I really did take the time to kind of gauge my perspective on what motherhood was, what my dreams and hopes had become, who I was now as someone's mother. You know, they prepare you for the birth of a child, but it's hard to get someone to help you really prepare for motherhood. And that's a real strong shift for a lot of women who I've spoken to around the country. So this really inspired my accidental activism. It started in California when I worked with the state assembly on working on legislation. I actually helped pass 3 new bills to screen mothers, to help get data that will improve outcomes for women, and also training, to actually train labor and delivery nurses and OBGYNs on how to actually implement and flag the things that are necessary for knowing what postpartum depression and anxiety are. So I worked on that legislation and then went over to the Hill and started working there. And I'm currently working with members of Congress on the Momnibus Act to support mothers all over the country. And recently, I work with a documentary film that I'm working on that will, of course, include comedy, because how do we talk about depression if we can't laugh at it too, right? So yes, the documentary film, it actually takes place across 3 countries here in the U.S., and our work expanded to Israel and Ghana this summer. And it's really been an amazing journey. All of our work is crowdfunded. We were just hearing from the panelists here about, grassroots activism and how it really does take the people on the ground with the vision to start these movements. And we have really been in a fortunate position with the postpartum rebirth, as I call it, the postpartum rebirth, to really redefine what motherhood is, what motherhood looks like for many different modern women, and how we address these issues. And we went to Israel. We spoke to women in the Bedouin community, in the Muslim communities there. We interviewed women in parliament who are on the cutting edge of developing legislation and implementing legislation that will help mothers all across the country in Israel. We also met with the Hebrew Israel Israelite community in Israel as well as in Ghana. We met with women who did their own home births and all kinds of deliveries, and were afraid to go to the government hospitals. I was like, oh, this is a similarity that we have here in the U.S. Here's one of the more less fortunate countries in the world, and you compare it to that of the U.S., and many women in these countries feel the same way that women in America are feeling, where not only is postpartum depression and anxiety the number one complication of childbirth, but then you have the fear of, will I make it out of the hospital alive? Will I die? So these are some of the daunting stories that we cover in our documentary film, but with humor and levity and gravity. And it really does warm my heart that I've been welcomed into this space to really normalize these conversations. That's really the goal with the Postpartum Rebirth. We're also touring the country in a 40-foot pink bus. Yes. 100% crowdfunded. So, it's taken a lot of crowdfunding to get this bus going. But yes, it's a 40-foot pink bus. We travel around the country. We advocate for women all across the country. We meet moms exactly where they are, whether they're in Kentucky or Indianapolis or in Atlanta. We meet moms where they are. And this past year, we helped over 25 families across 25 states in our country. And with our social media presence, we gained 12 million organic followers. So we've had a really great impact. I'm really excited that postpartum depression, postpartum anxiety is getting the traction, just to have an audience, a global audience like this one here, to welcome our journey and to welcome the voices of many women who haven't yet felt heard and had the space to do so. So thank you very much. I'm Angelina Spicer. Thank you so much for welcoming me.
Angelina, thank you so much for the ways you share your story and show power through vulnerability. We appreciate it. And on the topic of maternal health and mother's health, this next panel is going to shed a light on the range of women's specific health issues. We're talking about things like sexual and reproductive health and mental health, things that are pretty critical today. But not just the issues around them, also the actions organizations can take to tackle them. So I'm happy to welcome to the stage Olga Granaturova. She's the COO and CBO of Norm Unity, and all of the panelists can also join as well. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Women's Forum, for organizing this fantastic panel. And thank you so much for Vital Voices. This is, of course, a topic that really could be a whole conference, and we're going to try to cover it in 35 minutes. My name is Olga Granaturova. I'm a co-founder of Brighter Ventures, which is a nonprofit organization that empowers women entrepreneurs. I'm also a serial entrepreneur myself, and I've been in the healthcare industry for over 25 years. Peggy?
I'm Peggy Clark. I'm president and CEO of International Center for Research on Women.
I'm Emily Johnson. I'm a partner at Wachtell Lipton, which is a law firm.
I'm Emma Codd. I'm a partner of Deloitte, which is a very large global professional services firm.
And my name is Catherine Bowman. I'm a lymphatic researcher, healthcare advocate, and also a rising talent with the Women's Forum from 2020.
So as you can see, we have a fantastic, diverse panel here today. And women's health is increasingly being recognized as one of top global health priorities. Women represent cornerstone of family health. We are taking care of the family. And of course, any outcomes for women really cascade down to the whole family, communities, and economies. And it's essential we address not only sexual and reproductive health, which of course been front and center recently, and we've taken some steps back, but also issues that occur throughout women's life. Women and men have different biologies, and historically, unfortunately, it's been understudied, minimized, or completely ignored. Often women represent symptoms that are different from men. And it's absolutely hard to believe that it's only in 1993 that we passed a law that included women in early clinical stage research, which meant prior to that, we didn't know how drugs are going to affect women. So why don't we move to this important topic? I'll start with Peggy. So Peggy, what are the leading trends and crisis points in women's health globally? What we have done, what is the progress, and where do we need to do more?
Thank you, Olga. That's great. And thank you all for being here with us. This is such a critical topic. It's lovely to see you all from this side rather than that side. And you look beautiful. Let me just say, this is a story of fits and starts. This is a story of great successes and really profound declines and steps backward. So I want to share with you 5 key facts to kind of set the stage for the rest of the conversations here. And let me begin by saying, we know this in our own lives. I don't need to say this, but health is inextricably tied to progress in every other area we've talked about today: food, economic security, leadership, everything else. And it was COVID that shone this bright spotlight on that, and it influenced in many ways people's thinking about how important health is to the future of nations. Because during COVID, women who are caregivers had to step back home, and whole nations were shut down. So we are in a moment of reckoning about that we have never been in before. But let me share with you a few key facts. Many of them are shocking. Let me just say that each of these is around what you might call power points or pivot points in a woman's life: reproductive health, pregnancy, childbirth, caring for others. In terms of reproductive health, this may be surprising to you, but it has increased. Access to contraceptives, modern contraceptives, have increased globally from 28% to 48%. So not doubled, but really very good progress. Yet 160 women across the world have no access whatsoever to reproductive health at all, to contraceptives, which is shocking when you think about what that means. Access to abortion, we all have been thinking about this, talking about this, crying about this, on the streets about this. It's important to recognize positives. 60 countries in the world have liberalized their abortion rights and access, yet 4 countries have rolled back. And which ones are those? Do we know? The U.S. is standing shoulder to shoulder with Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Poland as one of only 4 countries that have rolled back rights for abortion. We could go on about this, but we know the effects of rolling back Roe v. Wade have been very profound. Maternal mortality. Maternal mortality is deaths in childbirth, not just at the moment of delivering a child, but 42 days around the time of pregnancy. This is an amazing statistic. Maternal deaths have declined globally by 34% over the last 2 decades. This has been a huge accomplishment. Yet, in some places, maternal mortality has actually gotten worse. And one of those is in the U.S., particularly for women of color. Women of color, Black women in the U.S., are 3 times as likely to die in childbirth as white women, 3 times. And we know, fortunately, for many of the reasons, many of the people in this room and others, that this is related to racism, social determinants of health, and other issues that are influencing how Black women are treated in our health system. Gender-based violence. This is not a positive and negative story. This is a really negative story. It's called by the WHO as a global pandemic. In every country of the world, gender-based violence is off the charts during COVID. Intimate partner violence is off the charts across the world. 1 in 3 women have experienced bodily violence in the world. That is a remarkable and shocking and disturbing statistic. So I don't have anything positive to report on that front, except that we all have to get to work on this, and this is really serious. Another important point I want to raise, and I hope I'm keeping to my time because so much richness here, is another thing that really this bright light got shined on was the importance of women in the health workforce. 70% of the health workforce is women. We know this: nurses, doctors, doctors, child caregivers, community health workers. But what happened during COVID that was so profound was we began to realize how underpaid they were, and also how women as we've been saying for many years, women carry the unpaid work of caring for children, of caring for the elderly when they were sick. And so what happened during COVID was women had to leave their jobs, including women in the health workforce, to care for the elderly. And all of a sudden now we're able to talk about the care economy. I don't know, it's been decades in my career when we've been talking about the unpaid burdens that women carry, but we have a moment now where countries are legislating around childcare and around the care economy, which is a profound positive change. So those are some of the key points. We do see progress in women's health, but we have seen really backward steps that we all need to rally around, because we know that this will influence the course of a woman's life. Thank you, Olga.
Thank you so much, Peggy. Emily, on sexual and reproductive rights, what is the role of business community? Are reproductive rights a business issue?
Sure. So I'm the lawyer on the health panel, which is not something you want to be or that you want to have on the health panel. And I'm here talking about what's business's role in reproductive rights. And for some folks, that's a little bit of an uncomfortable question. But I think that reproductive rights are absolutely, unequivocally a business issue. And we need businesses to lead on this issue right now. Okay, so why? Why are reproductive rights a business issue? It touches every core aspect of a company. Your operations, do you have people in your store to run your business? Can people decide when they're having kids or not? Can they show up to work? Benefits, how much does it cost to provide health care coverage? Do you have to move people out of state if they have a health care emergency? Culture, your brand, what are your brand values? Are you helping live those values? Workforce health and safety, and competitiveness for talent. Young women do not want to move to a state or work for a company that does not support their reproductive rights. And the states that are regressive on this issue are seeing brain drain already, right? Women aren't going to school there, and not just women, young people. Young people are not going to school there. So also, reproductive rights is not this scary, third-rail, controversial political issue that we've all been told it is our whole lives. We saw that in the midterm elections in this country, right? In every state where abortion rights were on the ballot, they won. And states like Kentucky, Kansas, Michigan, these are not, California and New York. So what that means is that this actually isn't a red and blue issue like we've been told, right? It means a lot of folks in red, rural, evangelical Christian states are going behind that ballot box and pulling for reproductive rights, okay? So I just want to make one more pitch. I feel like I've almost got you that you believe me that this is a business issue, but one more pitch for why. And this one, I'm going to take Gloria Steinem's concept and tell you, any time that somebody tells you that the study of economics starts with production and not reproduction, they've got it wrong. Okay, let me say it again. Economics does not start with production, it starts with reproduction, right? Our economies require workers and customers. And you know what? Workers don't show up at your company fully formed. They don't show up in the aisles of the supermarket. They don't show up at the kindergarten classroom. Having and raising the next generation is a fundamental building block of the economy. So, are reproductive rights a business issue? Yes. But so is, maternal and family leave, family medical leave. So is protections for pregnant workers. So are generally racial and gender equity. All right. Are we with me? Yes, it's an issue. Okay.
Oh, thank you so much.
So now what are business? Do I have a few more minutes?
Yes.
What are businesses going to do about it? What are they doing right now, and what ought they be doing? Okay, I'm going to give you 5 quick things, and you can find me after. I'll send you a blog post that has a lot of sub-bullets, okay? All right. First thing, Businesses need to mitigate harm on their workforce. So take care of your people. Make sure that they have the right benefits. Make sure that those benefits cover everybody, your hourly workers, your contract workers, and communicate about those benefits so that people know that they exist when they need them, okay? Second, advocate. And this is important. It's time for businesses to tell politicians that abortion bans are bad for business, okay? No more sitting on the sidelines. This third one goes with the second one, and it's align your political giving. Companies give a heck of a lot of money to politicians all over the political spectrum. And companies have a lot of external communication, internal communication saying, we believe in gender diversity. We believe in our workforce health. And then they're turning around and funding anti-abortion politicians. That is not going to be tenable. Your workforce and your customers are not going to continue to accept that. So you should go ahead and make a plan for it now and start putting in place how are you going to defund these abortion banning politicians. And if you can't, if your business feels like it cannot, it's got to support this, fill in the blank person in a state where you're only going to get an anti-abortion person elected, help them reprioritize their agenda. Push it down the agenda. Tell them it's bad, it's not a winning issue. Two more. Don't send your workers to states where there are regressive bans, so don't plan events in those states. And finally, this is a big one we could do a whole panel on, minimize data collection on your customers, particularly around reproductive rights issues. I think we've all heard of some of the stories that are coming out where prosecutors are reaching out to get information about what's going on. Don't do that. Just don't collect the data on those issues.
Thank you so much, Emily. And if anybody has any questions, reach out. We're going to be around. There's a fantastic list, and we all need to advocate for ourselves.
And my email is on the internet, Emily Johnson Wachtel. You can find me.
Perfect. Thank you. So, Emma, I know from previous discussions with you, mental health is really important to you. As a global inclusion leader in a company that operates in over 160 countries worldwide, what are you seeing as needs?
Thank you. I hope everyone can hear me. So I've got a natural hand tremor and arthritis. So arthritis in my finger, so holding this can be a little bit challenging sometimes. The one thing I forgot in my introduction is I am Global Inclusion Leader for Deloitte as well as being a partner of the organisation. We are in 162 countries, 420,000 people around the world, and all we have are our people. So, really important for us that we're focused on the issues that matter most for them. Now, we obviously listen a lot to our people. That's really important. And actually, everything we design from an inclusion perspective is built on lived experience. However, we also get to do really amazing external research projects as well. And one of those, in fact, the two projects are Women at Work, a global piece of research. This will be the third year. In a month's time, we will be releasing year 3. And that seeks the views of 5,000 women in the workplace across 10 countries. And it's their views not on policies, not on process. It's their views on reality, their experience, how they feel, how they're made to feel within that workplace. We also have the Millennials and Generation Z research. That's 25,000 Millennials and Generation Zs across 40 plus countries. So just in terms of the insight that gives us, because this is pretty scary, this shows why this needs to be a priority for any organisation. I'm sorry this is depressing data, but it's important you all hear it. So first of all, from a Women at Work perspective, 2022's report, we'll start with 2021, in fact. Terrible picture. We probably all lived it. The perfect storm. Increased responsibility in the workplace, increased responsibility at home. It was all pretty awful. Mental health issues, challenges on the increase. So we move to 2022, and I think what we see there is a continuation and is possibly, the byproduct of what we all went through in 2020, 2021. So what did we see? Okay, so we saw 5,000 women. We saw half of them tell us they were burnt out. Burnout was the main reason that those women were looking for a new job. And many of them were. I mean, a huge number said, look, I'm going to leave. Most women said, I'll stay for less than 2 years with my employer because the employer wasn't providing what they needed. Stress was on the up. Mental health was really poor. Over half the women said, I've got increased stress over last year. And many women said, I'm feeling always on. The pressure is there, and the career impact. If I don't do it, I feel under real pressure. I always have to be there, always have to be available. I think it's something we probably all felt during the pandemic. So then let's move on to millennials and Generation Z, and what did that tell us? 2022, it told us that half of millennials and Generation Z felt stressed or anxious all or most of the time. Half. And then it also told us that women were experiencing this far more significantly. And then what it told us was, what are the reasons for this stress? And there were external reasons, i.e. the wider world, things we all worry about, climate, financial worries, pressures, family welfare, all of those really important things. But there were internal ones. And they were telling us it's workload, work-life balance, exclusion. Basically, I want to be myself at work. I've had enough of being excluded. So then let's go back to women at work, and then I'll stop talking and throwing data at everyone. So women at work, what did women at work tell us? Women at work told us that women weren't getting the work-life balance that they wanted, they weren't experiencing the flexible work, and they were experiencing non-inclusive behaviours. Massive numbers, 60% experiencing those behaviours. So my final message: we know mental health is a big issue. Most companies, and talking about the role of companies have to provide the support, they have to provide the policies and processes, but you know what? They have to tackle the causes. They don't need to fix the women, they need to fix the organisation, the structure, and the culture.
Thank you so much, Emma. So, Catherine, at the age of 14, you became a researcher, one of the youngest medical researchers. I'd like to address funding issue. So in the US, NIH, only 1% of research funding goes to women's health. It's shocking, 1%. So I would like to see, how have you experienced this, and what do you think should be done about this?
Absolutely. So again, I think there could be a whole panel on this discussion as well. I think when we talk about federal funding, it's important to recognize we have historically had this gap in funds that are going towards women's research initiatives. But an excellent example of what can happen when we contribute funds towards women's health issues is actually in the case of cardiovascular disease. So for myself, I study the lymphatic disease, so different set of vessels. But with cardiovascular disease, what historically has happened is a large proportion of the research studies that were being undertaken were predominantly on men. And so we were developing protocols and guidelines that were specific to men, but were then being applied into women. What ended up happening was a large proportion of women were being misdiagnosed, mistreated, or even, sent home from the hospital when they were having cardiac-related events and crises. With a shift in funding, what has happened, and obviously that is a very long story, made quite short, is that we've developed completely new gender-specific guidelines for women's cardiovascular health. This has also revealed completely new sets of risk factors and predictive factors for cardiac-related outcomes. For example, looking at preeclampsia, so high blood pressure during pregnancy, that is not something that we would have known was a risk factor for cardiovascular disease had we only been studying this outside of the context of pregnancy or in men. So ultimately, shifting that funding has improved cardiovascular outcomes for women, but of course, there is still this gap that persists, and cardiovascular disease does remain the #1 killer of women in the United States. So our work is certainly not done here. When we look at, say, the NIH, which is one of the predominant, obviously, funders of health research in the United States, the funding towards women's health research is increasing. And actually, in 2019, they did recognize women as an underrepresented population in the research enterprise. And through this, we have seen an increase in funds moving towards women's health issues. Now, how can we try to emulate this or recreate what is happening through this federal funding program and expand it outwards to address other health issues that are disproportionately affecting women or are affecting women in a different way than men? For instance, lung cancer, pain syndromes, the presentation of these things in women are in fact different from men, and we know this from smaller scale trials, but that data needs to increase. I think one of the things that we saw with the NIH is, some of the challenges for other organizations, and perhaps some of you in the room who might be interested in advocating for increased funding in women's health, is some of the barriers. So one being, when we are setting up protected research funds for women's health initiatives, how are we defining women's health research? That is extremely important, and I urge you to be considerate in how we are actually defining what the criteria would be for women's health research, so we can ensure that the funds that we want to go towards women's health are actually getting there. The other piece that's really critical here, and I think was revealed through some of this funding from a federal perspective, is recognizing that women's health is a broad category, and there are populations of women who are disproportionately affected by certain social and health conditions. As we discussed, obviously, is the case with maternal mortality in the United States, making sure that organizations are well equipped to partner with community organizations and understand that we really are in need of increased funds in particular groups, such as in the case of women of color. So to wrap up, just from this standpoint, for those of you in the room who may not be in the research funding scene, what can we do in order to better support women's health research and women's health even within our workplaces? And I would advocate actually for the application of a research principle called community engaged research. And basically, the very simple version of this, which may seem obvious, is just asking the question, how can I help? Before offering a solution to help. And we see this with organizations and creating partnerships in the community, but we can also apply this within our workplace and not assuming that we know the answer before we've even asked the question.
Thank you so much, Catherine. And I just want to point out that actually this investment, which goes from NIH, which 1%, it also has effect far beyond that. So overall, women entrepreneurs only get 2% of investment from VC community. This number went down from 2.2% to 2.0%. So this is the lowest number since 2016. So when I talk to investors, a lot of times you hear, well, there's not enough basic research. I don't see basic research. I cannot read papers. I cannot invest, which is a huge problem. So we do need to fix it. So there is, in addition to actually trying to influence NIH funding and research and talking to policymakers, we also need to be active investors. Femtech is growing. There's a lot of people actually starting companies addressing women's health. So if you know somebody and if you need to find some, please contact me. I will point you in the right direction. But we do need to put our money behind those issues. So how are we on time? We have 5 minutes. Do we have any questions? Yes. Oh, there is a microphone.
Hello, my name is Hedia. I work in business transformation consulting, and I actually have a specific question on addressing burnout in the organizations. Specifically, how do you advise and create cultural change on the micro level, or where have you seen examples specifically at Deloitte or for other companies that you've consulted with that we can bring back to our own workplace?
That's a really good question. And look, if you think about burnout, what is burnout? Burnout is effectively chronic stress that has not been adequately managed. It is most likely to happen when your experience does not match your expectations. Okay? And there are 6 areas, and I'm not going to go into all of them, but they're all areas that we would all expect. We want fairness, we want transparency, we want respect, we want to do purposeful work. And the problem is that, how often in life how often do you get that match? And so for me, a lot of this is down to leadership. I think organizations I think they do, as I said before, love to fix people rather than what they really should be fixing. But I think some of this comes down to how we lead. And actually, let's not promise what we're then not going to deliver. Let's make sure that when times are stressful, we all go through periods where we have to work increased hours. And I think we all are fine with that, as long as it's not all the time and as long as we feel we're getting reward, trusted. So to be honest, that's a big focus for us, is how we lead. And, we're not always going to get that right. It's a constant work in progress. Hopefully that helps a little bit.
Oh, there's in the back.
Hello, I have a question. How do you actually go about in finding out whether or not your leaders or your organization is actually donating money to politicians that don't serve the views and values of your company?
That is a really good question. One thing, and it depends on probably a couple of different things. One is what size of an organization are you in, right? And if you are in a big public company, public companies have public reports, and they have to report about who they are supporting. So that information should be available publicly online. Also, I'm going to tell you that I don't have the best answer for this, because what I was about to go into was, well, they were reporting for the politicians as well, which of course there is. But money is going not just to politicians, but it's going to their PACs and otherwise. So let me come back to you on that answer, because it's a great question. There might be folks in the audience actually who know the answer to that question. I'm seeing Jen Stark at the back of the room. Is there a microphone we can give to Jen? Well, we got people online. See, when we don't know the answers, we will find you the right answers.
Yeah. We're working together here. Oh my God, amazing. So that's a really wonderful question. And we know as folks are looking at where they want to work and institutions that share their values, all these data points matter more and more. Two great nonprofits out there that are doing some tracking on this. One, Ultraviolet, has what's called Repro Receipts campaign, and you can find more by Googling Ultraviolet. Also, Color of Change has done some work in this area. There's also a researcher who helps on shareholder advocacy in this issue. Her name's Heidi Welsh, Sustainable Investments Group, and there's a kind of a quarterly report that's updated on her website. Sorry, that's not like the most user-friendly thing, but if you do look up Heidi Welsh, Sustainable Investments Group, you'll find a great report and a snapshot there.
Thank you, Jen. Yeah, thank you so much. And this is why it's so important for us to get together and actually exchange this information. And there's just so much resources available. We just need to find it. And thank you so much again for connecting us here. All right. Well, I just also want to thank our wonderful panelists, so if we can get a round of applause for them as well.
Hi there, everybody. Well, thank you for being so attentive for this important panel. Our next panel is focused on climate. It's called Women at the Heart of Climate Action. It's going to explore the gender-climate nexus because, as we talked about before, climate change is a threat multiplier, and many women are the ones who find themselves vulnerable. I'm told I've been way too excited, and we're not actually talking about climate yet. That's coming up a bit later. Let me reorient. I was close. We're talking about health and climate. I do ask also, if there's room in your aisle, do go towards the wall so we can make room for those who are just now coming in. So we're going to talk about health and climate. Of course, we're no stranger to the health threats that we've all seen, right? Pandemics, food systems, urban development, they all impact the way we're able to eat, get fed, and stay healthy. So I want to welcome to the stage Gail Tismac-Lemon. She's the Adjunct Senior Fellow for Women and Foreign Policy at the Council for Foreign Relations, and the panelists of her session can come as well. Let's give them a round of applause.
Good afternoon. How is everybody? You've been sitting here, having an amazing day, and I'm really delighted because we couldn't have a really more compelling group of people with distinctly different vantage points to talk to us about the intersection of climate and health. It's really important because I think so many times in what we read and what we see on screen, people get to live in exactly one dimension. And the reality is we all inhabit the and. Women don't just live in health, they also live in climate, they also live in any number of issues that are grappling and vying for their attention. We were joking a little bit about many things which we will not talk about today that are rather depressing on the global health stage, but we have really 4 beacons of light to talk with us about this intersection, about what it means. And I'll just start with a little bit that we worked on this paper in 2014, which all of 2 people read at the time, which was about climate, natural disaster, state fragility, and child marriage, and how every one of these issues are tied together. You cannot talk about one without talking about the other. And while everybody likes to talk about statistics and start with the numbers, I want to also say that every statistic starts with a single life. And it really matters how we see and who we see and how we tackle what we count and who counts. So that's really what our panel is here to do today. I will really be delighted to just start and dive in because you all have your programs and we have limited time. So having 2 doctors and 2 innovators, we actually are in amazing hands. And we're going to have a great conversation that is going to be a conversation. And I'm actually going to start by starting with Alicia, since she is on the end here. So Alicia White is really an entrepreneur and an innovator. And I want to ask you a question that is about the whole idea of public health and public space. Talk to me about what you do to innovate at the intersection of both.
Of course. So public health and public space is something that's really important to our overall health. I'm from a place called New York. And in New York, we have a lot of green spaces. A lot of people don't know that in the outer boroughs. But not all of those spaces are accessible to the communities that live within them. A lot of our spaces in New York are used as dumping grounds. And a lot of our communities are just full of pollution. And so green spaces serve in many ways. The first way, having green space is a way for people to create placemaking spaces to gather, to come together, and to have community resources. And this really improves our mental health. Connection improves our mental health. We've seen this during the pandemic, especially in my work, where people in New York had nowhere to go. We were shut out, and there were no space for us to go. So with my organization, we created green spaces so people had that access for community.
And tell us all the name of your organization.
So my organization is Project Petals, so we're based in New York. And the second way is the creation of green spaces. So my organization works with climate and environmental leaders to create green spaces throughout New York. And these green spaces look like garden spaces so people can learn to grow their own food, urban farming so people have access to healthy eating. And this is done in places that are considered food deserts, where those things aren't readily accessible.
And it's amazing, right? Food deserts right in the middle of one of the most affluent and really well-resourced cities right in the world. And what kind of pushback did you get, or what kind of reception did you get when you first started?
So I started 7 years ago. When I first started, people at the government level, especially in the city, the issue was they didn't understand the connection between green space and our health. And my focus is primarily working in under-resourced communities. So the funding is already not there. And so for the past 7 years, I worked really hard on helping to bridge that connection and really get our city agencies and our government on par with understanding that these green spaces have positive health implications if we actually create them and give people the resources and tools to keep them sustainable for years to come.
Right, and I think one part of your work is also part of Debbie's work, which is that you can make sure that under-resourced communities get equal access to solutions.
Yes. It's important to have environmental and climate leaders at the table who are actually in the communities that are being impacted at a disadvantage by climate change, and having these ideas and these solutions, because these are the people who are living there, having them at the table is crucial. And it's not so much giving them the voice at this point, it's giving them the funding, the access, and at a policy level to make the changes and implement these changes so we can have positive health outcomes.
Yes, because the words are free, but the wallet is not, right? And that is always an expression of people's values, especially when they say it isn't, right? So Dr. Bartz, I want to go to Debbie and say, the question of, you have talked about, and I was reading this a couple times because it was really making me think about the mental health, repeated viral infections, and stress have a direct relationship with the ability of the immune system to respond. Green space, being outdoors, how do all of these pieces tie together?
Well, anything that de-stresses. And I think I'm just so impressed by the young women I've heard today, because they all started at meeting a community need. Not a perception of the community need, but the actual community need that the policymakers didn't see. And then you give voice to changing policy. It's just so impressive of it, because that's how change happens. And I'm just so impressed by everybody's work. So many of you, if you have young children, you have noticed that we have gone through a cycle of repetitive viral infections. And so if you have kids in preschool or school, you'll notice that they first had RSV, then they had flu, and then they had COVID. Well, what's happening now? Now they have strep. So what happens and why does that happen? Repetitive viral infections and stress from those infections release what we call mediators, and some of them downregulate your immune system. But stress alone can downregulate your ability of your immune response, because what is released is all that we call these mediators. They tell your body that it's a stressful situation, so don't worry about bacteria and fungus and viruses right now. Worry about fight or flight, and you've got these high cortisol levels and things don't work. And so just like you have a knee injury and you can chronically, if you don't take care of it, it gets worse and worse, with repetitive infections, without rebuilding your immune system through green spaces, through being outdoors, through interacting with other people with shared empathy, you can't really rebuild. And so as you see your children going through these cycles, or your elderly going through these cycles, providing them opportunities to rebuild and have that less stress from them. I say this to people all the time. Schools in the South that were open also had severe learning loss. And we have to look underneath the fact whether people were open or closed to the anxiety that our children went through, knowing that their parents or grandparents could get seriously ill. And sometimes we discount that and think children can't have that experience. They definitely had that experience because they talk to their peers. And so we have to lift up everybody's mental health if we want ourselves to be immunologically healthy.
Right, and I think so many times, especially in this country, we think of climate change as sort of an arugula conversation in an iceberg country. You know, that it's sort of removed from our day-to-day. But what you're talking about is that all of these transitions and actually having the access to open space in the middle of stress has a direct impact on health.
Well, and let's be honest, if you're in Phoenix, Arizona in the summer, you're indoors. And so that's really increasing indoor pollution, exposure to viruses. And as we have climate change, those of you who remember, there is vector-borne illnesses like malaria, you remember Zika, dengue. Those opportunities are now moving north. And so whereas we had malaria, that's why the CDC was founded in the 1800s, we had malaria. We no longer have malaria, we could have it again. And so climate change is not without infectious disease implications.
Yeah, and I want to get to make on your work at McKinsey, because you have talked about the indirect and direct effects of climate change on health and written about this topic. And one of the statistics that really stood out to me, and I think for those of you who've been in these contexts, live in these contexts, you live it, right? Which is that you said you've estimated that 700 million to 1.2 billion people could be exposed to lethal heat waves by 2050. Tell us more about that, because I promise we will not stay on gloom, but we really do want to just set the stage for what the stakes are that we're talking about.
Great, thank you. And it's great to be here. We were talking earlier about how conversations like this in communities like this help us all stay resilient and go back to this work. So it's wonderful to be here and talk with all of you. What do you all, maybe if I could just have a show of hands or maybe a shout out or two, what do you think is the single most important lesson to take away from climate change? Great. Any other? So I think that's true. If I unpeel that a little bit, why is that, right? So if I leave you with one fundamental reality about climate change, it's so profound. Every time I think about it and I unpack it, I get more and more insight. It's the idea that assumptions of a stable climate are built into every aspect of our daily lives. I'm going to say that again just because of how profound it is. Assumptions of a stable climate are built into every aspect of our daily lives. So if you think about this building that you're in, let's start with something super mundane, right? This building has been designed for a certain heat tolerance. It's been designed for a certain flood level. If you think about where we grow our food, all of our crops, they're designed for that climate, right? So we implicitly, day to day, make decisions that rely on stability, and we are fundamentally moving into a regime of instability. And that is going to have profound consequences because we're going to be in an era of change, continuous change, rising change, nonlinear change, if I start to use wonky words, non-stationarity. Yeah. It's going to affect how we eat, how we live, how we invest, where we choose to live. So there are profound implications. So once again, I say assumptions of a stable climate are built into every aspect of our daily life.
And that will create anxiety.
So that's...
and your mental health and your infectious disease health.
And it will affect, honestly, it will affect the spaces that you will have, right?
Yes.
Alicia, to consider green, right? So and everything from the materials that you're using in your clothing to what you choose to eat that day, every single bit of it.
And so when you think about human health, it relies on all of these things, right? Your mental health relies on all of these things, but also the profound ways that climate change will affect human health. It's not just one thing. So as we experience acute flooding, right? There could be risk of injuries, risk of fatalities. As we experience chronic changes in temperature, it's funny when climate change started to become talked about, we used to call it global warming. If anybody is old enough like me to remember that phrase, we stopped calling it global warming, but that doesn't change the reality, right? At its core, it is about heat. And so we're going to see more and more parts of the world exposed to heat conditions that make it hard to work outside, that expose 700 million to 1.2 billion people by 2050 to risk of lethal heat waves. This is in an extreme scenario, but that scenario that we modeled was a 2.3 degrees Celsius world, so it's not at all out of the realm of where we could be on climate change. So we're going to be exposed to acute events like flooding. We're going to be exposed to chronic conditions like heat. We're going to see expansion of vector-borne diseases. One of the estimates that we've seen suggests that the conditions where dengue can thrive, land areas that are exposed to that could expand by 30 to 50%. We're going to see increasingly healthcare supply chains affected, right? So supply chains exist in parts of the world that are vulnerable to events. So the things that we rely on to protect ourselves could be affected. And we're going to see impacts on mental health. So this is just an example of how assumptions of a stable climate are built into all of our lives, in this example with health, right? And so what does that mean in terms of how you respond? Now, you can look at these numbers and say, okay, these are big, alarmist, scary numbers, and that is causes paralysis, it causes inaction. I actually choose to look at it the other way, that this is inspiration to act, right? This is why we have to act, why we have to move, why we have to motivate ourselves. And I think about this in 2 or 3 different ways. The first is that it gives us a North Star. You said I was a doctor. I'm actually a fake doctor. I'm an engineer.
No such thing as scientific degree. Yes.
I have a PhD in mechanical engineering, but this is why I do like numbers and data and statistics, right? Because it gives you a North Star. What are you working towards? How do you best act? So this gives us that North Star. It tells us where and how to act and intervene. The second thing it says is that we do need system-wide preparedness. We need healthcare preparedness. We need companies to think about risk in their supply chains. We need governments to act and be aware of these risks. One of the things that astounded me, by the way, during COVID was I talked to someone that was a trade official in a government that I will not name. And they were astounded that they had supply chains that were concentrated in certain parts of the world for certain products. I mean, it just blew my mind. I was like, you can look at the trade statistics and know these facts. So anyway, we need system-wide preparedness. And then we need community preparedness, right? I think the fact is that what is so profound about climate change is that it's both systemic, it's going to affect each and every one of us, but it is also profoundly local. So impacts will change in different parts of the world in different ways, which means that communities need to be equipped to respond. So we know that now. So with alarmist on the one hand, but also now we know what to do.
Right, and it's almost like you're talking about sort of a re, D, and we, which you can talk about sort of thinking about some of this stuff, and you're all hitting on the themes, re being the resilience piece, right? And D being the decarbonization, and we as the sense of a shared sense of destiny once more, because I do not think that that can be a casualty of the climate conversation, right? And you have to have a shared sense of fate in terms of what happens to the planet that you live in, to a community, to a health community, right? To be able to act collectively. And that brings me to your work, Leah. And when I said, Leah, pronounce your name, she said it's like Star Wars. So I'll share that with you. Because we need that power. We need the Force right now. And I wanted to ask you about this. You have done a huge amount of innovation around the intersection of food security, which is now quite chic to speak about. But when you began your work, I mean, very few people were talking about food security as a real tangible pursuit, right? So talk to me about the intersection of food security and public health, and why does sustainable food and sustainable health go together?
Right. So as a Jedi, what I did. No, I'm kidding. So I think, food is a way for all of us to bring all of these the very abstract concept of climate change and what we can do, like really home. So the way I approach it and the way we can all approach it is, through the second largest contributor to climate change, which is food. And food waste in itself, tackling food waste has one of the highest impacts on climate change. Second only to refrigeration, if you've all read Drawdown, which if you haven't read it, read it. It's a fantastic, big book that gives you the intersectionality of all the things we can do on climate. So, we waste almost 1/3 to almost half of our food supply. And what that does is a couple of things. It's SDG 2, which is zero hunger. We have enough food to feed everyone who is hungry in the world 4 times over. It's a distribution issue. And then, because it is the second largest, thing we can do to affect climate change, all of us can do it. Because half of food waste in the developed world is actually our homes, is what we cause in our homes. So that bag of salad that you bought with good intentions, or that lemon or the avocado you missed the hour where it was good to eat, it's actually what we can do concretely every single day.
Can we pause there for a second? Because so many times this is an abstract conversation. Right. You're saying, actually, the brown bag of groceries or the cloth sack of groceries really makes a difference. How do we make a difference if we say, yeah, but what do I do tonight?
What do you do when you grocery shop, again, right, is to actually be very intentional in what you buy. Don't buy the sample. How many of you bought the sample and it didn't taste as good when it got home? But yes, so be very intentional in what you buy and really consume it.
My father was born in Iraq, and he used to always say, but it's amazing, they give these to you to try. And he was always the first one to buy the sample. So, but it's true. It goes to this point of take what you need in places that have that privilege.
Right. Yes.
Tell me briefly about the difference between when you began doing this work and now, in terms of people's reactions to it.
Right. Yes. So a really good way I do that is, 9 years ago when I started this, how many of you knew that we waste almost half of food supply? Maybe 3 people would raise their hands. And I think most of us are aware that that is happening. And it's happening not in a tiny way in the sense that our mothers told us to finish what's on our plate, it's extremely egregious that 20% of all the water and land in the U.S. Are used to grow food that we will never eat. And when we talk about
one-fifth,
that's 1/5 of all the land and water, and you think about California and drought, it changes the way you look at the food you get off the shelf in the supermarket.
Well, and it's interesting because to the point of the next panel, if women had equal access to agricultural inputs, they could actually make up for food that was lost to climate. Right, and so this becomes also a point of question about access. And I want to go to Alicia, and then I want to kind of ping pong a little bit before we get to our last question, which is the policy. What is the intersection between the policy level and the ground level? Because every one of us, we've had the privilege of being at the community level, and then you fly above the clouds and you see the conversation in the lounge is not the same as the conversation on the ground. Tell us about the way those intersect.
For me, policy changes need to start from the ground up. It hasn't always been that way, but when we think about our environment and we think about climate, we need to start at those communities, to me at least, that are being disproportionately impacted by climate change, because that's where we're seeing the worst of it. My organization works specifically in under-resourced communities to build these green spaces, but we've also worked on environmental policy. One has been the Environmental Bond Act of New York, which is the largest environmental bond act to be passed in New York history.
What did that do? And what does that do?
So the Environmental Bond Act pays for our need for green jobs and new infrastructure. So as we enter where we all are now in climate change, we're going to need new infrastructure. A lot of the flooding that we're seeing in New York, for example, that we have seen in past storms has been due to climate change, of course, but also, to your point, poor infrastructure. So it's really getting these communities ready for what's to come and really getting our climate resiliency up.
Yes, to the resilience piece. And at the community level, what is the reaction to the spaces now that they exist?
The community has really loved the spaces. And I think what's most important is now the city government also understands what we've been working on and the importance of it. We've seen it through the pandemic where, as I said before, people didn't have access to green spaces, but also the fact that now people have access to produce, people have now access to climate education and environmental education is really important for the community at large. So it really has been a positive response.
And Debbie, when you think about the community response, oftentimes it's really hard for people to understand what it is that healthcare officials are asking from them at the policy level because politics gets involved. Talk to us about how you find the interaction with community health leaders and what do they express to you that they need in terms of the intersection between the climate piece and the health piece?
So I think we have like 2 years right now because for the first time in my life, governors actually know that there's diseases. They know their hospitals, and they know what a PCR is. So this is our moment to link those things together and to show how changes at the community level have huge impact on their costs, which keeps people out of the hospital. Every time you keep someone out of the hospital, that's saving them Medicaid and Medicare dollars. Even with Medicaid expansion, that's a cost to the state. And so the really key of this, and this was taught to me by Vital Voices 25 years ago when it was Madeleine Albright and Secretary Clinton, you have to measure things to convince policymakers. And when you show that green spaces decrease admissions for asthma and diabetes and hypertension, now it's a whole different ballgame. And being able to collect that data and show them, sometimes you need stories, but you need stories connected to outcome and impact data, not outputs and inputs, but actually outcomes. And I think you're on the road to showing real outcomes because we can be able to see how the health of that community is changing and evolving, and even potentially increase in learning, the educational test. All of these can be linked together, and I think we have a short window because governors will forget. and they'll forget the pandemic, and they'll forget the devastation in their hospitals. But it's our job right now to take advantage of their situational awareness and really drive a lot of these new programs and policies through.
Right, and I guess that gets to, you can't count what you don't see, and you don't invest in things that are invisible. And I think, part of your work, it has really been about making the invisible visible in terms of getting people to see the moment that we're in. And you talk about this permanent transition that we're about to enter. What do you think that can make it feel less overwhelming in terms of what can actually be done from a policy side that would make a difference?
Well, I think if I had to pick one thing, it's better data and information, right?
So you think the numbers behind the action?
For policymakers, right?
Yeah.
It's both. I mean, the food statistic you mentioned, if you think about how people have historically accessed the climate issue, they have treated it like it's an energy problem, right? Meaning we need to change, we need to move away from oil and gas and coal and fossil fuels, and we need to move to renewable energy. And yes, that's a part of the transformation, but it's also a food problem, it's also a health problem. And so part of this is also giving people the data and the information to know where they need to intervene, and then thinking about the solutions that work. And what I love about some of the examples that you were describing is there are solutions that can hit multiple objectives at the same time. So identifying what those solutions are that can actually do that, have multiplier effects, I think that's where the
showing return on investment.
Exactly.
Because, if you can show to that mayor, it's less landfill, it's less garbage trucks, it's less this, then they can see that there's cost savings to their community. Yeah. All I would ask is you negotiate up front that if you have this impact, this amount of that dollar saved will go back into the community. Because we don't negotiate well, and we really need to be very strong in our negotiation about if we save you money, we want that back in the community, at least a portion of it.
I like that.
That's right. What do you think? Is that
No, I 100% agree. I actually love that. So that's actually going to be a policy I'm going to put in place in my organization.
Yeah, and I guess maybe just coming back to this whole notion, and I wanted to do a roundabout policy because I think the ground level is very important and the high altitudes are very important if you're going to actually make change. There's a saying in Mexican Spanish, from the word to the deed, much is lost. And what we're trying to do is make sure that nothing is lost from the word to the deed. So Laia, when you talk about policy and what could make a difference, we talked about being responsible for your own refrigerator, right? And thinking about you in the basically aisle awareness for all of us. Talk about from the policy side, what do you talk to them when they come to you and say, okay, what do we need to do? What do you talk to them about?
Yeah, so in the world of food and agriculture, there's a lot of movement towards not only sustainable agriculture. To go down to kind of more brass tacks in terms of food waste, the Food Donation Improvement Act just passed, which is, trying to keep us up in pace with where Europe is and how we treat food waste, and trying to go in the direction of, or trying to go to the direction where we're trying to get plastics and other recyclables in, because we're not even there yet with recyclables, right? But so it's
Stop. Tell us more about that when you say we're not there yet with recyclables.
I mean, only it's a really 1-digit percent in terms of what and the percentage of plastic and glass that we're recycling currently, and that battle has been going on for decades, right? So it's in the policy level we're going the same way, right, with food and agriculture and food waste, but we also all know that it's not going fast enough. I mean, we've seen the IPCC report this past couple of weeks where we're going to cross the 1.5 level. So it's a lot about knowing, the panel earlier with the local government, starting from there and really putting your votes where, and being very responsible where you put your votes.
Well, and I think that's what it is that, and we're going to do one lightning round of last question. I'm going to do a Mad Lib, which you're all going to fill in, which is this whole notion of, can we create more for more, right? Can we create a situation where more people have more of a stake in creating more growth for more of us? And I think all of what you are advocating is thinking through, how do we get back to a shared sense of we're in this together, and even in permanent transition, we can create spaces that allow growth and that allow health together. And so my question for you all as we leave with this amazing group is, if you could do one thing to make an impact right at the intersection, at the cross street of climate and health, what would it be?
I would say it's important to support environmental and climate leaders and community leaders that are doing the work at the local level, because that has a big correlation with our health. So that would be my takeaway.
Don't accept no. Never accept no. No. It means no today. Just go back at that every single day. It took us 5 years to change village-level child marriage. It took us 6 years to change informal fee structures in West Africa. Everybody said it couldn't be done. Women know these things can be done. Just never accept no.
So my answer.
They will call you names.
My answer is both for climate change and health, and climate change more broadly, which is the point I made earlier, right? Really, each and every one of us understanding that assumptions of a stable climate are a part of everything we do. Every financial system, every economic system, every social system relies on that. And so for each one of us, as we go back to our jobs, questioning those assumptions and challenging them and thinking about how we need to act differently if we aren't in a stable climate anymore.
Yeah, so, of course, I have a hammer. I'm going to use it. So the gateway to both health and climate that we make decisions on at least 3 times a day is what we eat. And it's as plain as that.
So I will leave you with that. Local leads from Alicia. Say no to no from Debbie. And I think, we're talking about a stable climate shapes all, right? And then I will let you say it.
We make a decision 3 times a day. We can make a decision for climate and health with what we eat.
Unless you're restricting, and then it's twice a day.
Oh, intermittent fasting. I'm kidding.
Intermittent fast, right. But I want to thank. Oh, there's a question from the audience. Yes.
Very interesting. I just wanted to ask you really quickly on how we go beyond to engage more underserved communities. And what I mean by this is definitely having a more conscious consumption and how we consume plastic and all of this. These are big issues. But for instance, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Laura Natera. I work with the United Nations, specifically advocating for women to be more engaged in the negotiations of climate change. And one of our work is mostly with Latin America, where, for instance, there's a lot of gang violence. So in underserved communities, they have these big problems. How do I go about making them understand the importance of climate change when they say, well, how do I worry about recycling when I cannot even get the gangs out of my front door? So they seems like a luxurious problem when it's a problem for all of us. So I just wanted to get your perspectives on that.
Yeah, I think let's go to that. And I think that's actually not so different from some of the contexts we hear in the U.S., right? Which is that this is a luxury of a conversation. And I think bringing it to the ground level is exactly what we need to do.
I would say from my organization specifically, one thing that we did is we created youth programs and adult programs that were centered around climate education and environmental education to really help people understand climate education, environmental education, but how it impacts them. So maybe finding some program where you find a correlation between what's going on in their environment right now and how it's impacting them could have that connection. And we also created spaces that were considered like urban farms and garden spaces. And in the spaces that we did see, in our spaces at least, acts of violence come down in the under-resourced communities that we worked in. Because now you have a community space where people feel a responsibility to take care of it collectively. And it's not just a space for one person. So whenever you have a program that is more of a collective source, you will see more people wanting to get involved, at least from my viewpoint.
Anybody else?
No, I think that's really, you have to meet the community where they are. And if their issue is gang violence, you're going to have to show that intersection that you just described so perfectly.
And just one thought on that before we close, which is that fewer than 34% of the negotiating teams at COP27 were made up of women, even though 80% of those displaced by climate are women. So the math is up to all of us. And, the transition to clean power also requires a transition in power. And I think that's the conversation of the next panel is going to have. And with that, I just want to say thank you to all of you for an incredible conversation. Thank you.
Hi there, everyone. I see people getting up, but we've actually made a slight amendment to the program. So we are not going to be having a break here. And we're going to be moving into our next panel to keep us to time. Okay, I'm told we are now having a break. A 5-minute break. We'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay. You just tell me when.
Jen, she is a member to Forward Fast. She's a member of the class of what we call the 118th Congress as a freshman plus class because she won in an election to replace Representative Don Young in the August of 2022, but then she ran in November and was reelected, and she is extremely popular in her district. We are here, Congresswoman, to talk about women at the center of climate action, and we have some wonderful activists and someone from the State Department will be coming on shortly, but we have 7 minutes together to talk about what you're seeing. You're on ground zero in Alaska on climate activity. Surely the Alaskan Natives are feeling this firsthand, and I was just wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what's going on in your district and beyond, because we're worried about what's going on in Alaska. So please clue us in.
Thank you so much, Nina. Yes, Agaslunga, Mamdritlamunga. My name is Agaslak. My English name is Mary Peltola. I'm a Yupik Eskimo from Bethel, Alaska. The real name of the town that I'm from is called the Place of Many Fish Caches. So that gives you an indication that we are salmon people. We are fish people. Our generic word for fish is also our generic word for food. We're very tied to our our marine resources, and we are seeing tremendous change in a very short window here. We had 5 snowless winters in Alaska consecutively. This was about 3 or 4 years ago. This year we have a lot of snow, which is wonderful. But when my now 19-year-old son was 16, he made the observation that he hadn't gone ptarmigan hunting. Ptarmigan are a bird. It is a bird in Alaska. It's our state bird, and it's like a grouse. But he said, "Mom, I haven't gone ptarmigan hunting since I was 9." So that really is an example of one of the impacts. And just a tiny bit about ptarmigan. So ptarmigan turn white in the winter. They turn colors based on where the sun is on the horizon. The cold, darker months, they turn white to match the snow. And then in the summer, they're kind of a brown color. And they sleep in the snow in the winter. They burrow there, and they actually get fatter in the spring while they have that as a burrowing place. And not having snow, not only did it make it hard for them to find a place to sleep, but it made them easier prey for fox and hawks and things like that to see because they were white on brown. Our willows are growing really fast. And the other issue with having snowless winters is it does impact our salmon because we're used to having all of that snow melt continuously melting and cooling our river. So in 2020, I believe, we had very, very hot temperatures in our water, and we had salmon that were dead, unmolested, kind of drifting down the river. Hey, Anton, could you close this window for me? I'm getting some weird shading. But so what was happening was these chum salmon were having heat stroke because the water temperature was in the 70s, in the mid 70s Fahrenheit, and they really needed to be much, much colder. And what we've seen across the state is there a lot of concern about an ecosystem collapse based on our Bering Sea being very unproductive the last 10 years or so. So we've had a real decline in our salmon abundance. We are short on halibut. We had a complete crab collapse this year. And not only do these have substantial economic implications, but these things really are our identity and our source of food security. So it's had tremendous cascading effects. And we've been short on salmon in our part of Alaska for 13 years, and we've been down to 20% of our need. The Yukon River has had no salmon fishing for the last 3 summers. And these are people who live along the Yukon River and have for 12,000 years, and this is documented Western science, confirmed that Alaska Natives have been living on that river for 12,000 years, really because of this relationship and dependence upon salmon. So that's, I could go on and on about, we have tremendous tundra fires in the summer and many other things.
Well, I didn't note when I was introducing you that you were the executive director, and I'm going to get this wrong, of the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, and you mobilize 118 tribes to try and advocate for the protection of the salmon runs in Western Alaska. So, I mean, if they're not dying, at least you're trying to protect them, but it's sort of hard to protect them from changing climate, right? So I don't know how you go about protecting them if everything is just heating up.
Well, and when I was growing up, they call it a spawner recruit ratio. So for every salmon that spawned, 6 would come back. And what we're finding now is for every salmon that spawns, less than 1 comes back. So this is showing that we're having real serious concerns about what happens both after the eggs have been laid. If we don't have snow, there isn't that blanket of warmth, and the headwaters can freeze all the way to the bottom, so those fish fry can freeze in place and not make it. And then changing things in the Bering Sea. So all of this means that we need to make sure we have more eggs in the gravel, that we're allowing more fish to get up to the headwaters, and we really have to decrease some of the pressure on them. And this is really why I ran for Congress, to really elevate the awareness of our food insecurity issues across the board in Alaska. It's really amazing how secret this issue is.
Well, not secret no longer, because we're at the Women's Forum and it's being live streamed. I don't know, and at Vital Voices, so this is going all over the world. But I would be remiss if I weren't to ask you a hard question, and that is, you were advocating for this Willow project, which is an $8 billion drilling project in Alaska. ConocoPhillips, it's one of the largest oil projects onshore in the United States. I must admit, today Biden announced another one in the Gulf of Mexico. But how do you square that with all of the conservation efforts you've been making for your people?
Well, and this is not something that is an easy decision. This is, in some ways on the economic side, it's very easy, but it is more nuanced. The state of Alaska, we are very dependent on resource extraction to balance our budget. The state of Alaska is required to pay for education, public safety, and public transportation. Over 80% of the money that Alaska has in their coffers is from petroleum extraction. That is a huge dependence on petroleum and those royalties. And we have an oil pipeline. We're down to a quarter of the capacity. And at some point, that oil when you get to a certain level, it becomes like chapstick in the winter. There's just not enough flow for it to keep going. So that's a concern. We have a narrowing amount of reserved money, rainy day accounts. So that's one piece of it. Another piece for me is, although we are seeing firsthand these consequences, I don't think it's fair for the world to ask Alaska to be closed for business and then keep going as if nothing is wrong in other places, and then relying on oil that is extracted in much less humane ways and in less environmentally protected ways. We really are very ethical about environmental impacts and making sure that we're providing livable wages. We are only doing construction in the winter season so we can use ice roads so we don't impact sensitive tundra. There are a lot of protections built into the way that Alaska does our resource extraction. And why would we forego that in favor of purchasing oil from countries that are not democratic. They are adversarial to democratic countries. They are not good in terms of humanitarian issues or environmental issues like Iran, Venezuela,
Saudi Arabia.
China. Yeah, on and on. And so there are national security issues, and it doesn't make sense for us to say no to responsible development in favor of irresponsible development, because we have, and I am very, very in favor of transitioning to renewable and more affordable energy, but we cannot do that in a snap. And we need gap oil, and there is a broad recognition that we need gap oil, and it is going to take us years to make that transition. One of the biggest impediments right now is lack of human capital. We don't have people who are trained to put in these projects and maintain these alternative energy sources. And it's very frustrating for me because when I served in the legislature for 10 years, 15 years ago, we were on the cusp. We were really leading the way in transitioning. We were putting in wind mills. We are leaders in implementing solar, whole neighborhoods getting solar panels and putting that energy back into the grid. But so much of that technology is off the shelf and affordable. We just don't have people to do it. And across America, we just have this tremendous dependence on petroleum. And if you think about every single thing that we have and we use, it's delivered by diesel, whether it's train, plane, barge, or semi-truck. All of those things need diesel fuel.
Okay, I'm afraid we've got to stop. I would love to continue this conversation because we can bring the human capital to Alaska to make sure there's more renewables. The IRA should have, the Inflation Reduction Act should help Alaska on its reserves. There's so many other ways that we can avoid drilling because the IEA, as you know, has said no new drilling if we're to keep to our 1.5 Paris commitments. You're in between a rock and a hard place, I understand that. So thank you for giving us your perspective. I wish you were here to continue the conversation, but maybe next time when we're in the United States, you'll come and talk to us in person. This was thank you for making the time.
Thank you, Nina. It was good to be with you.
All right, now we will continue with our conversation. We have some extraordinary panelists, and I'd like to invite to the stage. So in order, Kate Guy, who is a senior advisor of the State Department on climate change, and she's going to be giving us a little bit of the overview, the scientific overview of the impacts of climate change worldwide. And Hindu, next. Ibrahim, climate activist and coordinator, Association of the Pure Women in the Autochthonous People of Chad, who has come back from Panama with all sorts of good luck symbols for this conference. And last but not least, we have Hilda, who's Flavia, I love this Italian in-between middle name, Nakabuya, who's an activist and founder of Fridays for the Future in Uganda. And so I would love for all of you to, we're going to start with, Kate, who's going to give us an overview of why we should care about greenhouse gas emissions and methane, because you are a climate scientist, you've been working also with the military in terms of the whole security aspect of climate, which is extremely important, not to mention what these wonderful activists are feeling on the ground in terms of change in Africa. So maybe you can sort of set the stage now that we've heard about the tensions with the political representatives here, because the political representatives are dealing with the short-term tensions of providing economic development, but we've got medium, I wouldn't even say long-term, climate crisis looming on the horizon. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about that, just to be optimistic.
Thank you, Nina. Happy to. Good to see all of you. As Nina said, I'm Kate. I'm a political appointee with the Biden administration, working on the team for Secretary Kerry, our special envoy for climate change, as well as for the Secretary of State and Assistant Secretary of State there. So it's a big topic. It's a big portfolio. We, since coming in and being elected and joining in 2021, have been, pedal to the metal of the electric car and trying to do everything that we can domestically, as folks in the White House know, and then as well as internationally, to get where we need to go. Because what's unfortunate, the politics are hard, of course. The politics have always been hard.
We saw that. We just
are
heard
getting
that.
more difficult. The science is not hard. The science is frankly quite easy. That's not true. The scientists wouldn't tell you that. But what is plain as day, and what is getting sort of more clear, is that the impacts of climate change are actually happening faster and more intense than we even thought they would have 10 years ago, 20 years ago. We heard some of what that looks like from Alaska perspective, but we're seeing it all around the world, right? I mean, just in the past few weeks, Vanuatu, tiny island in the Pacific, was hit twice back-to-back with very intense cyclones in the Pacific. That's at the same time that a country like Mozambique in Africa was also hit twice back-to-back with breaking the scale cyclones as well in Africa, right? We know what that has looked like here at home in the U.S. with wildfires getting more intense, longer. We had wildfires here on the East Coast in North Carolina just last week that were blowing into Washington, D.C. And if you need a sort of image of what that looks like, be in the halls of power here in D.C. having climate change conversations in March, where you have smoke blowing in from wildfires where there never would have been before. I don't need to tell probably the folks in this room that the impacts are severe. What I am here to say, though, is that those impacts are most severe on women and girls in vulnerable communities. As Samantha Power, the director of our International Agency for Development here in the U.S., said at COP one year, climate change is sexist. And I think we all can feel that and see that, because in any community where you have unequal balance of power, unequal discrimination against any group, once you put a little bit more pressure on that society, a little bit of disaster, a little bit more sort of humanitarian impact, it's almost always going to be the vulnerable communities there that are bearing that brunt. And that is what we're seeing around the world. We were just talking before the panel about the Sahel in Africa and Chad, where you have increasingly communities sort of dealing with water insecurity and food insecurity and increasing conflict between pastoral communities and agricultural communities where there weren't those pressures before, right? So I'll just sort of wrap up this bit quickly and say, as Nina said, I work generally at that intersection of security and climate change, right? What the military is doing, what our national security community, what the intelligence community is looking at as threats to, in our sense, the American national security sort of analysis. And they are seeing climate change as some of the top security threats to this nation now, not just 30 years in the future, not 50 years in the future, but they're affecting our men and women in uniform who are trying to protect our country, and they're affecting our sort of geopolitical safety around the world. And that is because once we take this look of human security, not just military security, but human security, food security, security of our water systems into account, we realize that those systems are stressed like never before. And those are threats to our safety and our economic security as a society, really. So it's bleak, but what we also know is that there is a way, there is a path to stay at no more than 1.5 degree Fahrenheit. There is. We have that in front of us. We know that means decarbonization by 2050, and that's net zero is what most nations in the world have pledged. It's the Paris Agreement, which we've all signed up for. It's working to implement those commitments, which we in the U.S. finally have, historic domestic climate change legislation in the Inflation Reduction Act, but it's actually meeting those commitments and keeping that ambition going with each passing year, not letting up, but actually saying now we need to double down more and get even those harder to abate sectors like methane, as you mentioned, and a few others. So I'll stop there, but looking forward to the discussion with you as well.
I mean, it's really difficult, as you can imagine, because you've got Kerry's team and Biden's team working very hard, and then you have these kinds of new projects in Alaska. And today another project was announced of they'll be drilling in the Gulf of Mexico, an area the size of Italy. They're going to be drilling. And so I know that you're not responsible for that, but I'm saying it's very hard to see us meeting those 1.5 commitments if countries that are supposed to be leading like the United States are not. And I'm not saying that, we're the only ones breaking some of these. We're not breaking our agreements yet, but I don't feel very comfortable about the fact that we've stopped drilling, because we haven't. And at some point, someone's going to have to show leadership. And so we need to put some serious money, and I'd like to see some of these businesses put serious money in some of the more renewable energy that we have. We have technology. So we should stop the ConocoPhillips of this world and all these other oil and gas companies that had record profits this year, by the way, should not be continuing to drill. But don't get me started. I will now, but thank you for everything you're doing, because, and we will talk about also oceans, because you're also dealing with oceans. So we'll first do above land, and then we'll work on oceans. So I'd like to ask Hindu, who has been really in the trenches on this as an activist. You're going to try and give us a little hope on what's going on in Chad, or is it all bleak? Because I know the thing is, women are mostly affected. We heard about this early on in the previous sessions, but women are also part of the solution. And so let's hear a little bit, if possible, about how you're seeing how you're affected and your people are affected, and what kind of solutions you're coming up with, because you've been very involved in some of the COPs and really taking a world stage as an activist and a leader from Africa. So thank you in advance for what you're doing, but can you give us a few more examples of what you do and what you're planning to do?
Thank you, Onyelija. It's really a great pleasure to be with all of you here. As she said earlier, I just came this morning from Panama. And I went to the indigenous communities who are called the people Ambera. So that's where I get my tattoo, because the indigenous women there, when I talked with them, and I told them I'm going to come and see you. So they talked about the climate change. So what am I going to bring? So I bring this one. It's going to stay like 2 weeks with me, but I don't care even 2 years, because this is what I have to do, to talk on behalf of all the indigenous peoples around the world, not only my people, and this is part of also my culture. So coming back to your questions, I start by your conclusions. It's so hard, and it's so unacceptable to see what developed countries continuously doing while we are talking about the climate impact in general and the impact in the women in particular. How it's come, they are not developed, they are not looking for development, they are overdeveloped. What are they looking for? We have the technology of renewable, and we are just unwilling to destroy the nature more and more. So which kind of lesson are they going to give to the developing world? Are they going to say stop, don't do all the dirty things? Our people need development. So I think they must lead by example. And this is very frustrating for me when I just hear this morning there is another new in Mexico. Let's go to Mexico, let's go to Africa, let's go to there. We need more and more fossil fuel. And we are the one who are saying we need to act about climate change. We are not coherent in our mind. We are not coherent in our action. And that's what affecting our people back home. I come from Chad. My country is in the Sahel. My community are pastoralist cattle herders. We live after the rain. We are following the rainfall to get pasture for our cattle that can give us milk, that can give us food, and then that give us also economy. But we are seeing that in our life, how the environment is destroying and changing our lifestyle, changing our society. In my community, I'm seeing that men are running from the communities, going to the cities. Internal displacement and migrations, and external migration also that are causing the insecurity that Kate is talking about it. So then women are left behind with the children that have to fight in them own to ensure the security, to play the role of man, to ensure the food security, to keep the children, to think about giving them hope for the future. So how the other countries can have their mind in continuously damaging our nature. Their actions of all the developed world, Europe, US, China, and all, are impacting our people back home. And our people who are impacted, we are just like standing up, saying we are not the victim, we are the solutions. We have to lead the way. And that's what we are doing in my communities every single day. Our grandmothers and grandfathers, they are the ones who are leading the battles through our traditional knowledge. For us, it's the big hope. But is that the big hope for the developed world who have all the facility in their hands? I give you just one example. We use the science that are built by the developed world, technology with the traditional knowledge to make solutions. I did a 2D or 3D participatory mapping. It is the exercise when we use the satellite imageries. They have the best information, the team. But our grandmothers have the better information than the best satellite imageries that they have in the world. Mm-hmm. Because our grandmothers can give you the details that the satellite image cannot give you. They can tell you if the tree is giving the fruit, giving the flowers, if from the trees that there are diversity of the birds, of the insect. They can tell you the water during the dry area. They can tell you if it's going to float around this place. And those knowledge, we combine them with science, and we build the capacity of the peoples. And they share the resources among themselves because they cannot fight, they can use this tool. So those solutions are very innovative, and they are done most of the time by women. But what is the role of the women at the international level when we talk about climate change? We are not in the table yet to take the decisions, and I will love to follow up in your second question on this.
Okay.
But I think the world needs to think about, we take the solutions, they have also to take the solution. We cannot anymore caution the damage to the nature that they are causing to us.
Bravo. I totally agree, and it's asking too much of the people on the ground because we need to have more decision makers, more women decision makers. Maybe Kate will be a decision maker one day and making those important decisions in the U.S. government. But we don't have a lot of time, unfortunately. We got gypped out of time for our session. But Hilda, could you tell us a little bit about what you're doing? You're 25 years old. Okay, I'm going to make it public, but you are doing this, the Fridays for the Future. Tell us what you're doing on the ground in Uganda to really raise awareness for what is becoming a climate emergency.
So I come from a farmer's village in the basin of Lake Victoria in Uganda. Uganda is a country the British once called the Pearl of Africa. And growing up, I didn't have so much of an education because I missed most of my classes because of climate change. It devastated my family's garden, which was our main source of income, and they couldn't pay my tuition fees. But I got the opportunity to join university, where I learned that climate change is a very big challenge affecting humanity. And when I learned about that, I started Fridays for Future Uganda. It's women or girl-led and youth, and it's a non-profit fighting for climate justice. And we have a network of over 53,000 students and youth in Uganda. We have been able to do certain actions, influence policy, philanthropy, carry out climate actions that provide solutions to our communities. And we carry out climate strikes where we go to the roadsides, create climate awareness. We go to communities that are affected by climate change and brainstorm and implement solutions towards a changing climate. We create climate education in schools, especially to girl children, because research shows that 80% of people affected by climate change are women and girls. So we engage more women in our work, and we clean Lake Victoria. Lake Victoria is the second biggest freshwater body in the world, and it's also the source of the longest river, River Nile, and over 40 million people depend on that lake for survival. So we carry out a cleanup on this lake to have it, to share this resource with generations to come, because it's being highly polluted at the moment. And we want to see this resource also give life to more generations. And we, as Fridays for Future, we also lead on a project that increases food security in drought-hit areas in Uganda, where we train 100 women to have their own sources of food. And with that, we train them to start sustainable food gardens. These food gardens are for vegetables, and these women are able to grow these vegetables by themselves and then pack them in bags, so that when the drought period comes, they have enough food in store for their families, so they don't have to face the diverse effects of climate change, moving long distances, being beaten up by their men because they can't provide food, having their kids out of school because they are malnourished, and other effects of climate change. And I also strike or create awareness about the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, which is a project led by Total Energies.
Another pipeline, guys. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
All right. This is Total in Uganda.
Yes, that's Total Energies. It's a French oil giant. So I create awareness about this pipeline and call for solidarity from people and for also global action, because this pipeline is passing through our backyard. We are already facing the impacts of climate change. We can't bear the risk of the pipeline. And I also create climate awareness on events like this, where I represent women voices, girls' voices in my communities.
Thank you. Well, this is a little depressing, but thank you very much for what you do. We have not that much time, but I wanted to ask all of you, and I want to start with Kate. How many women are in the State Department dealing with climate change, or either in the State Department or on Kerry's team? Is there a disproportionately higher number of women or not?
There are a lot, but I wouldn't say that's enough.
It's never enough.
We always need more. It has been. There have been moments where you sort of get chills actually to see the U.S. negotiator who you hopefully have seen. We negotiated and agreed to a new high seas treaty. So talk about the ocean just a few weeks ago. 3 incredible women representing the U.S. With that flag behind us negotiating that treaty. And same thing in a climate space. There are many more women in senior positions than ever before. And I think part of that is because, and that's also sort of on the Pentagon side, if we're talking about climate and security, it's an incredible majority female team leading that effort there. All of which is, I would say personally, not with my government hat on, but it's because I think we as women and female identifying people are often ones more drawn to those complex issues, those longer term issues, want to sort of get in the weeds of the hard stuff and sort of challenge the narrative. And I've seen a lot of women growing up doing that. But I also sometimes think too, it's like we've made some progress, but clearly from this conversation, we have so much further to go. And I think it's going to be the young female leaders, as we are here, rising up and seizing that mantle and saying, it's been a lot of progress, but it's been too slow. And the problems are getting worse. And we'll look at that hard on and sort of do what needs to be done.
Okay, 2 seconds, because we've got pretty much of a hard stop. I don't want to be unfair, but just quickly, are there enough women in this decision-making power, and what would you like to see? Like 30 seconds from each of you.
I think if there are enough women, we will not going to be in these climate problems.
I
I
totally
think what
agree.
I wanted to see more women to be not only as checking box, but to sit in the tables, take the decision, and what they are saying can matter for politicians, can matter for the scientists, can matter for the communities where we are building the solution every single day.
Hilda, you're going to close this out. Yes.
Okay, I think we need more women. I know that we need more women because we couldn't be having projects such as Willow, such as the ECOP and many other developing because women, since we face these effects, we can draw on our experiences to offer solutions, and women can't be taking such decisions because they know that they are the caretakers of Earth and they have to make the best decisions. So that is what we need, representation.
Yeah, more women because they are the most impacted group. So thank you very much for this extraordinary panel. We could go on for hours, I'm sure, but thank you very much, all of you.
A big thank you to our panelists for that engaging conversation. Thank you so much. We've covered climate, we've covered many facets of gender equity, and now we should talk corporate. What actions can companies take to become more inclusive and environmentally exemplary? And how can women be a part of leading that change? Those are two important questions that our panel is going to answer. I'm very pleased to introduce Cynthia Eluzos. She's the CEO of the Women's Voices and Charity Media, and the panelists of her session will be introduced by her. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you.
So thank you so much for the introduction. Yes, my name is Cynthia Illouz. I'm the founder of a French media called the Women's Voices. We aim to amplify women's voices in the global news, and I am thrilled to be also a media partner at the Women's Forum. So thank you, Anne-Gabrielle Brunner. I'm very happy to be here in Washington for the first Women's Forum in the USA. As the topic is to connect today, please feel free to connect me also on LinkedIn if you want to amplify your voice. We're going to continue the conversation, as you just mentioned, regarding the place of companies on sustainability. So first I will introduce our speakers on that topic. Claudia Berger, you are a Sustainability Director at Equans. Ruxandra Khanna, you are a partner at Steptoe & Johnson. And Benedict Canston, you head of communication and public affairs at Zurich Insurance. I will address you my first question. Benedict, what are the main environmental challenges in your sector?
Hi, everyone. First, I'd like to thank the organization, you, Cynthia, all the Women's Forum teams and the Vital Voices teams. To be here is a true honor to speak after all these great women, and I feel very humble in a very big seat with a very big mic, and I'm not tall, so that's very big. Anyway, to answer the question, so I represent the insurance industry, which you might say is kind of a boring industry, at least a very discreet one. But we're not boring when it comes to climate and to carry risk. The challenges we face basically are the challenges the society faces, because insurance has always echoed the society's challenges, and ever since we've existed, for Zurich it's been 150 years, we've embraced those challenges. We've mentioned a lot since this morning. It can be war, it can be geopolitical threats, it can be inflation, it can be purchasing power. and it can be climate. So when we talk about a climate change, the numbers of incidents are rising. We've been a lot of them lately. The intensity and the strength of incident is rising. So undergoing this climate transition is basically the best insurance there is to prevent the impact of climate risk. And insurance has literally provided a safety net towards climate change, but the net is not infinite. And it's very important, more than ever, that we act today not to sacrifice tomorrow. Meaning that we raise awareness, that's our mission every day, prevention, to build the resilience of the organization we support and help in our everyday mission.
Claudia, you have also big challenges in your industry.
Yes, I was hearing you, and we definitely share similar challenges. And as you, I'd like to thank the organization for inviting us. It's been a great day so far. But as far as environmental challenges, we're in the service and the facilities management and infrastructures management industry. So like we manage and we operate physical assets and also energy systems. So quite different than what you do. That being said, we share a common challenge that is decarbonation. Decarbonation for our own operation, but also for the different services that we offer to our client. And we always need to keep in mind that building operation accounts for, it's like 25% of the all greenhouse gases production globally and yearly. So we definitely need to lower, of course, and to take like significant step to lower our own carbon footprint, but also we need to help our clients transition toward a low carbon economy. So that's one challenge that we have. The other one is really regarding everything regarding technologies and innovation. So in our field, if we want to remain competitive, we need to make sure that we are at the forefront of everything related to technology and innovation. But the problem with that is that like all those technologies and those nice performant equipments, they come with a lot of different environmental challenges, resources extraction, generation of e-waste. So we need to make sure that we look at the whole life cycle analysis when we deliver those type of solution. And another one we share is everything related to resilience. In our business, it's really critical to maintain all the operation all the times in the buildings. So we need to become more resilient. And for us, it's really addressing like all the disruption on the energy markets. And the other point, also facing all the climate events that we're gonna get that are gonna get more frequent and also more intense with time. So. Thank you.
Ruxandra, as a lawyer perspective, you have to redefine a lot of things such as SDG. We're talking about CSR. What are your point on this specific words?
Thank you, Cynthia. And again, also thank you to Women's Forum and the Vital Voices for inviting us. Indeed, as a lawyer, I cannot speak about concepts without defining them. So my role, one of my roles for this panel is indeed to define what is E, what is S, and what is G, and what they mean for our clients and how our clients maybe position themselves towards the respective concepts. So E obviously stands for environment, but it's not one dimension. Environment can mean anything from climate to pollution to water use to agriculture and waste. S stands for social, and if we are talking maybe 10, 15 years ago, that would have been primarily maybe non-discrimination the working place employment. It has developed to mean diversity and inclusion, so inclusion is now recognized as separate from the diversity concept, and it has developed to also cover forced labor, more and more prominent, and supply chain due diligence. And G stands for governance, and for our clients, their challenge rather is how to integrate objectives which are not immediately or necessarily profit related into their corporate goals. And we see more and more a struggle between those two concepts, companies who need to deliver profits for their stakeholders, and the same companies who are trying to integrate ESG goals into their commitments.
Thank you for those words. As we already talked about the concept and the definition, I'd like to go more on concrete actions. For example, Benedict, what are the concrete action and policy that you are implemented?
Literally, being a company, a sustainable company, means that you care for the planet. There's no news under the sun. But when it comes, being an insurance company, how do we do? We're not an industry in the meaning that we don't produce goods and we don't have like a producing chain where we can intervene and trigger to actually be sustainable. So what do? We do what we always did. We are pioneers. ESG is 3 letters, and we have a 3-pillar strategy: planet, customers, and people. When it comes to the planet, it's speeding up emissions reduction. Being a pioneer in emissions reduction is setting very high standards to inspire our whole ecosystem. And for instance, we've reduced by 70% since 2019 our emissions, and we are aiming at a net zero, being at a net zero by 2030, 20 years ahead of our targets. So that's how we set a high standard to inspire our customers. Our role as an insurer is actually twofold. We are a risk carrier, so we carry the risk, and we help supporting the transformation of models and innovation within our customers. But we're also an investor, and through our investments, we can definitely shape the economic and social landscape of tomorrow, investing in green funds, in meaningful funds, for instance. And I come to the second pillar. Our customers are inspired by our own behavior, and that way we can definitely support their energy transition plans and help companies, institutions, the communities we serve all around the world to better manage their climate risk. And I come to people, last but not least. It's the center of everything. Like you said, Roxana, ESG is not only about climate, it's about how we interact with our environment. And we as a company put people at the center of everything. Once again, without our people, we cannot be an insurer company. And it's the way we treat our employees. We grow with them. We make their talents grow. We foster diversity and inclusion in the workplace. And I think we've heard lots of good things about how on a political government level we can do and act, how NGOs can act, how individuals and very inspirational leaders can act. But I think the workplace, employers all around the globe should carry this people engagement. And it's not about words on a sheet of paper. It's about how they mean to you. And I can say for the first time when I entered Zurich, not that long ago, that being a woman was okay. I was not a trophy put on a shelf. I was not someone in the middle in the way. I was just a woman, and it was okay. And for the first time in my life, I mean, of course, there are still things to improve, but I really think Zurich set an example along the way. For the first time in my life, if I may just give my little example as a silent voice, but probably as vital as all the voices we've heard today, because we're millions of silent voices. I didn't get to choose between being a mother or a leader, between my family or my team, between my work or my household. I could get to be both, and I could reconcile both my ambition and the love for my family and my children. And this is something at Zurich that is very important, is that it's okay to be a woman, it's okay to have great ideas, you can put them on the table, they'll be heard, but we're also pragmatic. I mean, diverse minds foster innovation, they feed the success of a company, and I think being pragmatic in the workplace is very important. I mean, we set simple goals for managers, for employees, on the annual goal sheets for everyone. If you don't support your team or your colleagues as diverse as they are, well, you don't get your bonus or the full bonus at the end of the year. And that's something people understand. And that's the way corporate might lead the change and inspire, I think, other people. And Zurich, obviously, is one of the many companies that set a very benefic environment in the workplace.
Thank you for those personal insights also. I go back to you, Claudia. You mentioned earlier one of the big challenge for you is decarbonization. Can you share with us all the concrete action that you implement today?
Yeah, well, as you said, like all the decarbonation is really an integral part also of our CSR strategy, because it is such a big challenge for us, for our own carbon footprint. So we're aligning, we have the same ambition to become net zero for our own carbon footprint, but where we can have the biggest impact is definitely all the services and all the we can offer with our clients. So we offer different services, including decarbonation. So it goes from energy efficiency to performance equipment to advise on the renewable sourcing. So we offer all those services so they can transition them to a lower carbon economy. So that's really where we have the biggest impact, and that's why we include it in our CSR strategy. But we also have another pillar, a bit like you, about our teams. So we're committed. Our CSR strategy is called Impact. So we want to have an impact on our teams, and a big part of that, of course, concerns diversity and inclusion, and especially gender equality, because I'm in a technical business where we're below 20% of women, and we really need to take action to, of course, increase that level. So it goes with having different trainings about sexism, the but also hosting different activities for networking. And about that, there's an expression that we heard yesterday at the speakers' diner about like radical collaboration, and I find it so important that we do it internally when we're not so many women in a field, but it's also important to try to include like all those allies we have when we're in a really male-dominated business, to make sure that we also collaborate radically with all of them internally, so we can promote everybody. So.
You. Ruxandra, when we're talking about sustainability, we're talking about environment, but we're talking also about people, about gender equality. So what are you thinking about it in a lawyer perspective?
Thank you. So the legal industry, I think, is different from other industries in the sense that we, by nature, respond immediately to client expectations. So maybe what I would like to emphasize from the legal industry perspective is that obviously all law firms have and had different parameters and different objectives in terms of gender parity. Again, if we talked 10 years ago, we would have talked about what percentage of women were lawyers in a law firm. Well, our clients have actually forced us, and we responded to go and be a little bit more granular. It's not only what percentage of women are lawyers, but what percentage of women are partners, and then what percentage of women are senior partners. The next level of granularity was, okay, you have women on certain firm committees. Which firm committees? Are all the women in those committees which maybe are not necessarily decision-making fora? And we had to respond to questionnaires from our clients, which went more and more granular, and we had to change as a result of that. So maybe the 2 points that I wanted to make are, A, we should not underestimate the impact of business partners on changes, and B, that we should not necessarily stop at a surface percentage or numbers, but should be more granular in terms of the actual role that women play in organizations. And maybe to share a short personal story as well, I was asked a few years ago to to have a function in the law firm, a managing function. And my immediate reaction, probably not really thought through, was, okay, yes, what do you expect from me? And the answer was very empowering. And the answer was, I don't know. It's for you to tell us what you want to do in that position. And I've then applied that answer to other positions that I've taken. So it's empowering employees and individuals in organization, not necessarily to fit a role, but to actually shape that role for themselves as well.
Thank you, Benedict. A question about the future and maybe the hope that you have regarding sustainability in the following months or years concerning your company and your projects.
I am thinking of one concrete example. We're talking about concrete actions in this session that Zurich is leading is called the Zurich Forest Project. And it's a collaboration with a nonprofit, the Brazilian nonprofit called Instituto Terra, founded by Sebastião Salgado, the great photographer. I don't know if you've heard of him, and his wife. And she has a major role to play in his artistic career, but also in that project. Talking about this for two reasons. One, because it's a tangible example of what a company can do and achieve when it wants to address climate change. It goes beyond our will to be in the fashionable movement of planting trees, because it's about restoring the whole ecosystem that was once destroyed by cattle farming. And I'm saying it goes beyond planting trees because it is about, it started in 2020 and we've committed to plant 1 million trees. But you can definitely throw 1 million seeds in the ground. If you don't care about the seeds, they just won't grow. So it's about planting and caring. And Sebastião Salgado has beautiful words about this. He says that raising a tree is like raising a child. And that's I add my words to this. This project, this collaboration with Instituto Terra has fantastic, incredible results. both on the ground, literally, because we've restored, it's been 3 years now, 75 million square feet of forest land. And I mean, not only the trees are back, but the animals, and it's about giving back to the communities and to humanity, because rainforest is about climate equilibrium all around the planet. And I'm saying that, and this is my word for it, where literally Zurich is mothering, like women could do, about mothering the forest, mothering the trees, to make a change in that forest. And it might appear on the other side of the world, but it has concrete changes in our everyday life, because the rain drops more, because the heat is controlled, and because the whole habitat is restored. So we're mothering the forest, and I think it was a beautiful image, and it's only the beginning, because it's working so well. Our whole ecosystem, our business partners are resonating very fantastically with this project. All Zurich employees all around the world are obviously very proud. And it makes everyone be a part of a concrete action that's actually changing the face of the earth. So
we hope it's going to spread. Yeah.
That's what gives me hope today, at least.
Okay, thank you. Ruxandra, what are your expectations, your hopes for this sustainability policy?
So I'm very lucky to be in the firm where I currently am, Steptoe & Johnson, because we put a lot of emphasis on pro bono work by lawyers. And again, pro bono is generally accepted as a need, but if it's not enforced and if it's not supported from management, it's going to be something that every lawyer knows they have to do, but they will not give it real attention. And in our firm, we have a percentage of our time which has to be dedicated to pro bono projects, and not meeting that objective then has direct consequences on the progression and on the compensation, obviously. And pro bono projects have to include, we have a specific proportion, for human rights and environmental protection. And more in environmental protection, I see lawyers from Steptoe & Johnson, but from other firms as well, using their skills. Look, we know the laws. We have to know the laws. We work with our clients and we help them comply and understand those laws. And we have a real important role in maybe filling gaps which exist either cross-jurisdictional or in certain jurisdictions towards, for example, protection of one project that we are very involved in, endangered species, and specifically the animal pangolin. We've worked with the international organizations to protect that. So I think, again, it's a combination. It's a combination of management imposition, very specifically defined goals, and people will actually cooperate and will be glad to do that.
Thank you. So we thinking about that pro bono. It's a very important topic also. Claudia, I know you are in a specific industry and you have specific hopes. I'll let you share with the audience.
Yeah, I have really specific hope, and really that's my own world. But I hope to see more girls, more women in the technical field and in STEM in general. So we don't feel we don't feel alone like it is the case sometimes. But more generally, I think that technical solution, and again, that's me, but I personally believe that technical solution and technologies, they're largely gonna contribute to solving like all the environmental crises that we're facing. Of course, and a lot of collaboration, but we need to make sure that we get like all the women's and girls' voices heard, because their ideas and their perspective, and we heard it before today, that's the solution to having really creative solution, innovative solution. So we really, really need that in tackling the climate crisis. So we need to attract those girls, those women coming into technical careers, but also we need to retain them and making the workplace a nice environment to be. I was personally, I live in Canada, and I was personally like amongst 20, I think we're 20% of women to graduate from engineering school, but somehow we end up being 10% in the workplace. I don't know the reason, and that's all personal, why all those women, they leave, but at the end of the day, we need them, and we need to persevere and get them in the workforce and get them to stay in the workforce. So, and well, my hope, if I were to resume it, and it's also personal, is that my own daughter gets the same opportunities, get the same chances that my son would get if she wants to pursue a career in STEM and technical fields. So.
Thank you so much. We have a few more minutes if we do have questions in the audience. Yes? Can we get a mic for the lady here? Thank you.
Thank you all so much. It's a pleasure to learn from you and to hear from you. I work on fundraising for the Malala Fund, working on girls' education, so I often work with corporate partners looking to make an impact in this space. My question, however, is not certainly related to that clearly, but I did just want to ask for your perspectives. I know most of you, or many of you, are working in European markets. So I'm actually thinking about sort of the American backlash to ESG investing as a principle or framework for guiding retirement investing, things like that. We've seen 3 Southern American states, withdraw investments from BlackRock for this reason, to think about ESG as sort of a harm for retirement savings or other investment strategies. What would you say to these critics, and what might you say to change their mind?
Who wants to go?
Actually, you had a point right before this session, so I think we're going to let you answer.
Look, it's a good question, and obviously it's something which preoccupies both public entities and private companies. I'm not American, so I'm Romanian, I'm from Europe, and I actually tend to see the US as a country in which ideas are kind of tested to see if they break or not, right? So we can maybe see those backlash actions in that way. Let's see how far they go and whether the ESG policies survive. But I expect that sanity prevails, possibly, or hopefully, and I think it's a fake debate. I think we are going to see more and more arguments to explain that it is a fake debate, and actually investing responsibly is profitable investment. So I think the voices so far on or pro ESG maybe have not necessarily made that point towards how profitable it is to invest with those aims in mind, and we see more and more of those.
Maybe another challenge into that direction is to reach a critical point in the volume of investment to have the critical mass to make it permanent. That's our goal in the insurance industry as well. So that it's not criticable anymore. And I think we are in the process of it. That's my optimism going forward on this.
You want to react? Yes. Last question. Sure.
Yeah, and I could go on and on about ESG because I teach this stuff. But what I do want to ask about recruitment and retention at law firms and at investment at the insurance companies in terms of getting the next gen of women wanting to go into law firms and into insurance. Are they looking at the kinds of cases you're taking, the kind of pro bono work you're doing, and the kinds, whether you're following up on your net zero commitments? I would think that this would be fantastic in terms of attracting female talent and retaining female talent. I was wondering whether you'd could comment on that.
I'll start, yeah. So I can comment from my personal perspective, but I also have some industry data. Young women will look at gender equality parameters primarily, and they would look, as I said, very much in detail, not only the percentage of women, but how many women partners, how many women equity partners. Pro bono, yes. Secondarily, I would say, and in terms of types of cases, maybe counterintuitively, less so. We see industry data actually showing us that young lawyers will look very much just at the legal issues, so they are very excited just about the laws and not necessarily yet about certain types of laws or practices to get in. But I think the first parameter that they will be looking at is gender equality and what policies are applied. And again, in STEP, though, we see that that's the first question that comes from female attorneys in particular, and we have the parameters to show just how committed the firm is.
Thank you.
It helps us,
to echo what you just said, Roxana. I think it's not about the insurance industry or banking, financial industry in general. It's not about not attracting women. In global percentage, it's quite okay. It's the layers, and as much as you go up the ladder, and the potential and the how you raise the talents, literally. And I would add something that's not very known or linked to the insurance industry in particular, but we have more and more digitalized jobs and missions, scientific jobs and missions. We have risk engineers, and in risk engineers there is engineer, and a very big problem when facing education. And Gabrielle said the word this morning, and the goal of the Women's Forum for 2023 about education. And I think scientific education for women is one of the biggest challenge we face. I'm French, and in France, for instance, women and math are just two opposite words, and it's not just possible and not conceivable today. So we have to promote scientific education more and more to young girls, attract them to math so that they can choose eventually the career they want.
Thank you so much. You can give them a round of applause. Thank you.
A big thanks to our panel. Now, does anyone remember what today's theme is for the Women's Forum? Oh, I'm so impressed. Time to connect. And my earring has been disconnecting from me today. And we've been making connections between different themes, right? Climate change, corporations. And right now we're going to talk about the connection between education and women and girls and equity. 244 million children still do not go to school in the world. And of that number, 130 million are girls. I think education is something here in the US we can certainly take for granted, but it's not something that comes easily. So our next panelist and panel will discuss this. I'm joined by Kavitha Nair Bindra. She's the education executive and board leader at Yale, and the panelists she will introduce. Can you join me in giving them a round of applause? Thanks so much.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce our panel and Anne-Gabrielle Eilbrunner today. So I'll ask the panelists to come out and have a seat. Wonderful. So I'll introduce everybody quickly and then turn it over to Anne-Gabrielle. First, I'd like to welcome Leticia Tituania, a chemical engineer and activist, followed by Ananya Tabari, co-founder and executive director of the Swat Talim Foundation, followed by Shabana Basish Rasik, an Afghan educator, humanitarian, and women's rights champion. And finally, British Robinson, CEO of the Barbara Bush Foundation. And we will begin with some remarks from Anne Gabrielle and then go into our panel discussion.
What's good about this panel is, the fact that actually I feel like a school teacher because I'm here standing and you're all seated. And I think it's going to be the opposite. I'm going to learn a lot from you guys. But however, we'll see. So the good thing, actually, that this year the Women's Forum has decided to focus its work on education. And I don't know how are things for you, how they've been for you, but for me, whenever I had to face difficult moments in my life, education has been my greatest asset. It helped me to feel better. Like the classical music I learned when I was studying the violin, the verses of Racine and Shakespeare, theater plays, they come alive in me and help me feel less sad or less lonely. Education has also helped me find my way to think, act, when I wasn't sure what to do. And on the contrary, when I'm making mistakes, it's generally because I have forgotten what I had learned before. It's about, remembering all the great figures of the past, what writers or philosophers have said, also what my parents have taught me. You should tell them that, by the way, they would be super happy. It always comes back to me when I am confronted with violence, with lies, with threats, with propaganda, or also with the sorrow of people close to me, my friends or my children. So for me, education has been my guardian angel whenever times were dark. And maybe last, but in no way least, my diplomas themselves have turned out to be powerful protection to me in the workplace. Well, this is about me. And when we look around us in the world today, what are the reasons or the incentives for the Women's Forum to prioritize education? One is, of course, the distressing disbarment of females from schools and colleges. Look what's going on in Iran or Afghanistan. 80% of Afghan girls and young women are now banned from classes. Education is being weaponized to disadvantage an entire sector of the population for today. But not only are women armed today, but they are punished for the future. And we stand with them, as I think that the impact of depriving millions of young girls from education is like a ticking bomb for all of us. Then you have all the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, with not only teaching, but work and religious services and schooling all relegated online. As you know, this disrupted even essential elementary school skills, like reading or basic math. Then you add the impact of war and climate disasters on education. When school buildings are destroyed, or libraries or centers, administrative centers are destroyed, how can you do? When families are displaced, their home destroyed. And where there is a paradox, it is that at the other end of the spectrum, you see big companies, they are fighting like hell for talent. And you see how much it costs to study in a big, prestigious university. So this is the world around us today. To make it worse, we are in a world where speed is of the essence, and social media hold sway over our ability to freely decide for ourselves. You've seen the pervasive influence of unregulated social media and their addictive nature. It's like a takeover, actually. We need informed arguments, and it's clearly critical for us when we have to take decisions on difficult ethical issues. I could mention immigration. I could mention reproductive rights. We need to think, we need to use an empirical point of view and not fall into dogma, be it nationalist, communalist, or religious. So actually what we need to do is to learn, to reflect, and to consider, not simply to react. So at the Women's Forum, we want to recreate value for education, to take into consideration and to assess the gift and power of education. And because it's also central to what is actually the Women's Forum and our purpose. We said it was about, raising women's voices and creating change. But the simple fact to organize events like this one, to gather youth and business people and activists and NGOs and representatives of government, it's also educating people and educating ourselves to create change. So because we want to have a real impact, I would like with you guys today, and for at least 1 year from now, I would like to launch a manifesto. It all started at the global meeting of the Women's Forum, end of November. We organized a special session on Iran, and I met Marnaz Shirali, an Iranian political scientist who is committed to freedom and now lives in France because her life is threatened. Marnaz showed me some of the school books that are now used in Iran. It's frightening. They show little girls of 7 being told that, of course, women are not equal to men. This is not even an idea. Equality is clearly not an ideal to be achieved. It's much better to be born a boy than a girl. And education can wait, but marriage cannot. Not mentioning that violence is an ordinary, very normal thing. So because I consider that we have to combat these prejudices from school textbooks, I think we need all of you, and I hope you will join me in inviting everybody after this forum to look at what is taught to children. Does this teaching vehiculate, promote outdated sexism and stereotypes and violence and inequalities? Well, if this is the case, let us know. There is a hashtag that we are launching today, hashtag Change Education, Educate for Change. Please write to us, tag the Women's Forum. And because of our extraordinary community and connection with governments and local authorities, we will make sure that your voice is heard and that we have a chance to change things for real. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those inspiring words and for that inspiring manifesto for all of us. So turning to our panel discussion, education, as you've heard, is really a requirement for advancing some of the issues that we've talked about today, whether they're climate-related, health-related, or peace-related. And while access to education remains a crucial tool to tackle these challenges, current educational systems are really struggling to adapt to the rapid shifts and some of these geopolitical issues that are impacting many societies around the world. So today we're going to talk about ways to reimagine the education system in a more inclusive way with gender equality as an underlying principle. So with that as the backdrop, I would like to ask each of the panelists to introduce themselves and to talk about the ways that they engage in education and access to education. So Lati, I'll start with you.
Hola. Thank you for inviting me to be on this panel today. Forgive me if my English is not great. It doesn't represent how incredibly funny and smart I really am. Okay, but seriously, to answer the question, I'll say that education for me is freedom. I tell you why for me it means freedom. My name is Leticia Tituaña. I come from a rural and indigenous community dominated by poverty, machismo, gender violence, and domestic violence. Education was only seen as a waste of resources for a family with little resources to begin with. Thanks to my parents, I had the opportunity to study, but because indigenous people could not study in public schools, I had to leave behind my traditional clothes and wear a uniform like everyone else. In the past, the same government believed indigenous people should not receive an education, because if they did, they would realize that they were in fact commonly being used and exploited as slaves. In my country, their towns are one generation away from slavery, and only in 2008 were we actually recognized as Ecuadorians with rights. It was because of this recognition that I was able to study. I was free. I began to dream for my own criteria and goals. I know that there are many things to improve in my country, in my community, in my family, and in myself. And I work very hard to materialize them. Today, I am a chemical engineer, and I'm studying for a master's degree in engineering for water resources management in Ecuador. Thank you. I created WarmiSTEM, an organization that supports and promotes indigenous girls to study science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, because I firmly believe that we have the ability to use science or engineering to help vulnerable communities become sustainable, and at the very least to give these communities access to basic service. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ananya?
Hi, everyone. My name is Ananya Tiwari. Yeah, and we work with the young adolescent girls who are prone to early marriage in India. And India, even today, has 102 million child brides. And so that's the target group that we are working with. I think we've heard several times today the importance of education when it comes to changing outcomes like school dropouts and social outcomes like early marriage. And so Swatalim is a mix of Sanskrit and Arabic words that translates to owning your education. And for us, education is an equalizer. So no matter where you're born in, no matter what cards life has dealt you, you can stand at the same level as anyone else in this world through education. So it really is hope and promise, the way I have seen in my life and the way we envision it for the girls we work with. So the community we work with, they essentially are first generation learners. So I'm putting all these layers of marginalization together. So they're first generation learners. They come from religious minorities. They are caste minorities within India. They, of course, come from low socioeconomic backgrounds and rural and remote areas. So that's the group of young girls we target and work with. And in Swatalim, we really take a village approach, which means that we invest heavily in both in-person and low-cost technology to create a hybrid system of community members who are decision makers. So we are, of course, working with schools and working with teachers and wardens. A lot of these schools are residential spaces where we focus on English and life skills, but at the same time, we are working with the community members, so the parents of the girls, we are working with the government officials, and we are working with local community women and recruiting them to kind of bring or create an ecosystem that is not only aware about their girls' education and daughters' education, but it also changes their perception of investing in girls' education. And that's what we are really aiming to do here. I am also a scholar, so I am an incoming professor of education and child development in the University of Nebraska Medical Center. And essentially, my work has been to study structural inequalities and how that impacts adolescent development. And so a lot of things that we track, we also look at how human beings, in this particular case, young girls, develop as a result of oppression. And so I'll stop there, but yeah, look forward to more discussion.
Thank you. Shabana.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really a great honor to be among all of you here, both on this panel and in this room with all of you. My name is Shabana Basij Rasakh, and I'm the co-founder and president of School of Leadership Afghanistan, or SOLA for short. SOLA is also a word in Pashto language that means peace. And with this understanding that we can really achieve peace in a place like Afghanistan through education, and especially educating girls. SOLA is the first and only boarding school for Afghan girls. Was, is, and will be. Hopefully not the only. We were in Afghanistan up until August of 2021, educating Afghan girls from some of the most remote corners of the country. Our nearly 100 students in August of 2021 represented 28 of the 34 provinces in the country. And we had plans to expand beyond that, establishing a permanent campus in Kabul. And then plans were interrupted, and now the school is entirely relocated to Rwanda, where we're currently operating from. We continue to focus on Afghan girls, educate Afghan girls. Now, just recently, in fact, last week, launched our second admission season, recruiting Afghan girls from Afghan refugee communities across the world. So when I think about the meaning of education, both personally for me, but also for Afghan girls, but also thinking more globally as we're talking about it. It's while the personal response is no different than what you've been hearing. I always describe my own access to education as my ticket to freedom, similar to what Letitia just responded here. But I think it can also, since we're speaking in a circle of people who are movers and shakers, and I do want to talk about how that could potentially be a missed opportunity if we don't look at girls' education differently, because the benefit is not just for girls, and we all know that. And I think we have to stop framing this from the perspective that we need to educate girls because they need an education, they need their freedom, I need my freedom, etc. We actually need to focus on girls' education because we need their help. We have a lot of problems globally, health crises, eradicating poverty, tackling climate crisis, etc. And remove educators from this equation. You have scientists, you have environmentalists, you have economists, you have researchers, you have journalists who have gone around the world trying to find answers. How do we eradicate poverty, global poverty? Looking at answers for how do we reverse global warming? And they have independently arrived at investment in girls' education being one of the most effective ways to address these. And so we've got to look at it that way. We need to stop looking at these group of 130 million plus girls globally who really need our help. No, we need their help. And so we've got to get them into schools and in classrooms as soon as possible.
Thank you so much. British.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here. Good evening. And I'm in awe of all of the panelists. Thank you all for your work and for your service to make this a better planet, especially through girls' education. I'm going to take a slightly different tact. I'm not going to really talk about the Barbara Bush Foundation. So I'm British Robinson, the president and CEO of the Barbara Bush Foundation for Family Literacy. As Shamba said, education is the great equalizer. The ability to read, write, and comprehend is the foundation of what education is built on. We learn to read so that we can read to learn. But I also want to talk about this through the frame of access, this question of access. I think Shamba started to talk about it. It's not just the girl. So after 34 years, the former First Lady of the United States, Barbara Bush, created the Barbara Bush Foundation. And she knew something then, 30 years ago, and we know it now from evidence, which is access is also about the family. Access is about what the family's going to do, how the family's situated. It's about society, and it's a multi-generational issue. So when we talk about low literacy or girls being behind in reading or not having the opportunity, we have to look at the problem in a more holistic fashion. And so for us, it's a multi-generational issue. Sometimes I say if mama can't read, baby can't read. So we have to, it's not just the girl, as you were saying, but we have to broaden our lens if we want to come up with the solutions globally, not just here in the US, but elsewhere. One of the things we know and that we firmly believe in is education is a civil right, education is a human right. And we haven't done a great job of that in the US. We know even in our own programs, whether it's mentoring young girls and getting them up on grade level reading, all the way to looking at adult mothers that are in our programs who still have to learn to read, 74% of them are women in our programs, 74%. So we have this issue of looking at the problem kind of, again, holistically. We know from a National Institute of Health here in the US, a study, that the mother's educational attainment is the single greatest factor in her child's future academic and life success. And so that data also tell us, and that holds as well in global environments. So where we can, we know you can't do that in war-torn countries and countries that are in deep poverty, but where you can, we need to try to look at the solution and the problem in a more holistic fashion. It's also an economic issue. So we're here talking about the economy and the society. Just a few stats from the US perspective. We did a study, we commissioned a study about 2 years ago with Gallup and the head economist there, who's also a fellow at the Brookings think tank here. And we found that low literacy in the US, which happens to equate, we talked about 130 million girls. There are 130 million adults in the US who essentially read below a 6th grade level. That means they're almost functionally illiterate. And so in that setting, it has a huge impact on our economy. You talked about climate change, about poverty alleviation. Well, these things, again, are inextricably linked to that holistic view. We're losing, in the US, $2.2 trillion in GDP every year because we have over 100 million people below a sixth grade level. And so you can't recover from an economy, you can't be productive parent, worker, or citizen in society if we don't solve this problem. We also know that it's inextricably linked to income, particularly for women and for mothers. It impacts the pay equity issue. So if you're at simply not a college degree, not a high school degree, but if that mother or that parent or that caregiver, it can be a grandma, an auntie, a relative, if they're at a sixth grade level, they actually make a family sustaining wage. And we already know that women are already behind from an equity issue based on their annual income. So that's absolutely critical. The last piece, when I talk about mothers, we talk a lot about maternal and child health. If a mother is low literate, she cannot understand her own health and she can't negotiate the health of her child. So another fundamental reason and plea and kind of hope that we have is that she also is literate for her own health and the health of her child and the health of her family. So just want to broaden the lens a bit as we think about educating the girl child or educating the woman, but let's think about it in educating the entire family.
Thank you. So thank you for drawing that thread between some of the prior discussions we've had today and the topic for the panel. I think you've established that education is a human right and a fundamental right, and that access is being denied to that right. I would love to have Ananya and Shabana talk about how we can ensure that girls have the opportunity to receive education.
I think I'll actually just build off of what British was saying in terms of increasing the circle of concern. And so when we are to focus on girls' education, it's important to also focus on and influence actors who are around her and who take decisions for her, who have agency on the girls' autonomy. And we have been looking at some of the developments that have happened during COVID, since it was so recent. And this really substantiated it again for us in the sense that we saw that, first of all, conversations rose from 2% to 21% in our case around child marriage from 2021 to 2022. And this was a time, just to kind of contextualize who I'm talking about, is these girls would go to a residential school. So they were removed from their home spaces. So they were living with girls like them in a residential school. And it's a slightly different system. It's a more flexible system. And the parents, of course, admit the girls because everything with their education, related to their education, is taken care of by the government. So they can come back and go, and the schooling is paid off by the government. But when COVID came, these are the communities with absolutely zero access to technology. There are huge issues of teacher capacity building. So the government would pass laws, but the teachers don't know how to work with technology. And then again, when you talk about the girls, they don't have access to technology in their houses as well. And so during this time, that's when these conversations went up, and we were tracking their well-being. And just the conversation around child marriage was a significant predictor in negative well-being. And that happened even when we controlled for household chores or access to technology, which means that even if girls were doing zero amount of housework, and even when they were getting 100% access to technology, they would still report a negative well-being whenever they were talking about a different outcome that they had imagined for themselves. all of them wanted to go to school. Schools, as we have come to know, are spaces where they belong, not just because of teachers and supportive peers, but schools are a future of their gateways, and they're very aware of this. They're very aware of the fact that schools can change the way they live their lives, and so they want to go back to school. I think one is just the design of these spaces. So one element that we've discovered is how do you sometimes design spaces where we call them suspended spaces, where girls are with other girls like themselves and they are dissociated from social hierarchies for some time at least, where they talk to each other about whatever they want. And in our studies, girls have often said that we feel more free with girls our age. We are able to share things that we want. At homes, it's not always possible. People may judge us, people may laugh at us, and some things we are not even supposed to talk about. The other important aspect of working with other actors has been brothers. So we've seen, elder brothers are always socialized in a manner that they have to be the patriarchs of the family. But during COVID, what we saw was even brothers of similar age, or in some cases younger brothers, were also taking charge of how a man should be in the household. And girls would tell us that they reported saying that, there was actually a common phone in the house. But whenever I would start using it, my brother would snatch it away from me, saying that this is not for girls. This is not what girls are supposed to do. And so it was not the father or some male adult, who was controlling their access. It was actually brothers of similar age groups. We also saw that brothers denied helping them in their household chores, and the percentage went up, not because of their ability, but because of gender roles. I'm not going to do this because I'm not supposed to do it as a boy, not that I cannot do it. So I think these factors come up again and again for us, where we have to design spaces that provide equal rights to them, even if it's happening on a temporary basis during their adolescence. And second, focus on actors who are around the girls and who can really change their access to many resources that the girls have the right to.
Thank you. And it looks like we're running short on time, so...
Okay, I think I'll just keep my answer short to say that what you just heard from Ananya is what we're doing at SOLA. And it's a boarding school, and essentially I do believe, if you look at the evolution of SOLA as an organization, it does tell a very good story. So I would let you, if you're interested, explore that on our website. But essentially, in conflict and post-conflict countries, and I think in even more areas, boarding schools, though it's one of the oldest models of education, provides such a significant solution when it comes to addressing the various obstacles that girls face. You look at even a place like Afghanistan, shortage of teachers, 60% of schools, this is even before the Taliban banned education, 60% of schools don't have access to water and sanitation facilities, shortage of materials, and so on and so forth. So when you bring girls from those kinds of environments, place her or them in a boarding school, and most importantly, put her at the center, and through that communicate to her that she matters, her education matters, and everything else is there for her, that change is transformational. I've seen it over and over and over with various students who have come through SOLA. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. I'd like to ask both Letty and British to talk about how education can be a vector for inclusion. And Letty, I'll start with you.
Hola. Thank you for this question. How can education be a factor of inclusion, right? Okay, education can be a factor of inclusion when the education system understands the different realities of the people of the country. For example, in my country, in Ecuador, chronic malnutrition is at a magnitude that greatly greatly affects childhood health and well-being. We must take this into account. We need to make education and food security go hand in hand for areas where there is malnutrition. This will make education more inclusive and holistic and could even be seen as an incentive to encourage communities to enter schools. Because when resources are few, when it's about the essential as a basic as food and water, survival is the priority and nothing else matters. Thank you.
Thank you so much. British?
Thanks. Maybe just tying the last two comments together, I think inclusion really is about empowerment. And when you really look at empowering a girl, or when you give her the opportunity to learn, you're developing her critical thinking skills, her empathy skills, so that she's able to feel included in society. And part of that is, if you're not in a boarding school environment, which I firmly agree with, is how do we give girls a seat at the table in other settings, but these kind of holistic settings that we're talking about. So I'll just add to that. They're youth-serving organizations, advisory boards, where girls have a voice and an opportunity to change systems. So when I think about putting on my global hat, and I think about places like Rwanda, which I've spent a significant amount of time in Kenya and East Africa, Girl Guides. Here in the US, we call them Girl Scouts. So how do we lift up those environments so that they're welcoming and warm and empowering for those girls, in addition to boarding school opportunities? And then Girl Up. There's an incredible program that the UN has been doing for over a decade now. So what are these out-of-school settings where we can empower girls, get them some of the literacy skills that they need, whether it be math or reading or whatnot. But there's a way to also do it out of school settings. So I ask you to, again, broaden the view and the perspective where learning can happen in these other environments that can empower them and enrich their lives as well.
Thank you so much. And it's been such an honor to share the stage with all of you to talk about this critical question. And I want to thank our panelists for their time this afternoon. And thank you, everyone, for your attention.
Well, thank you all for being a part of today's programming. We have now arrived at the final session of the Women's Forum. I think we deserve a round of applause for that. Pretty impressive day. There have been so many impressive speakers and so much learned, and this final session will be dedicated to a very topical issue. It's the current situation for women and girls in Iran. I'm going to welcome up our last moderator, Catherine Pilgrim. She's a journalist, and she'll introduce the panelists. Let's give her a round of applause.
So good afternoon. I'm Kitty Pilgrim, and I've been a journalist all my life. And I joined CNN when it was just at the very beginning and worked all over the world. And so today we are discussing Iran, and it seems very appropriate. 6 months ago was a turning point for Iran, September 16th, 2022, the day 22-year-old Mahsa Amini died after being arrested by Iran's morality police for what they claimed was improperly wearing her hijab. And her death sparked protests in which hundreds have been killed and thousands arrested. Now, we are at that moment that calls for action in speaking up about Iran. And who better than our two panelists, both who hold the people, the culture, and the country of Iran dear to their hearts. Now, their bios are available to you, but I would like to introduce them as they are waiting. Nazanin Buniadi joins us. She was born in Iran. She now lives in a free society, but does not forget. A world-famous actress, Nazanin has many acting credits. Most recently is the star of the series Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power, and she uses her voice and celebrity to shed light on the Iranian women's movement. And we are also joined by Prince Reza Pahlavi. He is an advocate for secular democratic Iran. He was born in Iran but resides in the United States. Heir to his late father, the Shah, he is devoted to the cause of free speech, women's rights, and free society for Iran. So thank you both very much for joining us. I wanted to start with you, Nazanin. You have long advocated for women of Iran, and you've recently dedicated your role in Lord of the Rings to Iranian women. Tell us about that and why, and what kind of a response you're getting from Iranian women.
It's so good to be with you all. Thank you, Kitty. Thank you, Prince Reza Pahlavi. I have been in the Iran advocacy space for 15 years now. When I got this role in Lord of the Rings several years ago, it took us a long time to film it, a pandemic and everything. But basically, this role is of an everyday woman who is catapulted into having to assume a leadership position. And her courage and her tenacity reminded me of, I drew inspiration basically from the brave women of Iran who, there's a reason why they call them Shirzan or lioness, because of their tenacity in the face of the tyranny they've been facing for 44 years. So in an insane turn of events, just 2 months before Mahsa Jina Amini was murdered, I was sitting at San Diego Comic-Con and I dedicated this role to the brave women of Iran. And just 2 months later, I found myself on the steps outside the LA Federal Building with 20,000 protesters standing with the Woman Life Freedom Movement. And what has unfolded in the past 6 months is unprecedented. Of course, women are the spark and the engine of this revolution. But, you know, what's really unprecedented is now you're seeing their brothers, their sons, their fathers, husbands standing shoulder to shoulder with them, something that terrifies this regime, because for 44 years, they have, the pillar of the regime has been built on segregating and oppressing women. So to see them standing together for what has become a pro-democracy movement, revolution, terrifies this regime. And we have been in touch, of course, with civil society inside Iran, with women, with girls, the brave girls who are being gassed, who have been gassed for the past 6 months, to stop them from getting an education, to stop them from dissenting, raped, killed, imprisoned, beaten, and despite that, they continue. And all they're asking for is for us to take action on their behalf internationally, and we can speak more about that later.
Your Highness, you have long institutional memory of the country, and maybe you could just explain for our audience how we've progressed through the different phases in Iran and I'd love your input on where we stand today, and do you think it's a unique moment in Iran's history?
First of all, I'm very happy to be here tonight. Thanks for inviting us and including us. My memories of how Iran was and how far women have gone, in contrast to where they are today, is mind-boggling. From Shirin Ebadi, Nobel Prize winner as a highest court judge in Iran, to Mahnaz Afkhami, who was a minister, to a time where, as I was finishing my Air Force training, I was supposed to go back to Iran. By then, we would have our first women fighter pilots in the Iranian Air Force serving. Look at where women are now under this regime. And because we had reached those potentials, when Iranian women earned the right to vote 8 years before the people in Switzerland did, the women in Switzerland did, And in contrast to what we have now, we can imagine the potential that yet again could exist in the future, but at the same time, how much we have learned in the process. And I think one of the biggest barriers to the advance of women, particularly in the Middle East and particularly in the Islamic world, was the factor of religion itself. And this regime, in the name of religion, started to antagonize women from the get-go. Today, the generation of Mahsa understand fully the importance of a secular future where religion is separated from state as a prerequisite to democracy in order to achieve true human rights at all levels. We are talking about ethnic rights, we're talking about sexual rights, LGBTQ community, for example, which has also been persecuted, religious persecution. Everything was tied to that. And even though 50 years ago, as I was growing up, maybe talking about religion might have been taboo, today is no longer the case. And that's a huge, huge development in terms of the political process of maturing in that sense and understanding the consequences of it and the importance of it. And therefore, in that sense, I think the future is extremely bright. And because this is truly, in my view, the first revolution of women in the whole world of its kind, it's led by women, but as Nazanin was saying, it's entirely backed by their fathers, their brothers, their sons. It is, therefore, a truly nation-grasping moment. And in that sense, you might have seen in the past 40 years various periods where Iranians were demonstrating or protesting, but this is truly different this time. This is truly do or die. We know that we have no option but to succeed, and this is why it is important for the world to understand how critical it is to be on the right side of history this time. Many movements in the world were unable to succeed peacefully without outside support. I remember talking to former President de Klerk and his experience during the negotiations with the ANC and with Nelson Mandela and what led ultimately to a solution. Or for that matter, what happened with Poland and Lech Walesa and the Solidarity Movement. And I think there are many other examples that we could present of how important it is to have international support. And this is the reason Nazanin and I and many others have been on the road lately, talking to legislators, trying to, for the first time since they decided to finally talk to voices of the opposition, because until now the dialogue was limited only to the regime and its representatives. It's a good opportunity, and therefore we are utilizing it in our best possible way to inform the world, be the voice of our compatriots at home, who are often muzzled and unable to communicate directly. But ultimately, this is all with the idea of empowerment and bringing as much support as we can to our fellow compatriots back home.
Nazanin, you've been meeting with Biden administration officials. You've been really traveling the globe with this issue and calling attention to it. What is the feedback that you've been getting?
As Prince Pahlavi said, I think, this is unprecedented for two reasons. Iranian women have managed to galvanize Iranian society at large to understand the intersectionality of gender equality and every other basic human right, which the Iranian people have been denied for 44 years. And of course, they've been held hostages. So this isn't just now only a women's rights issue. It was sparked by women's rights. So when I met with the Biden administration, I think it was late October-ish of 2022, I got to meet with the Vice President, the Secretary of State, and the National Security Advisor. And I made the case that this call is a grassroots movement from inside Iran. And we are simply conduits. We are getting messages from people inside Iran, and we want to let them know what is being said. And they listened, and they did promise me an ARIA formula meeting at the UN Security Council, which I then spoke at in November. And then we talked to them about kicking the Islamic Republic off of the Commission on Status of Women at the UN. And of course, everybody, Vital Voices was pivotal in this, so I'm very grateful for their incredible work. Everyone told us this is not possible.
But in this moment, as you said, the mood has shifted. The international appetite for wanting to meet with opposition voices is there. And so we really are trying to seize this moment and make sure, of course, we succeeded in kicking the Islamic Republic off the CSW. And while for some that might seem symbolic and not really something that shifts anything inside Iran, I can assure you what it does is it delegitimizes the Islamic Republic. They were normalizing themselves by being on that body. So there's many steps we still need to take, and we will together try to do that as best we can. But again, as Prince Pahlavi said, there are more meetings to be had. We've engaged with the European Union. We've met with the Biden administration. There are more meetings coming. We just testified at the Canadian Parliament. And I think this moment is different because the synergy between inside and outside, the diaspora and the people of Iran, is creating a shift that is actually creating policy change that hopefully will tip the balance, because the margin between success and failure is slim, and we just need to tip the balance in favor of the protesters.
We're at a unique moment now, as opposed to previous times when there have been uprisings, in that we're in an age of incredible communications and just increasing at an exponential rate. And so the visibility is there, and that's absolutely critical, because if you don't have visibility on a grassroots uprising, it will continue in darkness. The world will not take as much notice. What I've been struck with is the ability of the news networks and the American press to actually keep this as a front burner issue. And I think it's very heartening that it has. But yet, we're seeing certain communications breakdowns and so the sort of digital blocking that's going on. How do you assess the ability to maintain the communications momentum? I know you both are doing incredible things to keep the spotlight on this issue, but I worry that, if we have an interruption of communications with this movement, that we will not have the momentum that we need. Also, the world is very distracted at this moment by many other geopolitical issues. What's your assessment?
Well, it has been one of our first and perhaps most important asks in terms of how practically the world can help us is the connectivity issue in access to the internet. Clearly, by now you will realize that the regime will try everything it can to repress information, to restrict access, to use whatever they can to have surveillance on people, spy on them. So VPNs and all that stuff becomes important. Starlink is trying to bring one aspect of it into the picture. There are a lot of experts working the problem in terms of in what different ways and shape can we make sure that access to the internet exists, because without it, we're pretty much dead in water. Anything that leads to messaging organizations, social media platforms, whatever it is that is being used right now, is extremely vital for anything that we need to do at home. And so this is one of the first elements that will make the difference between keeping the people in a position of doing something as opposed to be completely blind and in the dark and unable to communicate with the world. And the impact of the kind of footages that we see on a daily basis coming from inside Iran. Example, the poisoning of schoolgirls and things of that nature that on the average, the major networks, whether in Europe or here, don't necessarily cover, but the information is out there. And we can certainly grab the interest of media to cover that because the actual material is out there. But the more we have access to this kind of footages and information, the more we can inform the world. And as a result of an informed world comes the pressure on legislation to act upon it. And we all know that public opinion is key in forcing legislators to have to be accountable and answerable to their own circumscriptions. They say, listen, we can no longer accept that. Free Nelson Mandela was more than anything an issue of public opinion, putting pressure on governments who finally said, enough is enough, we can no longer accept this situation. So yes, it is very important that we are able to communicate and provide the whole world with the information, because it's not good enough for us to know it. We need the world to find out about it too.
Can I chime in? I'm so sorry. I just want to add something really quickly. In agreement with what you were saying, what's happening right now is, as we've seen in history, from Argentina to Chile to Brazil to Philippines to Poland in the 1980s, when women's participation in these movements is central, the chance of them succeeding is higher, because activists like us have more access to levers of power and control inside society, and women have that power. And we're seeing these images of an elderly woman wearing a hijab march up to her son in the security forces, take him by the arm and lead him away from conducting a brutal crackdown on protesters, or a brave dissident journalist who's been imprisoned for almost 5 years, come out of jail, immediately take off her compulsory hijab and say, "Death to the supreme leader." This type of courage is something we've never seen before. But what we need in order for this to succeed, as we ended apartheid in South Africa, which really captured the international zeitgeist, all of us were in this. We wanted to ensure equality for Black South Africans. We have to legally define gender apartheid. It hasn't been defined in the international legalese. And if we manage to do that, and there is a campaign, endgenderapartheid.today, please add your names, please amplify this campaign, because if we define that, we have a way to hold the Islamic Republic account legally on an international scale, and hopefully free the entire country.
Well, media helps, and your visibility helps, and your voices help very much. One of the things that's really striking about this issue is the youth of the young ladies who are taking part in these demonstrations. I mean, they're extraordinarily young, and some barely in their teens. And I think that the whole world is kind of shocked at the brutal repression of such young women. Nazanin, I know you are in communication with some, you've had feedback from some. Tell us a little bit about what it's like to communicate with young Iranian women, and because of your heritage, it must be exceptionally poignant.
It is. I left Iran when I was 20 days. So to have this connection with the girls and the young girls now who have only ever known an Islamic Republic, and yet they're saying death to the Islamic Republic. They're removing the compulsory hijab despite the propaganda of this regime that has tried to brainwash them into thinking that this is the way to live. But they have a connection to us because we, of course, now have internet, even though it is being cracked down heavily. They have grown up understanding what it looks like to have the freedom of choice when it comes to your dress, to not have to, the legal age of marriage, for example, pre-1979 was 18 for women, and it got reduced to 9 after the Islamic Revolution. Yes, it was later raised to 15 in 2002, but girls as young as 9 can still get married at the age of 9 with the permission of a judge or their father. So the situation in Iran for girls is dire. And to communicate with them and to have them say, please stop the West from saying that these are cultural differences. It's insulting to the girls and the women of Iran to say that they don't deserve the same freedoms that we enjoy. To say that, well, that's what it's supposed to be like over there. It's not. They are just like us, and they want the same freedoms. That's the message I get every day, is please tell the world that we are just like you, and we deserve the same freedoms that you enjoy every day.
And by the way, for those of you who might have seen the footage of the girls of Ekbatan starting to dance to rap music, by the way, of very Western message, and the rest of the country followed suit, why would they dance to a rap music of a Western singer as opposed to any other dance or maybe an Iranian-style dance? It's messaging to the world that while they're defying their own regime, they're aligning values with the same values that the Western world has to offer. That's an important code in that message itself.
Is a change in the culture. This is a bit of a push-pull situation because you have such extreme poverty, extreme economic deprivation going on in the country, and so that's why you're getting this real surge of grassroots desire for change, not just from women, from everyone. It's a more broad-based revolutionary movement. You're also getting the pull because the Western world is looking at this and saying this is not right, and you're getting forums like this where everyone is speaking out. How much help do you need from the West, and how much more has to come up from the bottom? So how much of this push-pull is necessary to bring this to some kind of a moment?
You know, one of the questions that we often hear is, what's going to happen next? What will fill the vacuum should this regime disappear? Can it be another Syria, or is it going to be something else? And the first thing I tell the world is, first of all, look at the composition of the Iranian diaspora living in different countries: the United States, Canada, France, Germany, Sweden, many countries, and look at the composition of the Iranian diaspora in terms of their education, in terms of their impact in the various sectors of those societies, as doctors, as professionals, as entrepreneurs. And imagine how many of these people could have been right now back in their own country, helping the country. And many of them probably would go back, and many of them would not even need to go back, but still contribute. They'll be the best ambassadors for all these countries to reconnect Iran to that path. And these are the kind of people who have been totally disenfranchised or completely ignored by the regime, because the regime doesn't care about Iran's progress. They rather fund Hezbollah in Lebanon to hit Israel with missiles. They're not interested in the welfare of Iran. And that's part of the reason why many Iranians, even though they would hate to have to live outside of the country, could not go back or would have no interest in going back and contributing so long as the current circumstances exist. But imagine, at the minute the circumstances were to change, how huge of a difference it makes, and how many of the true voices of those who actually care inside Iran, from environmentalists to health specialists to economists and all that, will immediately replace this mafia-governed country by the IRGC that controls everything. And oh, by the way, putting them on the terrorist list will be a huge, huge element, which is part of legislations and political actions that we are asking world governments to actually implement. All of these are factors that we would like to have done in terms of a new approach and policy, as opposed to a lingering hope for a JCPOA 2.0 to bring anything to a solution. We are well beyond that. This is a true opportunity for radical change that will have immediate impact, obviously regionally, but also beyond the region, and the consequences for the outside world. While the current regime is working with Russia to help them with drones to hit on innocent Ukrainian civilians, and there's that access going on, Europe has to absorb more and more refugees coming, and they are already saturated. They can't afford that. They are wondering what kind of energy dependence they can be forced to continue to endure if another option is not open to them. And oh, by the way, Iran could be the best solution to their problem in terms of energy requirements. So what are you waiting for? And the most obvious thing is, look, you are looking at a regime that its DNA is in complete contradiction to every value that we as secular Democrats and the majority of the Iranian people share with you, and you are your best natural army in place. All you need to do is to give us that extra help to push them over. And this is what we've been talking to world governments. We're not just, chasing a rainbow or talking about the obvious things. There are practical steps that can be taken, but there has to be the political will to do it. And again, it ties back to how much public opinion can now pressure, particularly Western government, that you can no longer drag your feet and waste time. This is an opportunity. The Iranian people ask for it. We want to support it. Therefore, go ahead and do the right thing.
Nazanin, I give you the last word. We're almost out.
I mean, I agree. The brain drain for Iran is something very serious. If you look at the best and the brightest, they're often imprisoned, persecuted, or exiled. And what does that say for the country? You know, what future does a country hold when your best and brightest are persecuted in that way and their rights taken away from them? All I can say is, please remember, as feminists, if you're feminists, if you believe in women's rights, that our plight is intertwined, inherently intertwined with the women of Iran, and supporting them helps the move for democracy inside the country. Because once you crumble the pillar of the Islamic Republic that oppresses women, there is nothing that terrifies this regime more than free, politically active women. And we need them to have the power to galvanize society at large, their sons, their husbands, their brothers, their fathers, to stand for a secular democracy. And I know that we can prevail.
Well, very well said. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
Let's do a round of applause for all of our panels today. What was the theme of the day again? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I believe you. What was the theme? Time to connect. Yes, that's right. And I hope you made some connections, both in knowledge and in some friends too. So a big thank you to our moderators, our many speakers. Thank you all so much. Feel free to pass behind me. Thank you to the Women's Forum for hosting your first U.S. forum right here with Vital Voices. Thank you to the team and leadership at Vital Voices for being a partner and a leader in this space as well. Thank you to the audience, especially the women. Let's give a round of applause. And of course, thanks to the allies, including the men, including my dad who just swung on by. Yeah, we gotta give him a little shout out. The work, of course, continues, and so the fun does not end here. The next Women's Forum global meeting, it's the 18th edition, is going to be happening in Paris, France, November 28th to 29th, so mark your calendars. There's also the Women's Forum in Singapore. It's really close. It's March 2024, so really make sure you remember that date as well. But the party does not end here. We have a cocktail reception for you on the 7th floor where you can continue to connect. Thank you so much for being a part, and thanks to the Women's Forum and Vital Voices. Thank you.